here to give my opinion and carry in.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome and happy Sunday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, all that good stuff. So, it's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk about box office. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I went to go see it. I'm gonna give my overall thoughts, but it went up against Super Mario Brothers and Project Hail Mary, so we're gonna see how it fared up against these two titans because they've been holding down box office for a minute. Plus, we got to talk about Madonna, who basically has been promoting heavily these new two singles, actually. And she's got the upcoming Confessions 2 album coming out. We're going to talk about her appearing at Coachella. We're going to talk about her performance with Sabrina Carpenter. We're going to talk about the new single, the one that's been buzzing in the clubs, as well as her collaboration with Sabrina Carpenter, plus the ageist comments, which we knew was going to happen because she's 67, living her best life. I seen her getting down at the Anima DJ set over at Coachella because, he had to postpone the first week because of gusty winds. And then he performed the second week, and she out here living her best life. And you got hoes online mad because all y'all do is sit up in y'all damn phone living vicariously through technology instead of just actually being in the moment with shit. So we're going to get into that. Plus, there's a story that's coming out from a former bandmate of Prince's who said that he banned people like Bruce Springsteen and Madonna from being in his dressing room. So I talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Charli XCX. She's getting backlash over this, over a comment she made about dance music being dead. In addition to announcing that her next album is going to be more rock leaning. So we'll break down that story. And people thought that she was throwing shade at Madonna. And I got my thoughts on that. So especially since Madonna's about to revive the dance floor since it's dead. So we'll get into that. Plus, more fallout for Koonye in regards of, his anti-Semitism. More people are pretty much distancing themselves from him over some of the stuff he said about Jews in the past. And I just wish black folks would be just as outraged as Jewish people are when it comes to the discrimination. But I guess, when people in the sunken place, that's how they don't know how to just stand up for some shit. So we'll get into that when we get around to it. Plus, we got to talk about Meghan Trainor. Literally looked like she about to just abandon life altogether. She canceled her tour. She's selling her house. Miley, what's good? What is going on? And plus, speaking of Miley, we got to talk about Drag Race because she was at the finale. So I'm going to give my overall thoughts on that. Cher is filing a conservatorship against her son, Elijah Blue Allman, because he's out here getting arrested. He can't stay off the drugs. It's a mess. So she's trying to save what little left of his life. Not even a Yana could fix him. So we got to get into that. Plus, it looks like Katy Perry's trying to make serious moves with the former politician, Justin Trudeau. But her past keep coming back to haunt her. So we'll break that story down. That was over there courtesy of Page Six. So we'll get into that story. Plus, Louis Tomlinson and Zayn got themselves into a fight. What is going on? I didn't even know they were putting a docu-series together for Netflix. But we'll get into that. Plus, Zayn posted himself in the hospital. So I'm like, what's going on with y'all over here? And he just released his new album. So you in the hospital and you just released your album. We'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Cardiovascular, who seems to be his drug sobriety was short-lived because his father's out here trying to save him. He don't want nothing to do with his family. He just wants to get caught up in the clout and the fame and all that other mess, and he's on a downward spiral. So we'll get into that. Plus, I have some tea regarding Heated Rivalry. The showrunner is teasing a much more serious season 2. Plus, they're telling about there's a character that's going to be coming from the role model book storyline that they're actually bringing into the second season. So I like the fact that he's taking things from all the different books that's down the road and juxtaposing and mixing it into the show. So it's not necessarily following each book, kind of like how Harry Potter and them is going to be doing. So we're getting to that. Plus, Noah's Ark star Daryl Stevens is talking about he has his thoughts on Heated Rivalry, and you already knew this was going to happen eventually. Caitlyn Jenner's hypocritical ass is running out in these streets talking about that. Oh, they put male on my gender marker on my passport, so now I can't travel internationally. But you was out here going against the very community that you want to be a part of, so that when you could be in close proximity to all these rich oligarchy and white men, but now you being treated like the bitch you was born as. Now you want sympathy and empathy. So we're gonna drag Bruce when we get around to that topic. And then, as I said before, we're gonna talk about Drag Race. So, with all that being said, before we get to our topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And it's funny because literally before I went live, I had no energy. I am exhausted, like working the first night of the Knicks playoffs yesterday, and of course they won. I won't say, I shouldn't say of course, because it was up in it's a toss up. But Knicks been playing good this season, so I want to learn to have more faith in them than the average, whatever the average Knicks fan. So yeah, we were hosting watch parties outside the arena. I'm exhausted working in the arena. Them people drove me, like sucked out all my energy. So it was just dealing with a lot of people. I've been busy a lot, so I didn't give y'all a show. I was supposed to give a show on Friday, but then by the time I got home, I was like, I just don't have the energy. I don't have it in me. So I was like, I'd just rather let y'all know today. I'd rather ask for permission and forgiveness. So I was like, I'll do my apologies on air when I come back on Sunday. So um there was a lot of that, but I don't know. The minute this stuff switched on, all of a sudden this energy just came out of nowhere. Might have also helped that I drank that damn that sweet lemon tea. So anyway, let me hit this thingamabob, put the comments in here. Hope everyone is recovering well from the silly. I mean, yeah. Oh, and on top of that, I did stay up late. We're gonna get into that when we get around to it. I love their song and can't wait to hear it on the album. Hello, everyone, and happy Sunday. Cleveland's in the building. Felix is in here. Onyx is in here. Shadow Girl's back. Hello. Madonna's new song, The Moans, not The Moans in the remix. I mean, the mix. Remind me of Erotica. Stuart Price is the man. Absolutely. There's a lot of what people don't, I don't think, realize because some oh, I hate her new single. Whatever. She's trying too hard. I'm like, if you really pay attention to the music, it's a callback to a lot of stuff she's done in the past. But I don't want to blow my wad too quickly with the Madonna. That's literally our second topic. We can break all that down. Yeah, I didn't want to edge y'all too much. I was like, we could break all that down. We get around to, the story at hand. But um, hold on. Before we go live, I'm not freezing, am I? Because I always got to check in with y'all before we go and start doing the topics. Because whenever I be talking, I'll be like, you're freezing, you're freezing, you're freezing. And for once, I'm actually shocked at it that StreamYard didn't even give me a damn issue when it was like trying to upload the video. Because normally y'all be getting on my damn nerves, and I'm always having to message the people. Be like, okay, can y'all fix y'all little whatever? But it looks like everything is good so far. So anyway, without further ado, let me hit my banner and let's get into our first topic. And that's the box office. So Friday brought out a slew of newcomers for the box office, domestic, including Magnolia Pictures' Normal and Lee Cronin's The Mummy for Warner Brothers and Atomic Monster. However, neither of them could usurp Universal's Super Mario Galaxy movie, which is looking to lead the box office for the third weekend in a row. And it's funny how a lot of people saying the movie is not that great, but y'all are still supporting it. I guess it's for the nostalgia factor and the animation and stuff. But as I told y'all before, anything with Chris Pratt in it, I refuse. I do not watch anything with that old big back motherfucker up in there. I don't like him. He annoys me. There's this whole situation where I don't know his whole thing with Anna, his last wife. I almost call her Anna Kendrick. His ex-wife and his son now, because he's a Schwarzenegger, he had like his shit don't stink. But whatever. That seems to be the only way he's gonna get a box office hit is if he does an animated film, because y'all didn't go see Mercy. And that's already on Amazon Prime, and I still ain't watching that crap. But here's the thing: I wanted to see Normal. I had heard things about Normal. That's the new Bob Odenkirk movie, and it's done by the same people who I think are behind the John Wick films and his other film that he did. Damn, I forgot the name of it. Mr. Nobody. What was it called? Nobody. Mr. Nobody was in John Wick 4. The movie was called Nobody. Nobody was good. Nobody 2. I mean, even though I love Sharon Stone, I just didn't think she was a great villain in it. I just thought it got ridiculous with a lot of the action and stuff. So I didn't particularly like Nobody 2, but I do love Nobody. And I definitely want to see Normal, but I didn't even know the movie was out until I started seeing some people reviewing it on YouTube. And I'm like, and then how I really found out is when I went to because I went to the AMC on 34th Street because like a block away from my job, the Garden. And so I went to that theater to go see it. And as I was going up the escalator, I saw the poster, the big old poster for that movie. And I'm sitting there like, oh, so now he's saying I'm freezing. Hold on, let me go out the room and then come back in. I know this thing gonna be messed up, but hold on. I don't know what's going on. That all right, she's back. I don't know why. It also looks like when I'm looking at myself, like it's on a delay or something. I don't know what's going on with that. Um, Apollonia wrote something. I mean, oh, I don't know. What's that? Was that a white blanket thingamabob? But anyway, so yeah, I wanted to go see the normal movie, and I didn't even know it was out until I was going up the escalator to go to my theater, and then I saw the advertisement. I was like, wait, that movie came out and it had the date at the bottom. So I'm gonna try to find a time to go see that movie. But of course, if y'all not out here advertising the way things need to be done, of course, it's not going to do all that well. But nevertheless, with that being said, let's get into some of what's going on with the box office. So, the Super Mario Galaxy movie and Project Hail Mary continue to rule box office, while new horror picks like Lee Cronin's The Mummy opens in third place domestically with an estimated 12.5 million based on Friday returns. For Universal to Illumination, they said Super Mario, which will cross the 350 million mark sometime on Sunday, that's today, will top the chart in its first weekend with an estimated haul of 30 million. While the sequel is running about 60 million behind the first Super Mario, it is already the top grossing Hollywood film of the year so far and is on the verge of jumping to 700 million to be exact in worldwide ticket sales. The landscape will change dramatically next weekend when, of course, we have Michael Jackson biopic called Michael coming out, and then a week later, which I didn't even know this because Sailor Mermaid been bugging me about this goddamn movie. The Devil Wears Prada 2 apparently is coming out in 2 weeks. So, Amazon MGM Studios, he ain't in here, right? As I said that, I was like, "Ooh!" The little dagger I just threw. So, oh wait, I thought I got another message. It's freezing again. Okay, so let's say Amazon MGM Studios Hail Mary continues its remarkable journey, falling only 23% in its fifth weekend. Well, look, the movie Project Hail Mary's already made enough money. It's going to keep falling, whatever the case is. I mean, I think all the people who felt the need to see the film need to go see it. Now in regards to The Mummy, it is Lee Cronin's R-rated reimagining of Universal's all-audience franchise. The film has divided critics, but audience exits are solid to decent. Also, the pick ended up sharing IMAX screens with Hail Mary. Yeah, there were IMAX screenings, which I actually wanted to go see it in IMAX, but they were later showings, so I didn't actually get to watch it. Now, in regards to my opinion on The Mummy, I thought it was all right. Um, yeah, it was called The Mummy, but it was no mummy shit up in there. I mean, yeah, y'all mummified the body and all that other stuff, and you had the sarcophagus, the old Egyptian sarcophagus, and it took place in Cairo, Egypt, in the beginning of the movie, where basically Jack Rayner, who plays a reporter, his wife, who I believe is I don't know what her which any of the actors names or whatever, but I just know Jack Rayner, he was like the lead in the film, and his wife and him and the kids, they live in Cairo. I believe he's a reporter and stuff out there, she's a nurse, so he's at home and he gets a call that he's gonna go, and he was given a promotion at to move to New York and become like this big time reporter, whatever the case is. So while this is happening, his kids gets propositioned by some woman who apparently is a witch, or whatever. She's been seducing her, like grooming her with these little candies, whatever the case is, and then gives her like a fruit, very much like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It was giving that. And then she goes, I'm sorry I have to do this to you, puts a spell, the bug comes out of the thing, goes in the child's mouth. she pretty much just passes out. The woman kidnaps the kid. It basically is this whole thing of transferring this evil Egyptian demon into body, but they need the body of an innocent, which they, of course, they use the kid. And so the kid ends up disappearing. The father's going looking for her. The mother was already pregnant with another child. So then we fast forward, I believe, 7 years later. The new baby is already here, much older. The son is older, so they aged out. I mean, they switched the kids or whatever. But they could do that with the little girl because the baby wasn't born yet. So they brought in this other girl. The son is older. They never made it to New York. Now they live in, I believe, New Mexico, where they're staying with his wife's mother, who's like this stereotypical abuelita type, where she prays a lot and all this other stuff. Then they get a phone call from, I believe, the Egyptian police or whatever the case is. They found the kid because the sarcophagus crashed in the sky. There was like a plane or whatever that crashed. The sarcophagus was in it. Then they open it, find the girl in there. Then they find the daughter. Then they're like, okay, you need to take her home, whatever the case is. All she needs is a little tender loving care. Like, yeah, she looks like she's malnourished, whatever the case is, but her vitals are great. Take her home. So then, of course, they take the kid home, and then all these crazy things start to unravel. There was a lot of Evil Dead isms in there, a lot of body horror, which I've come to the realization that body horror films really gross me out. I don't like anything regarding fluids. There's a toenail clipping scene where I'm like, I can't look at toenail clipping scenes ever the same again. And then I don't even want to give it away. If y'all see it, if you've seen it, then you know what I'm talking about. Then there was this scene that cracked me up, and I knew it was coming. There's a funeral scene, right? And apparently, the girl the daughter they bring home, she's able to, I guess, conduct spells on her siblings. So now they're kind of under her spell, and they do whatever they want. And the youngest daughter starts wilding out at the funeral, which is weird. First of all, how do you have a funeral or like a wake or whatever, or like a family gathering, whatever, in the house, and the dead body is in there in a coffin? Who does that? I thought that maybe y'all go to a funeral home, whatever the case is. But I guess this was to sell this story. But I knew this was coming because the little girl goes to the damn coffin, pulls out her grandmother's teeth, and puts it in her mouth. And this was the scene when I saw that, where she basically just takes her grandmother, because she was basically what she was doing, she was ripping her own teeth out of her mouth, and then she takes her grandmother's dentures and puts them in her mouth and goes up to her mother and starts smiling while the demonic child is pulling a hole, like digging a hole in the floor, which of course is the ceiling, starts crawling on the wall, gets on top of her grandmother's, eating her what do they call it, the embalming fluid. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? First of all, a lot of the body horror, the fluid stuff, like spit and snot and all kinds of weird stuff. I'm like, mm-mm. And so Lee Cronin is like very notorious for taking a lot of there was a lot of Evil Dead isms and stuff like that said in there. And to me, it felt more like a demon possession movie than a mummy movie. So it didn't really give me those mummy vibes. But I guess when you're kind of taking this sort of Egyptian type of turn with it, I guess that was kind of like, we kind of excused it a little bit. But I wanted to actually feel more for the characters, though. It was just sort of like, and then the way that it ends, the end just came so abruptly when it all boils down to it. So, there were parts of the movie I enjoyed. It's definitely entertaining to watch, but I also think that maybe this movie would have probably done better if it was released later on in the year. Because when you're looking at it, it's April. I couldn't see like an Evil Dead Rise, because I'm sitting there thinking about Evil Dead Rise because that's what he directed. I can't see like a whole this type of film, like The Mummy, being a horror base, that it would draw a horror movie fan audience out, especially when it's starting to get warm out. So I don't know, maybe they kind of messed up with the release, but I will say this: I'm looking forward to Evil Dead Burn, because they said they were showing the trailer for that movie in theaters during the coming attractions. I didn't see it. Maybe I got there late or whatever the case was. Because when I walked in the theater, the coming attractions was already on. So, and there was some trailers I hadn't seen. I will admit that. But I didn't actually see a trailer for Evil Dead Burn. But then when somebody leaked it, because I guess they showed it at CinemaCon, but when I actually went on Twitter, the trailer was up there and I watched it and it looks crazy. So I'm actually looking forward to Evil Dead Burn. It wasn't directed by the same guy that did Evil Dead Rise, but I'm definitely looking forward to Evil Dead Burn when that comes out. So with all that being said, But basically, it tells you what the story is about. They said the story centers on a family who has been grieving the disappearance of their daughter 8 years earlier in Cairo. Suddenly, they get a call from Egyptian officials revealing she has been found, and they're spending the past 8 years, sorry, in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus, and has been transformed into a living mummy-like creature. And people like the fact that Lee Cronin revived the Evil Dead franchise with Evil Dead Rise, which grossed 147 million globally in 2023. He came on the scene with the 2019 feature The Hole in the Ground, which bowed at Sundance. And the movie was produced by James Wan, Jason Blum, and John Kelville. And I was also realizing, there was definitely that Jason Blum vibe in the air where it's just like you're just waiting for certain things to happen, and then some scenes work, some scenes didn't work. It definitely felt like Jason Blum's. Again, no shade, but Blumhouse has really kind of been lackluster in regards to their delivery of horror films. So I haven't really been that excited for it. And I also forgot that Mother Mary from A24, which is this musical film with Anne Hathaway that I want to say they're saying like she's like this Taylor Swift, Lady Gaga type, that came out over the weekend. And there's a Lorne Michaels biopic. Who asked for that? I mean, even though I know he created Saturday Night Live or whatever, but I'm like, really? We got a Lorne Michaels like a biopic? Okay. Only certain demographic people give a damn about that. But they said that Mother Mary's only playing in 5 locations and is basically eyeing a promising per location average of 35,000 plus before expanding nationwide. So yeah, it's only playing in small theaters. In New York, we got plenty of theaters, so you can always find some way to go see it. But I do actually want to see the film. But yeah, this scene alone, I mean, there's a lot of scenes, but this scene like had me laughing. There was a lot of scenes in there where I'm sitting there watching the horror stuff, you will burst out laughing in a couple of the sitcoms. I'm like, are y'all serious with some of this stuff? But nevertheless, I think a lot of people will turn out to end up liking it. But because I'm like, who gives a fuck what critics got to say? There's a lot of times critics will sit and say a movie is great, and I'll be looking at it like, really? This is what you calling like the Citizen Kane, this generation Citizen Kane or whatever. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you checked out any of the movies at the box office this weekend, such as have you seen The Mummy and all the other films that I have mentioned? If you have or if you haven't, let me know in the comments down below. Yes, Vita's Mother Bird. Did you hear? Yeah, I did hear that, but I'm like, oh, that's for that. But look, if you can make it work, okay. I could hear Inner City Good Life and Madonna and Sabrina song. Well, they did say this album is sample heavy. Javier Andrade says, hey, I know you hate body horror, but did you like the substance? I hated the body horror in that film, but I did like the substance. Take all the body horror stuff out. I did like the movie. I just don't like stuff that has to do with like bodily functions that could actually happen. Sometimes I like a little fantasy with my horror, like, oh yeah, that could happen, but that's over the top, so it makes me a little like real stuff, like flatulence or vomiting and things. Like when you see stuff like that, it just makes me squeamish. And I was squirming a lot watching that movie. Thank God it wasn't a lot of people in the theater. There was one girl that was sitting like maybe 2 seats over from me. I was looking at her in the corner of my eye. She was literally like this the whole time, like covering her head, like squirming, like she was squirming too. So I'm glad I wasn't the only one. But I was like, come on now. Like, goddamn. Now I'll wait for streaming. Well, shit, you ain't probably gotta wait that long. It'll probably be out by the end of May because April's almost over. So that's why I say that. Black Love is in the building. Yeah, I hate vomit in movies. I hate vomit in movies. I hate anything to do with like, ripping of nails and skin coming off and there was that in this movie. Skin coming like All right, y'all. Well, yeah, I'm not freezing no more, right? So I guess we're good. Okay, let's get in our next topic and let's talk about Santa, who has been pretty busy this past week. And I guess we can say, well, yeah, I mean, week. But we didn't really get to see her until this weekend when she did Coachella. So yeah, Madonna's been out and about. She I Feel So Free is the new Buzz single. It's not the official single. I think the official single is gonna be her collaboration with Sabrina Carpenter. You had people out here talking about, well, she has to remain relevant. That's why she's collaborating with Sabrina Carpenter. And then there were people saying, oh, she's threatened. I mean, Sabrina's not a threat to her. That's why I said, well, who's supposed to be threatening her? Because first of all, this lady been around 4 decades, got more money than you and your faves combined, and you sitting here worrying about her being threatened by someone. Who y'all talking about? Lady Gaga? Who threatened by her and that big nose? Anybody afraid of that bitch? And my thing that's annoying, and I like Lady Gaga. I like, she has a great voice. Definitely puts on an amazing show. I told you, I've seen the Mayhem Ball 6 times. Yeah, because she did 9 shows at the Garden. I worked 6 of them, so I've seen the show 6 times. Lady Gaga is a phenomenal performer. So I don't understand why people want these two to just go back and forth. It's like anytime Madonna comes out with something, they start with the agents and stuff. She's too old. She needs to hang it up. Grandma this, grandma. You wish your grandmother looked the way she looked. You wish your grandmother could be at an anima show at Anima Anima Potato. You wish that she could be up in there dancing and having a good old time during a DJ set at Coachella. But I just don't understand why. And first of all, she had more energy than majority of you Gen Zers were there, because I was watching a lot of y'all at Coachella, and y'all are like this the whole fucking time. This is literally y'all standing there with your phone, and this is you being in the moment. I'm sitting here watching things happen through a screen instead of putting the phone down, being present, and actually allowing emotion and feeling to overtake you. I don't understand people that get so caught up in their phone, and these celebrities got to damn near rip their hair out their root to get y'all excited. Because y'all don't know what real feeling, real emotion is. And it's kind of sad though that this generation, y'all are fucking cooked. I ain't saying all of y'all, but enough of y'all. But look, Madonna was out here. She dropped the song I Feel So Free. Now it's officially available on Apple Music. Because I was listening, I was listening to something yesterday. I might have been Slater for the 50 millionth time. So apparently I was on I went on my Apple Music, I was looking for something, and then I looked into my list of albums that I added, and it showed like the Madonna album cover of the new album. Over on the speaker with the purple, the what is that, fuchsia, whatever, covering of a sheet covering over her face. And it was like, wait, why is this up in here? Like, so I pressed it and I looked, and I Feel So Free was up there, and I listened to it literally 3 times. I listened to it back to back to back because I wanted to take it all in. The music and everything else. I've heard some people say, oh, she's talking, but I said, so you didn't listen to erotica? If you go back to her erotica era, there's a lot of spoken word on it. So it's a callback to a lot of what she's done before, except just bringing it, modernizing what she did back in the 90s. Because y'all all out here, whether you want to accept it or not, reheating a lot of the nachos that came out in the 90s and that sort of thing, music wise. But when your younger ingenue fave does what Madonna was doing 30 some odd years ago, it's young, fresh, and new and great. But when she does it, she trying too hard. She's doing it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Just say you are ageist. You're just a bitter bitch, and be happy. I mean, just and just bask in that. I don't understand. I mean, like, look, if you don't like the song, then that's fine. But I just want legitimate reasons when people say, not just about her, but in general, what is the reason behind? Well, I just don't like it. That's not a good enough fucking answer for me. First of all, you can't just sit up there and say, I just don't like something for the sake of not liking it. There needs to be a reason why you don't like something. Nobody just go, because I just don't like it. That's not an answer. It's a cop out. So, with all that little rant that I just did, with all that being said, she teased the first song. The song is officially out. Like I said, I Feel So Free. Shout out to Pride Radio, because Madonna knows where her bread is buttered. She went off and went after the gays, because she knows like where she comes from, the gays and the movers and shakers of music and that sort of thing. So she went to Pride Radio, which shout out to Pride Radio, because I posted something regarding the whole thing of Pride Radio, and they actually liked my post on Twitter. So yeah, they debuted the track at 10 a.m. on Friday, and they played the song I Feel So Free on the hour for at least the duration of the day. She even recorded a little bit of audio for the station saying, hi, this is Madonna. And that's which is what she used to do back in the day when those of us who've been around long enough who came up in radio and would listen to the radio. That's what they would do. They would exclusively do things to the radio. She would record her voice where she would introduce the track, whatever the case is. You have to literally, they play it every hour on the hour, at the top of the hour. And back in the day, we had to have tape recorders and all this other stuff because CDs weren't, weren't, the song wasn't accessible, whatever, yet as a single that we can go out and buy. So we literally have to be like on standby at the radio, and yeah, it'd have all that extra whatever in it, but we knew how to figure out ways of like trying to edit the tape and have it, look, I was a DJ, like stitching that shit together with the whole like trying to splice the music up just enough so it's like you cut out the talking part and you edit it just to the point where you can put all your little favorite songs on that cassette tape. And basically that's how we used to roll back then. I would buy a blank tape. We used to just put our favorite songs and stuff on it, and we listened to it until the album came out or whatever the case was. And that's the way it was with that song. And she's kind of taking it old school with that. So I like the old school marketing. I know a lot of people were pissed off because well, why is she doing this like this? Because that was the old way that they used to do it. See, y'all are so used to having things instantly gratified towards whatever it is you want. You want that instant gratification. You want that I want it now type of vibe. Like y'all act all like a bunch of goddamn Veruca Salts. I want it right now. What? Because you fucking can't. And you just got like the anticipation. It's about building momentum. It's not just throwing songs out there and then y'all don't appreciate it. She wants us to truly appreciate the music. She wants us to go on a journey. She wants this era because remember, Madonna used to do the whole personas era thing, which she does hint at in the I Feel So Free when you listen to the lyrics. I want creating a new identity, all these other things. That was what she did, which is why they always called her the mother of reinvention. Whenever she would come out with different eras, she'd have a new look. She'd have a whole persona, a new character that she would play from the time it was to promote that album to the end of the tour. And when that was that, she moved on to the next thing. And that's why when you see a lot of your faves with this shit, when you go to a Beyonce concert with Renaissance or Cowboy Carter, there were errors where y'all would sit there and dress a certain way to go to her shows, whatever the case was. Same thing with Cardi B. Cardi B had her different outfits and looks and things, and I would see all the girls at her show that would show up in those different looks. A lot of that stems from like with Madonna and that sort of thing. Where people come dressed up as her of her different eras, especially with the drag queens like Madonna and a bunch of them, where they would come up in there in a certain look. So yeah. So and I should say that Lil Louis, there's a sample of his house classic French Kiss, which is in I Feel So like when it goes when you hear like the drum when it goes like when that sort of thing that piece comes from Lil Louis because child, let me tell you, French Kids used to be on my radar back in the day, and I used to listen to a lot of Lil Louis. I used to listen to a lot. Well, not used to. I still do. Frankie Knuckles, Larry Levan, a lot of those old school mixes from back in the day. Whenever Honey Dijon drop a new mix, I'm on it immediately. I heard Jodie Harsh did a DJ set out in London where she premiered the song. Anytime Jodie Harsh, live for her. Anytime she drops a DJ mix on Apple Music, oh, trust and believe, I'm definitely because I get my life, and it's definitely great music to work out to when you're there. Also, I saw that Rochelle Jordan was getting dragged on social media over some. I think it had to do with the whole Charlie XCX thing. But I mean, if I'm wrong, correct me in the comments. But here's the gag, and I love Rochelle Jordan. I love her last album, and I was listening to it again literally yesterday on my way to the gym. Um, a lot of the house elements and a lot of that drum and bass, like it's like a black girl who brings a lot of those elements. So like if you like Kate Trinata, you like a lot of that type of music, or definitely listen to Rochelle Jordan because she kind of brings that soulful house vibe. And they said that Madonna used her as a reference point for this record. So Madonna is taking references from Rochelle Jordan, who a lot of y'all probably haven't heard of, but y'all will now that you have heard of her. I think a lot of her fans who are not familiar with that type of music, because I don't think a lot of people are as deep into as deep of a house head as I say I would be, then it'll get you interested in her music and wanting to check it out. So I hope a lot of people start to discover Rochelle Jordan, and I hope Madonna in interviews will start bringing this up if this turns out to be true from all the different things. Because with this album, a lot of us have been doing heavy research, especially friend to the show, Robert. have been doing heavy research. Any little thing we can find in regards to this record, we've been like digging and looking it up. And when we hear all this, I think it's just great. So now her manager is Guy Osiri, right? He mentioned that she was going to be performing at Coachella. And also, so here's what the people were saying in regards to the division of the song. I feel so free. Now, some fans on Twitter found her song uplifting and catchy, while others found it was trying too hard. One fan wrote on Reddit, "It sounds so effing good, so sensual, mysterious, but dancey at the same time. It's classic Madonna for you. Now I have high hopes all over again." Well, it's funny they said sensual. I would also call it ethereal, because that's kind of like the vibe that I was getting with this record, is I was definitely feeling like it had this whole ethereal vibe to it. And then someone else went on to say, I think she's wearing grills for sure, but it makes her sound more vulnerable. It's giving drunk girl at the club. Well, here's the thing, Madonna, I love you, but get rid of them damn grills. I don't like the fact that you got them grills in your mouth. You sound stupid. First of all, it's hard to even enunciate your words when you have them in your mouth. I understand you trying to play it cute with the young people, and I think that's the part that comes across as cringe, which give validation to a lot of the ageist on social media who make these comments. If you want to go up and live your best life at the club and dance around like you 25 years old in a 67-year-old body, especially when you almost died, you go ahead and do that. But when you start incorporating certain things, where it's like, sis, you look dumb with that. She looks stupid with the grills in her mouth. So take them out. And I don't care how many black people you hang around. So um, then it was about how she gets personal in the lyrics, saying, "It's really hard for me to trust people. Can you blame me? Safety in numbers is dangerous with just one person. That's not a nice feeling. But out here on the dance floor, I feel so free," which is like literally which is the lyrics and stuff of the song, which is definitely true. And now I know a lot of people say, "Well, I don't like the song," but like I said, this song is very much about setting the mood. It's an underground dance track. It's something that is going to be played in the clubs. And I have to say, you know what? When my mind immediately, because I'm a visual person, I was imagining like the video, like giving very much. Remember at the end of Justify My Love when Madonna's walking down the hallway, covering her boobs, and she's doing a little running and doing all this stuff. Like that's what I was feeling like when I was listening to that. Like I'm covering my fake breasts with a robe and my blonde, wig on, the same tight ass dry one that RuPaul been wearing this whole goddamn season on Drag Race, and then just running down the hallway, just living my life. That's what it's giving, like going down the hallway of like the corridor of a club, like a dark hallway, and then it's like one little dim red light, and you about to head to the door, very much like Blade. Scared, whatever the fuck she said. And then they open the door and you go into the club and it's like the people are dancing and it's sweaty and they're all sexual and euphoric. Like that's the vibe that it gave me with this song. So I'm living for it. Now, in regards to the whole wait, what else did they say in here? So oh yeah, so also a guy on Siri, because I did repost his video of him talking about Madonna and Coachella 20 years ago, which she did talk about with Sabrina. He said 20 years ago, Madonna played Coachella 2006. Major pop artists back then did not play Coachella, which was true. There was a lot of DJs and there was a lot of alternative acts until she performed there, where he actually recommended to Paul Tollett, I almost called him Toilet, Paul Tollett, who was the founder of Coachella. He was like, um, what if we get Madonna to perform? And what if we get her to do the Sahara tent instead of the main stage? Which I think the Sahara tent is the same tent that Nine Inch Noise played their show at, because I was watching their show last night. I was gonna watch the Labyrinth one, but it came on at the same time as Nine Inch Noise, and I missed it the first week. So I was like, "Oh, sorry, sir. I know you going through it right now with your label and all this other stuff. You've been on social media bitching, but I had to give it. I had to give it to Trent and them, and his wife Mara Queen and the rest of them over there. So sorry if you pop up again, I'll catch it. But I had to give it to Nine Inch Noise. So we're all looking for Confessions Part 2 and all that good stuff. And one of the things that I will say, okay, so now at this point, let's get into Sabrina. So Sabrina did her show, second week, of her Coachella set. I had it on in the background. First of all, I had it on two different channels. On my TV, I had Slater, because I had to watch her again, even though I saw the first show. Slater came on around the same time as Sabrina. So I literally had Slater on the TV and I had Sabrina on the phone because I had a plan. I was like, when Madonna comes on stage, I'm going to screen record it and I'm going to upload it. So if you haven't seen the full performance, whatever, it's on my Facebook page. And it's the only way I got away with it because if I post it on YouTube, they've had it copyright, whatever, whatever. And so I posted it on there. And so Sabrina's doing her performance, and then Vogue music comes on, and they're all getting in their positions. And then Madonna comes on the riser, snapping. There were people that were upset somehow that they felt gypped because Madonna was lip syncing. She was partially lip syncing because when she forgot to put the mic to her mouth when she had to say strike a pose. I watched that video enough times where I noticed she was messing up, but I realized she's a little rusty because it's been a minute since the last tour that Madonna's gotten on stage. Once she gets out there and is ready to start touring again, trust and believe her show is going to be top notch and everything's going to be tighter. But she did seem like she was stumbling a little bit, that she was a little nervous. She definitely was holding on to that dancer for dear life when she was coming down them steps. I did notice that because I'm like, yeah, you don't want them 67-year-old bones breaking anymore. Remember, because when the Confessions first part 1 came out, she already was going through it with broken bones, falling off the horse and all that other stuff. So we don't need a repeat. Let's just repeat the dance era. We don't want to repeat the injuries that came with that. So she comes out, she performs Vogue, her and Sabrina. And then, it's Madonna and Sabrina. I love changing people's names when I like them. And so, the rumors turn out to be true because there was rumors that was swirling for the past couple of days. It's funny how Page Six said it was a surprise. I'm like, a surprise to who? Because we all knew. So maybe it was a surprise to you because you wasn't paying attention. But those of us who've been out here sleuthing, we knew since like Wednesday that she was going to, maybe even earlier than that Madonna was going to be performing for Sabrina's Day, and it was confirmed. The sleuths even picked it up when they were like, 10 extra minutes was added to the Sabrina show because people time everything. So we were like, oh, yep, she's definitely making it, and it makes sense because they have a song together. They have a song together, so then there's that. Well, I don't know what to do because I don't know why this thing keeps freezing at this point. It's annoying. So yeah, she was performing Juno, and then she brought out Madonna. And then they performed their new single, which is supposed to be off Confessions too. I don't even know the name of the song. Like they just came out and they just started performing. And then Madonna goes into this speech talking about 20 years ago. She performed at Coachella where she was in the dance tent. And then that was the first time she performed Confessions on the dance floor in America and how it was a thrill. And she can't imagine that it's a thrill you back 20 years later in the same boots and the same corset. And yeah, mama looked good. The thighs was dying. I'm like, child, if they ever wanted to remake one of the Bond movies, she could play Zenya on the top because she could crush somebody with them damn thighs. Because I was like, yeah, she's looking meaty. Not saying she's fat, but I'm just glad it's the meat on the bones. Because once upon a time, I used to worry about Madonna. I used to think she was too damn skinny at times. And yeah, you were. I'm glad you were fit and everything, but I like seeing women with a little meat on their bones. So she looks healthy. But I know she likes to push herself when it comes to working out and fitness and all that other stuff. And so if you go online, you can see all the clips and things. I don't even know if I hope they actually post the full performance of her and Sabrina, that whole segment. I hope they post it on YouTube. I mean, I think Coachella, you'd be a fool not to. Just like y'all need to put Yes God up on of Slater's online because even down with that new metal growl that she does, because I was like, that clip needs to be released because that was definitely a good performance. But so the new album, I think we talked about this, it's coming out on July 3rd on Warner Brothers. According to Apple Music, it says 17 tracks. It's technically 16. I think the 17th track is the little video that they have of like her in the like this it's basically this visualizer. Let me go back to it. Yeah, this visualizer is like literally this, and you see like a little visualizer, and that's basically it. So that's basically the 17th track, but it's 16 tracks. Oh, I didn't even tell y'all. I went on Madonna.com, and y'all know I don't normally buy physical media, but the other day I went on Madonna.com, and that shit was $35, but I ain't care. I did buy the 16 track CD. So that should be coming out around the time of the album. I should be getting it in the mail. I'm excited for that. So I'll definitely be able to get that when it comes out. Also, they said that y'all know Carpenter Sabrina dropped a new single for what was it, the video for her house tour, which is off her Man's Best Friend record with Margaret Qualley and Madeline Klein. Okay. I mean, no shade. I like Sabrina, but I mean, as you know, I like that she's out here doing her thing. She performs, she performs the house down, all the stuff. Her music I just can't get into. It's just too sugary sweet for me. It's a little too girly. I like a little edge with my women. I like when the girls be out here with a little, I need a little grit from them. And who knows, maybe, what this era of what Madonna's going through, maybe hopefully it rubs off on Sabrina. But overall, I don't think I have anything else to pretty much add to this story except the fact that I enjoyed seeing Madonna out there. I'm glad that she's out here having a good time, living her best life. She was out here enjoying DJ sets because I already said at the end of the day, people want to talk about, oh, she's trying too hard to remain relevant in the clubs and this. That. I said, Madonna is from the clubs. If you want to take it back to the days of Danceteria and the Roxy and a lot of those nightclubs in the 80s, do your fucking research before y'all run around here talking about somebody's trying too damn hard. Now, if she was trying too hard, what she could have did was just what's the latest trend that everybody's jumping on. Madonna could have did a fucking hyperpop album or whatever the case was and be done with it. But y'all would have called her she trying too hard. But even though she's dabbled a bit in hyperpop because she has worked with Sophie in the past, but she's out here being like, you know what? I want to do a house break. And she told us she was going to do that when she did that. What was that for? Was it Vanity Fair? One of those things where it was the 50 question thing. And it was like, what's the next genre of music you would like to revisit, whatever the case is or something. And she said house music. And so she kept her word. That's what she was going to do. And I'm glad that that's what she stuck with because as a house head, that's what we want right now. I just feel like in this day and time which we're going through. And I did love, even though a lot of people turned off from it, I did like her little astrology bit that she went in on because I am a fan of astrology. I like all that stuff. So I wasn't upset by some of the stuff she was saying regarding astrology because I'm always into that, especially being a Virgo when I always bring up little astrology isms when I'm on the show. So I wasn't bothered by what she said. But I'm definitely looking to hear the rest of this album. I'm looking forward to what else she's got to bring from it. Music videos. Hopefully, we'll be getting that this week coming up because we should have gotten the music video by now. But from word on the street is that she wasn't happy with the video, so reshoots are imminent, and maybe she wants to add a couple little extra things in it. And if Warner Brothers is footing the bill, okay. I mean, shit. If they were like, "Nah, we're not putting no more money behind it," then Madonna, you better dig into your war chest and do it. I mean, there's been many artists that do that when he was there on Coin. So yeah, I'll definitely, as this era progresses, we definitely gonna be continuously talking about it. And like I said before, I might even do like a listening party for the album when as soon as it approaches July 3rd, which is when the album comes out. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Madonna and her recent stint at Coachella? Did you enjoy what you saw? Was she coming across as a tryhard? Does her old ass need to hang it up? Funny how y'all would never say that to people like Bruce Springsteen and Rolling Stones and so many others who are still out here rocking it and performing um at their concerts and they still pulling in people of a certain age. Like Billy Joel, they're still pulling people. Like we got Fish, we got Rush, we got all these older artists. I mean, these older bands that are still out here that's still performing, and y'all don't say that. But the minute a woman gets out here and performs and likes to look sexy and provocative, because pop stars are not allowed to, age or whatever the case is, even though we're all gonna age one day if we actually get to live long enough, then y'all still be out here with a whole attitude. So continue to be bitter because Miss Mamas is not ever going to stop. And like she said, the most controversial thing she's ever had to do was stick around, and it's literally of bothering y'all. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, one more time. I'm gonna try going out and refresh, and because I don't know why this thing is freezing today. But hold on. All right. We back. Is this better? Is bitch better? I had to go channel my Teresa Judice. Are we still freezing? Is things better up in here? We moving a little better? It looks like we are. All right, hold on. So I know we had a lot of comments because I saw it was in here. It was like what, 20? Like we had about almost 30 comments. Gaga already hit 40 and people calling her hack. Oh, I didn't even know. Not Hagar. So much ageism in the industry and the fan bases. Exactly. It's so annoying. Yeah, exactly. I can tell you, like, I watched quite a few videos where there were people who were being authentically real that were talking about how like these influencer events were the influences there was annoying. The bum rushing of the stage, the sitting on the ground while people are trying to walk back and forth to get, I guess, from point A to point B, and they're getting upset. I'm like, bitch, this ain't your house. Get your flat, funky ass up off the floor and stand up like every fucking body else. And then they're running around like just there to take the pictures and stuff just to show that they're there, but they don't really care about the artist. Because I remember one person said, oh, these same ones that was running around trying to act like they live for Bad Bunny or whatever, when Carol G came out and started performing, they act like they couldn't be bothered. And I'm like, so y'all don't know who Carol G is? She's literally like up there in regards of like popularity, the same level as like a Bad Bunny. So, and she's Colombian, he's Puerto Rican. So she's a big superstar, and I would just never go to something like Coachella. I just feel like the people there are just so fake. They're so performative. I don't even like festivals. Like the festival energy is not like what it was when I used to go to them 20 some odd years ago. So it's just like I wouldn't even go to those. Like I'd be irritated. I just rather go to DJ, like watch DJs spin, or if I was a DJ and I was up there and I had to work, that'd be the only reason why I'd be going to these events. If I was working, or if I was coming to see friends of mine who are in the industry and hanging out with them, I would not want to be just going as a regular person because I'd be annoyed. I'd probably be in jail for fighting. That's really what it would be. Because I can't stand that energy of people acting like they shit don't stink or that they have this sense of entitlement. So that would just bother me. There was even complaints similar to what was going on at Coachella with these influencers. Same complaints at CinemaCon because there was a lot of stuff going on this weekend. We had CinemaCon in Vegas. You had Coachella in, I was going to say Vegas. No, that's California. Um, so they were talking about the influence was acting cutting up too, like trying to push past people with their little entourage of hangers on because they ain't real friends. And then there was a lot of drama and stuff going with all of that. So it's just like a lot of these influences, like I understand, look, there's a certain responsibility that comes with like these moments of influence and you being a personality, whatever the case is. It just seems like this new generation, all y'all care about is how many people you got watching your videos, how much clout you can gather from that. And I'm like, that's cute or whatever. You keep chasing that, your career in this situation will be short lived. It's all about how you continue to evolve as the times and everything change. If you out here just chasing numbers and attention and stuff, you're gonna end up like clavicular, or as I like to call him, cardiovascular. You're gonna end up like that, just a deep hole of emptiness inside of you, and you're constantly trying to chase that thing that you're never going to be able to catch. So you got to figure out who the hell you are in this business and stick with it. These numbers and shit. I mean, it's cute or whatever. That's not my end all be all to my existence. Broke bitch freestyle is so good. I remember a snippet leaked a year ago. We were begging for her to release it. I know, and that's why I was like, finally, she did release it, and and I was like, and we got a video for it. I don't know why people enjoy talking so much shit. If you don't like something, ignore it. That's what I'll say. If I don't like something, I scroll on by. I mean, I do be tempted to go in and say some mess, but but then I'm like, what purpose is it going to give me? Like, I had somebody in my comments trying to come for me on my clavicular video. And to my, well, clavicular sounds like a better name than Chris. I'm like, really? First of all, clavicular is not even his real fucking name. Like, are you dumb? And then going to sit up here and try to read me on the amount of, they're talking about I have a failed page. And so I went over to, and my first thing, okay, you're going to try to read me on how many people I got that follow me and watch all that stuff? Let me go over to his page. Motherfucker got less people subscribe to him than I do. Now, I got almost 4,000, which I'm proud of myself because I built this brick by brick. I didn't have to buy followers. I didn't have to do all those little fake shenanigans shit that everybody else does. Is my personality is enough for y'all to come in and subscribe and like whatever it is that I do. And I'm looking on your page, I'm like, sir, you got less than me, and you trying to read me? Like, make that make sense. So literally, I always say every confession is a projection, or every projection is a confession. So you point that finger at me, the other four is pointing at you. So you really, this is really about you. And the envy that comes with the fact that I've gathered more people that are interested in what I gotta say. And this is how you know you're on the right track. When people come in and start hating on your shit, that means you gotta know to keep going. You gotta have that thick skin, because you're always gonna have people in your comments that try you. So I did write a whole citation, cussing his ass out. Then I got the little message from YouTube, the whole thing about saying bullying and all the mess. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just block him. So I'm like, you ain't ever got to worry about my channel, because you ain't never gonna see shit over here unless you go and create a whole new page, which I think would be kind of pathetic. That you go to create a whole page just to come and just troll someone else. But like, who does that? Record store day was fun, according to Robert. Yes, get it, Madonna. Madonna should open the Confessions 2 tour where I feel so free with the boombox with her legs. Well, she should come out of a giant boombox. I think that should be the next thing. But also, I feel so free. It does sound like a sibling to Future Lovers and Erotica. Like, it gives that whole vibe. Because I was thinking of, like, you hear elements of like the sample that he uses with Future Lovers, which is I Feel Love and that sort of thing. So it's kind of like they feel kind of like, oh, and also another song, I Don't Search, I Find. It kind of has that vibe too. So with I Don't Search, I Find, which I was like hoping we get a lot more of that from the Madam X era, but we didn't. I was like, you should have leaned more into that. And I'm like, if she's using celebrities to stay relevant, then why didn't it help Madam X? Because she had tight ass Maluma on there, and that didn't help elevate her music. She does look silly with those girls. Absolutely. And first of all, anybody of a certain age, if Flavor Flav was, well, he probably is 60 something with grills. He looks stupid too. And you said the grills are there because she hates her teeth. Well, look, you have the money, fix them. But then again, she doesn't have bad teeth. We like the gap. The gap is what made her stand out. I mean, meanwhile, you had Tyra Banks over there putting gaps in people's mouth or covering them up. She got a natural thing, and she's about she hates her teeth. Take all the teeth out and get dentures or the teeth implants, and that's the issue. I just feel like, look, your teeth is your teeth. Leave them. I like the vocal manipulation during the talking parts. Some parts of the melody, yeah, definitely. I do agree with. Well, I know who Goldfrapp is. Allison Goldfrapp and Will Gregory. Give me a harder one. Of course, you know what it reminded me of? It kind of went, especially we want to talk about the Supernature era. Like, it kind of had that whole vibe, even though they were trying to say that Madonna was trying to bite off Goldfrapp during the first Confessions album. I didn't get that, but yeah, there's those elements, and I do like Goldfrapp when they were more electronic with their stuff. But Allison's like solo now. She does music on her own. She's not doing the whole duo thing at the moment. She hates the body she was born. It's saying God punish her with an ugly. Not an ugly. Madonna's not unattractive. She needs to stop. That's lifestyle. Well, damn. Shout out to Mindy Cohn. We like Mindy Cohn. Well, I like the facts of life. I love that she got Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis. So it's giving very much Thelma and Louise. I had Sabrina Wood playing on my TV, but best believe I was not paying attention to it when I already watched the thing. Terry Crews was funny, and I never expected the cameo to be during Juno. Yeah, I don't think a lot of us did. Not so is Sabrina finally Chris Avalon approved after she got the Madonna. No, still not. That's why I said I applaud Sabrina for what she does. And you know me, I'm not just gonna follow something because Madonna is whatever. Well, it's like I just said her music is still a little too sugary sweet for me. I mean, it's cute that they're doing a collaboration, but that's still not gonna like get me to like her music. I mean, she has a couple of nice songs. I do like Man Child. I was up in there singing it when it came on. The interaction with Madonna and Sabrina was cute. Sabrina has been a Madonna fan since she was a little girl, so she lived out a like dream performing with Madonna. And dude, Madonna told my astrology did it for me. Not many people know what sixth planet aligned in Aries. So that goes to show that she is definitely into that. That's what I wasn't mind. I mean, I didn't mind the whole astrology thing. I saw some people got annoyed by it on social media, but I'm like, y'all just be annoyed about every goddamn thing. Relax. Yeah, during the Sticky and Sweet tour, she looked too skinny, but I guess part of that was because of the divorce. So yeah, it could have been that she was depressed, dealing with that no good ass bum husband of hers. But I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I like some of Guy Ritchie movies, but when she tried to change who she was for that man, I was like, okay, ma'am, you doing too much. You got to be you at the end of the day. Not sure where this rumor originated from, but some people are saying Taylor and Travis' wedding is on the 3rd of July. So they're gonna say that her wedding is gonna direct. Like, okay, who cares? First of all, they ain't got nothing to do with a record release. You can still release music and then read about and look at pictures of Taylor Swift's marriage. But who knows? We'll see if it turns out to be true. My friend got me the cassette tape. I got 5 more physicals. Let's get physical. By dirty, you mean see you next Tuesday. Sabrina doesn't give that. Yeah, I'm like, I like a little more grit. I like a little edge. I ain't talking about dirty like Christina Aguilera with 3 R's. Funnily enough, talk was where she did the 50 questions. That's what it was called. Sabrina perfectly fits the glove of the current landscape in pop culture in America to a T. Conservative, safe Barbie, not very risky. Absolutely. And that's probably why I don't particularly care for her. I don't like that cutesy conservative stuff. Just pretty to look at. Her visuals are always, yeah. And she definitely, I love the fact that she used a lot of old Hollywood references because I like a lot of old Hollywood movies. It's like when I was saying, like when I was growing up, a lot of our point of reference because we came up in the era of cable. I wasn't really big on like old black and white movies and stuff, but we were indoctrinated with it because when you turn on cable and they needed something to fill those slots, a lot of old classic movies would play on the cable box. So that's how I got into it. Plus, and then it reignited my love for movies. And then, of course, when I went to film school, I had to watch a lot of those old movies like 400 Blows and a lot of Francois Truffaut movies and a lot of what was it? I mean, Alfred Hitchcock. We had to watch that. We also had to watch Citizen Kane, which was so boring, but we had to watch it. I was bored to death watching that movie. But everybody told me it's such a great movie. It's the pinnacle, whatever. All this foo stuff that you learn in film school. I was like, yeah, I sat and watched it. I didn't see the big deal. But it's a classic. So those are the only things we had to watch. So it's that her cameo was cute, and there's a resurgence with like a prayer gaining popularity with a younger crowd. My daughter has been listening to some of her music lately. Well, that's awesome that you got the younger generation getting to Madonna. Even Dolly Parton. People don't say that about her. It's because, well, and Dolly Parton plays up the tacky to a T. But you're right. They really don't go in on her. Because I feel like with Dolly Parton, she's sacred ground, or is because she's always walked around in her little skinny outfits and big boobs, and because she comes from country music, people know not to say all that. But because Madonna's a pop star and she dares to have fun, now you want to come in with the ageist comments. I think it's jealousy. Madonna has been a trailblazer for the past 40 years. They can't handle a woman who is supposed to be, who has surpassed the legends. Well, can I frame this? I might have to screenshot this and post this on social media because somebody had the unlitigated gall to sit up there and say, Michael Jackson is way more popular than Madonna. I said, first of all, Michael is dead. He been dead almost 20 fucking years. And because he got a little movie coming out this week, don't necessarily mean that he still has. I mean, yes, he has an impact in some sort of ways. People still love him. Europeans appreciate, and I feel that your people in Europe appreciate his music more than Americans. But I think that's to be said for most artists that y'all really don't appreciate a lot of them unless you're like a hardcore music purist. I feel like the general public, y'all really don't appreciate things that's in front of you. You like what's cute of the moment. You like what's popular, whatever the case is. But I don't think a lot of people really really value the legends and the icons. I know in Europe they appreciate it more, probably because they don't. you know, we pretty much create art and pop and music and all this stuff. So we branch that out into the world. And so they don't get it as often as we do. And I think we're so spoiled with the amount of product that we get because we churn out so much with music and movies and any kind of art, where I think like in other countries they appreciate it more than us. But she has surpassed Michael and Whitney and all these other people, and is still out here being relevant. We're not holding on to nostalgia. We're not holding on to what was. Meaning Michael Jackson, who'd been dead for almost 2 decades, and Whitney, who'd been dead for probably what, 10 years. So, because she died, her and Prince, didn't they die around the same time? And look, Prince been dead almost 10 years too. So Coachella is low energy, no matter who's performing. It's probably because all that damn heat and dust, and then because it's the desert. The 12-track nonstop mix CDs, 16-track standard deluxe CDs, 16-track limited edition deluxe, picture disc vinyl, two CD, and the 2 CD direct to consumer. Jesus Christ, she's coming out with so many. Look, if Taylor Swift come out here with all them damn variants, why she can't, right? Missed out on the Confessions tour vinyl. Glastonbury is the real festival for fans of music. They never have to beg for sponsors. But that's why and no shade, I would rather go to that than Coachella. So when I have enough coin to put together and I know the right people, I may take a trip over to Glastonbury because it's like the Brits, they really appreciate music. It's just too much pretentious bullshit out here in New York, in LA. And I'm one of those same fake ass influencers that was all up in Coachella would actually take their behind and book a flight to go over there to Glastonbury. Because if they try that mess over there that they do over here, they probably end up beat the fuck up, broke. Somebody gonna steal their phone and everything, max out their cards, just to be petty. Not because they need to, just fuck with them and do that. Not cough, Tate McRae, Addison Rae, Gracie Abraham, Lincoln. Not Gracie Abraham Lincoln. Oh, because of what that little shady exactly. Madonna is back. Can't wait to hear the full album. It's like everybody knows that is her name. She's no longer Madonna. She's Madonna. Maluma is hot though. Well, I won't look. I didn't say I would kick him out of bed. Now trust and believe. I would throw them legs up and into them knees directly into his chest, and I would go to town on that hole. But outside of that, the music is meh. And I didn't like his collaborations with Madonna. I didn't say I would kick him out of bed now. As I saw someone compare I Feel So Free to Impressive Instant when the snippet was first released. I never listened to the snippet, but upon hearing a full song, that's what I said. There's more Future Lovers than Impressive Instant. I don't know where somebody got that, but it definitely gives Future Lovers vibe. But I definitely would wonder what song would she open with. Lady Sparkles in the room. I said mods, chats, members. I have music for the Hillary Duff concert to do the 2-hour drive to Phoenix with Madonna and Hillary's album. Funny enough, I still haven't listened to the Hillary Duff album. I keep forgetting about it. I also didn't listen to Zayn's new album. I need to get around to that. I didn't even get around to listen to Jessie Ware's album. I got to get around to that. I don't know what was I listening to? Oh, 9 Inch Noise. I had that on repeat the entire week. It's literally their entire Coachella set. Is the album, like each track that they did was the Coachella set. So I was listening to that, and then Slater again, and then I was listening to Rochelle Jordan, and then a couple of DJ mixes because I was at the gym. So I always got to listen to like DJ sets when I'm working out. And yeah, that was basically it. And child, I had the other day, it was Friday, I had my crop top on. Let me tell you, the amount of boys that was looking and I caught a couple of sneaking glances. I was like, look, I'm living my best life. It's gonna be hot out here. I'm been wearing my crop tops. I ain't been going to the gym this whole time to be out here looking a mess. This body got to be snatched. Kind of like this recent video I saw of T.S. Madison. I don't know if y'all seen her. She came down the stairs with with her t-shirt and her panties on. She came down the steps and Chi was filming her. I'm like, okay, the body is snatched, them titties is too damn big because they about to hit your knees. You need some support on them. And then of course she still got the tranny booty. You know, when the girls be injecting all that cement in the back. So the body is, bodying, but see, she lost a lot of weight. I don't know if it has to do with. I remember she did say at one point, I think she was using enhancement, like the I don't know which one, but like something Ozempic-esque. But girl, don't end up out here looking like Latoya Jackson, because Latoya Jackson out here looking skeletal, and people was out here saying, is AI, whatever. I said, no, we've been seeing some pictures of Latoya out here, and it is not no fucking artificial intelligence. Y'all think every goddamn thing is AI. When Google is free, you can just look it up. Not you sure that's Sabrina. It's definitely her. Word is only two duets, Sabrina and Kylie Minogue. But if that track list that leaked is confirmed slow motion fire as such a Madonna and Kylie Minogue coded, I hope it is a song with them, because here's the thing. I feel like if anything, people have wanted a Kylie Madonna duet for like, how long could we go far back? Could we go back as far back to the music era when Madonna came out with, like, she had just had Rocco and she had on the Kylie top? Can we go back at that far, maybe further? But I think that was around the time when people really wanted a Madonna Kylie duet, and we definitely need that. And you know how you can keep it a secret? I was thinking this the other day because there was rumors going around that Kylie was going to Coachella because she had her little outfit on, which looked like she was ready for the desert. Which I don't know if she was there. Y'all let me know. But if her and Madonna do a duet, I think it's a long time coming. You can keep that secret because Kylie is the type that does her like she knows how to record her vocals, and she sends the tracks in. Like she knows how to all the stem stuff. She knows all of that now because of the pandemic. She had basically taught herself how to produce her own vocals, and so you send me the thing in an email, and I go and click it open, and I basically have my all those set up, and I would sing my piece over the track and send it to Stewart, and he does his magic. That's how you could easily be sneaky about it, instead of them being like, well, Kylie was spotted at the studio, the same studio that Madonna is recording her album with Stewart. Like, you can always find ways to get around it because, like I said, Kylie's learned how to produce her own vocals. People give Madonna shit because she's still sexual and political at her age. First of all, like I said, if I'm 67 and dancing at a DJ during, going crazy with at a DJ set, and people talk about, oh, she wanted the attention because they sit there filming. I said, yeah, they're filming her while she's there having a good time without holding her phone in her hand, recording. She's in the moment. She's having a good time. She's enjoying the show and stuff that's going on. But y'all sitting there like this, recording just so y'all can sit and say, well, I was there and Madonna was in my peripheral view, and that's what y'all going on. I said, well, why aren't you into his set and dancing and having a good time? You sitting there recording somebody else having a good time and being mad about it. And like I said, when I'm that age and I got me a 20-some-year-old boy that I'm busting down, because I'll be on my ED pills and my testosterone. Yeah, I can make older man jokes because I'm making them before y'all try it. Um, I'll be out here living my best life. And why not? Because I can. They want you to roll over and die when you're like 40. Fuck said that. I'm surprised you ever discussed the Guardian in the article. Oh, I'm gonna get around to that. Cause well, I was gonna equate that with the whole Charli XCX situation. Cher doesn't get criticized as much. No, she doesn't. And she be wearing less clothes than Madonna. Hello, y'all forgot about that turn back time outfit? And she 80 years old still wearing that shit. They value art way more than we do in Europe. Absolutely. That's why I said the Europeans, they appreciate it more than we do. I saw all I'm gonna say about that is the Garden would never. First of all, you ain't ever gotta worry about the world's most famous arena pulling that shit, because you'd be fired the minute you pull that mess. We don't have hood boogers working at MSG. Y'all got that down in Atlanta. So, and I could pop my collar on that too and puff my chest out. So I want to hear some of those nappy headed ass snot nosed hood boogers try to come in the comments and read Madison Square Garden. You can never. We ain't the world's most famous arena for no damn reason. So, um, But I did see the videos and stuff online that Missy Elliott was there. I saw the clips. They hate when a woman of a certain age shows she can F good. Older women are hot. Yes, I mean, why do you think a lot of these young boys be going after the older women? Because they're more experienced. First of all, that was one of the reasons why when I was younger, I was pursuing a lot of older men because I was inexperienced and they knew what they were doing. And so I wanted to learn. And you can learn but so much from the adult cinematography. But when I was younger, I was carrying. And them hormones was raging. And yeah, them older men, maybe they should have known better, but I was, doing my thing too. So Brazil is the best place to do a festival. Nobody gets down like that. Oh, I've heard that they turn up in Brazil, especially when they had like the what was it they had the Rock in Rio, but then they also had that Rio thing, the one that Madonna did and Gaga and a bunch of them. So I've heard that they turn up out there. I would first of all, I want to go out there because of the men, but other than that, I also want to go because of the music, the festivals. Because them Brazilian boys be carrying out of the Latin boys. Maluma literally became a has been, where J Balvin and Bad Bunny became the true baton passover. Yeah, we don't really hear much about Maluma. But and I think it's probably because Maluma, no shade, but Maluma, and I was a Maluma music listener. He basically kept releasing the same type of music. Even Ozuna does better music than Maluma. And yeah, it just felt like the same old music over and over and over. No kind of evolution career wise. But now that he got a baby, I think you should just focus on being a dad. I Feel So Free will be my most streamed track this month. Word is the real lead single is expected to drop this Friday. I Feel So Free was a gift. That's what I said. It was a buzz track. And people, y'all forgot, y'all forgot that about buzz tracks. We used to do that to test the waters before you release the first single. Yes. Yes, as in no, it is not the lead single. I Feel So Free is a buzz track. I believe the first single will be the song with her and Sabrina. But if the song doesn't hit, then I think they'll probably move on to the next song. But I think like what you need to do is because we got a little bit off of that song with her and Sabrina. I thought it was okay. I'm not really all that enthused about it. I just it's an okay dance track. I need more. I need to hear the studio version. Like when I listened, I Feel So Free in my headphones yesterday on repeat. I needed to feel the song the way it was originally produced and not just these little radio versions and whatever these little clips that people was posting, these low res versions they were posting online. I need to actually hear the song. And so when they put it on Apple Music, I was like, well, I gotta listen, honey. No one no nope, One Step Closer is actually the first single. And yes it is. I was wearing one on Friday. I feel like most artists now make music at their home. Well, look, it's cheaper. Shit, who got time to be going to a studio and paying for studio time? You could build that shit in your house. First of all, I truly believe that Stewart, Madonna went to Stewart's house and produced this new album, same like she did with Confessions. But he got a little more money now, so it's not gonna be like it's some OJ. And look, when you listen to Slater, she told about how when she first started out making music, she was recording her songs in her mother's closet. So there's a lot of people that produce at home. You don't even need to go to a studio. Do you think Sabrina is the first true heir apparent of Madonna? I can't. Not absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I don't think. I don't think that she is the heir apparent. I don't even think we have that of this generation yet. I know they were trying it with Dula Peep. Dula Peep got bops. Their personality it still is a work in progress. I don't know if I can't see anybody of this generation that has that it factor, that same vibe that when you get from the Madonnas and the Beyoncés and all these other stuff when they get up there and perform on that stage. Who was your favorite artist you worked a concert for at MSG? Um, I would say I liked Gaga's show, although some of her fans got on my nerves. Um, who else? The FKA Twigs concert was good. I actually like working that one. Uh, who else? Damn, there's been so many shows. I'm actually looking forward to working the Demi Lovato show that's coming up this week and the Florence and the Machine show that I think I'm working Wednesday. Um, a lot of the least ones, I don't like working a lot of the hip hop shows because some of them people I be wanting to, you know. but I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to. I don't want to get him, in trouble. But them Cardi B fans was trying me, even though one of my friends was actually one of my former coworkers at Shake Shack was in my section, which was hilarious because and it's funny how I run into people that I used to work with that tend to end up in the same section that I'm working. One of my old managers I was friends with ended up on the floor in the same section as me when I worked the Megan Thee Stallion concert, which I actually like working that one too. Um, yeah, so I'm always running into people that I know. They be like, "You work here? I didn't know that." Because one of my friends, Robin Banks, who's a drag queen, didn't know I worked. Then I was there. She came up to me at the FKA Twigs Con, didn't remind me. I mean, didn't recognize me because I was in my uniform. And the fact of the matter was, you know how like some people just be so out of it, like they just laser focused and they're not really paying attention to what's going on. It's like I got to scan my ticket, let me go in, blah blah blah, whatever. So I'm like looking, I was like, "Hey, stranger," and then she looked, and then realized who it was. I know you work here. I was like, "Yeah," because I don't tell them a lot of people. The only time I talk about it is if I'm on here. Maybe the names will come to me later on, like the more shows that I work. I know y'all don't always live for her, but the first true heir of Madonna is a millennial with a pointy nose. Whether you trying to say God, not the pointy nose, child. Why you had the shade that came with that? Speaking of which, since we're gonna talk about people with pointy noses, did you see that video that a certain where they from Singaporean posted about Olivia Rodrigo? I had to cackle when I saw that video. I'm like, girl, get off my line. She ain't got no damn competition. First of all, that new single is dry as fuck. Dan Nigro needs to be put to the side. I think Olivia needs a new producer. She needs to work with new people because this new era ain't it. Now Billie Eilish does it. They make the. I was thinking about Billie Eilish too, even though she was the one less lonely, not N-word, but girl of Justin Bieber's, little situation when he performed yesterday. I was like, oh, good for him. He said they made the debut EP "Don't Smile at Me" was a major studio and it freaked them out having label heads and executives looking over them. Recording in the bedroom was more peaceful. Yeah, it is because you don't got to deal with it. It's like I can come in my house. We got all the tools and everything here. Let's just work. Pink and Rihanna definitely make me feel Madonna. Gaga is third air. Well, I was thinking more or less. I wasn't even thinking like millennial generation. I was thinking this current generation. I'm like, who would be the heir apparent? I just can't see it. And this new generation, a lot of y'all don't have that X factor. Yeah, y'all can get up there and do a show, but there's no extra grit to y'all. And I could definitely see Gaga being like an heir apparent. The only problem with Gaga that annoys me is that she comes across too damn pretentious when she's on stage and all that little babbling shit. I'm like, okay, girl, really? It just doesn't feel genuine. Sabrina needs some engine, but you say a little thing. Hey, the gays, like all that phony fake bullshit. You know who I actually liked when she gave her little speech thanking everybody? Cardi B, because she was like, "I'm gonna do it now because I'm drunk." And when she's like, when she was thanking everybody, she was like, "If y'all need a kidney, I'll find somebody that I can get y'all to donate a kidney to." Because she's like, "Yeah, you don't want mine, bitch." When she said that, she had me laughing. Now, whether or not it's genuinely her, because that's what Armand Wiggins be out here saying. He was talking about how apparently this whole relatability thing with Cardi is an act. But of course, nobody's gonna believe it because they always feel like, oh, you just bitter because y'all had a falling out. Despite calming Pink and screams, despite calming, Pink still screams Madonna, telling Republicans to stay the fuck home. You're not invited or allowed to be my fan. Yes, also, I just feel like you got to embody all those things. Not only can you captivate an audience, but also speaking out when it's not the most popular thing to do. You know who else is a daughter of Madonna, Rihanna? People just don't categorize. Yeah, I think, yeah, agreed. Because I do feel like a lot of what Rihanna was doing, it was kind of like reinventing herself with every album. She took a lot of Madonna stuff. Also, there was a little Grace Jones and a lot of that up in her. So Honestly, okay, but you don't like Drop Dead? I don't either. I thought it was boring. Like you said, none of them are very edgy, controversial, or having fun, piss people off, and making the conservatives and religious nuts mad. That's Madonna. Gen Z is too kumbaya. Not kumbaya, my lord. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. There's nothing boundary breaking about her music. Because I was sitting there like, here's a perfect example of like what Mayhem should have sounded like. If you're going to talk about industrial and all this other stuff, and I don't want to give her no ideas, but I think she should have worked with Boys Noise over some damn Gestafelstein, because when she worked with Gestafelstein, um, the production just didn't. There was not enough of that electronic elements in the songs. It was literally like a girl that does show tunes trying to do EDM, and that's what it was giving me with Mayhem. That's why I call it Mayhem more than Mayhem. Like if you're really gonna go there with the industrial, you should have did like what Nine Inch Noise just did with their record. When you listen to that, it's a marriage between live instrumentation and techno, a lot of those electronic elements, and it works perfectly. So I said, if I was to put out a dance record or an album of that magnitude with the visuals of what Mayhem was supposed to be about, I said, yeah. Me and Boys Noise, if I would have came with it, that would have been the perfect collaboration of what I was trying to do. But it just didn't. A lot of the songs on that album didn't work for me. It didn't feel like a lot of what what I was expecting, especially if you're going to do industrial music. And as someone who listens to industrial, that's what I was expecting. Maybe I like that girly, cutesy aesthetic because I was living for it. The music video is very Marie Antoinette. Mm-mm. Well, don't get Michelle Visage started with the Marie Antoinette. You know how she loves Marie Antoinette. Agreed. You said she worked with Gustavo Stein and made a Bowie ripoff. I still like it though. I'm glad you mentioned that. Not yeah, I said Meh Miller. Mhm. Absolutely. Oh, don't even get me started on Rammstein. Did y'all you know what made me fall in love with Rammstein? I don't know what it was. I think it might have been damn, what was the concert that Korn and them did back in the day? And I think it was Rammstein was on it. It was a bunch of rock acts, right? And then Rammstein comes out and they do this scene. First of all, they was like, I think what I liked about Rammstein, they played up. I don't know if they were like, well, they're German. So you know the Germans, y'all are freaks. I know because my great grandfather is German. The Germans are very freakish when it comes to the sex. So when he pulls out that thing where he goes into his pants and pulls out the fake dick and it starts like spraying all over the place, and I'm like, and I remember seeing a documentary where they actually got arrested for doing that in one of like the red states or whatever the case was. But when they pulls out that scene where he pulls out a fake penis, he jerks it off and it starts like ejaculating all over the audience, I was like, okay, this made me fall in love with Rammstein. It might have been the Warp Tour. Hold on, let me see. Now you're gonna have me bothered. Now I gotta Google it. We're taking a long time before we get to the show. Because I was saying, what was the tour with Korn that featured Rammstein simulating masturbation? It was the Family Values tour. That's what it was, and it was during Buck Dish. Because I remember that song. Because I used to sing it all the Buck Dish. Dum, 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 Buck Dish. Like if you ever see that performance, look that shit up on. I think it might be on YouTube. I gagged when I saw it, but that's what it was. I remember I bought a cassette of the Family Value store because back then, um, I was a fan of like I was listening to a lot of new metal. I was listening to a lot of like Corn and Limp Bizkit and System of a Down, a lot of those type of bands. So, but yeah, but there was a lot of sex, masturbation, and then it was a lot of stuff that was going on with that, and I remember loving that performance. So yeah, that's what it was. It was the 1998 Family Values tour. So it was like I had to. So I was like, I remember I bought that cassette. It might still be in a box somewhere. So thank you for the Rammstein reference. So anyway, we probably spent an hour talking about this whole Madonna thing, but we don't care because we key on this show. We don't just spew news and gossip. Wait, why did I take the banner out? Okay, so now we got some more Madonna news, but this has to do with Prince. So apparently, there was a story that came out from a drummer of Prince's during, I think I don't know if they worked together throughout his whole iterations, because Prince was notorious for always the Prince of the Revolution, Prince of New Power Generation, all that other stuff. He had always different iterations of, his evolution of bandom and all that other stuff. So anyway, there was a drummer that worked with Prince during the Prince and the Revolution days who's spilling tea about Prince and the fact that, yeah, even though he was one of the biggest celebrities on the planet, that basically didn't mean that he felt comfortable around other big acts that I guess he felt were on his level or weren't on his level or surpassed his level. But knowing Prince, he don't think anybody ever surpassed his level because he played every damn instrument and wrote every damn song. So he was considered a genius. But anyway, Bobby Z, who was a drummer in Prince and the Revolution, spoke to The Guardian. Don't even get me started on The Guardian, because The Guardian already got me type of that bullshit talking about that at a certain age, there needs to be age limits on artists performing or people going to clubs and this sort of thing. And I was like, fuck you, bitch. First of all, you writing that article at a certain age, I hope you plan on retiring from The Guardian, because you shouldn't be giving at your age, should you be giving an opinion about artists performing and that sort of thing at a certain age? And y'all only want to put this off on women because that was in reference to Madonna, right? But Bruce Springsteen can still be out here performing like he's 22, and Billy Joel, who's been sick, y'all still want him out here performing. We got Rush, we got Fish, we got Bon Jovi still out here dipping and doing. Rolling Stones got a foot and a half in the damn grave, and y'all still be out here living for all the shenanigans they do on stage. Iggy Pop, the other day, I told her he was at Coachella. I don't know if he was there this weekend, but I saw him last week. Shirtless on stage, gut hanging, wrinkles everywhere. The body was wrinkle galore, and y'all ain't said shit about that. But let Madonna come out here in her little corset and her little booty shorts and her boobs up to her damn neck, singing her new song and two original classics. And she got to retire. She got to hang it up. She too old. Y'all should be out here doing things that are certain. Like, go sit and spin. That's all I got to say on that. So that's my little rant on The Guardian before we get into the rest of the topic. Because I was like, let me get it out before I forget. So that's my little bone I got to pick with them on that. So yeah, they said he died nearly 10 years ago, on April 21st, 2016. Because I was trying to remember that, yeah, hasn't it been over a decade that Prince died? But no. He about in 2 days, because today is the 19th. It'd be 10 years since Prince has no longer been in part of the union. So he basically Bobby Z reflected on their friendship. Among the anecdotes, the musician recalled Prince banning Bruce Springsteen and Madonna from his dressing room, saying, quote, once there was a hilarious moment where Bruce Springsteen and Madonna came backstage, but Prince's dressing room was off limits to them, so they had to use the band's toilet. This is what Bobby Z remembered. The drummer, who was friends with Prince for over 40 years, also said that he found meeting other celebrities very uncomfortable unless he was a fan, and would get bashful and embarrassed despite being a major star himself, saying there would be huge stars and he just wouldn't give them the time of day. So besides shaking Elizabeth Taylor's hand, I don't know if he'd be interested in chatting. However, when he met David Bowie at Paisley Park, Prince's longtime home and studio, it was a warm moment because he felt that they were equals. And that's because Bowie was on a whole nother level and a genius and a creative genius. So I guess at that point it was like, yeah, Prince saw that they were equals, but everybody else, I'm like, I hope you wasn't trying to act like your nose was in the air like you better than any damn body. So the Grammy winner was found unalive at Paisley Park outside Minneapolis. His cause of death was ruled as an accidental overdose caused by fentanyl toxicity, and that descendant self-administered or administered, fentanyl. He was 57. Many mourn his passing throughout Minneapolis, the U.S. and the world, lighting up buildings and structures with purple displays. The days after his death, the boys honored Prince with a cover of Purple Rain to open his Barclays Center concert in Brooklyn, per Vanity Fair. Covered in purple light, Springsteen gave his best rendition of the 1984 track, Prince Forever. Springsteen said, God bless. Now, Madonna paid tribute with an Instagram post of her and Prince, who co-wrote Love Song for her 1989 album Like a Prayer. He changed the world, a true visionary. What a boss. I mean, what a loss. I'm devastated. This is not a love song, she wrote per Mashable. Now, Madge also honored Prince with a performance at the Billboard Music Awards in May of 2016, singing Nothing Compares to You, which he composed and wrote, but was made famous by the late Sinead O'Connor's rendition. Now, Bobby Z, whose real name is Bob Robert B. Rivkin, looked back fondly on his years with Prince, with Prince. Wait, it says of his on his years with Prince. And then they didn't realize there was a glitch in the matrix. So they said playing with Prince was like being in the Purple Marines. He might toughen you up or break you down, but he'd bring you to a place you didn't think you had. He concluded to The Guardian, for a moment, you might even turn into a superhuman like him. So I guess what it was like when it comes to music, he wanted the best from all the people that he worked with. Ain't no half stepping when it comes to working with Prince. But I do think it's crazy. That's like, yeah, I don't want these people coming up and using my bathroom and I'm having an encounter, because I would kind of feel like that in a way of, if you're painfully shy and you're socially awkward, maybe that's what it was with Prince. Maybe he was socially awkward around other celebrities, and he probably didn't want, if he came across Madonna, he didn't want her doing to him what she did to Kevin Costner. Remember that? Neat. When he made, oh, your show was neat, and she found it offensive. So, and you know Prince, even though Prince said he was heterosexual, he gives very much Butch Queen, where she be reading the girls down. So if Madonna came in that room with that energy, oh, he would have read her down to the ground. I was like, oh no, bitch, you don't come in here with that mess. So I could definitely see him pulling one of those. But if you're like someone, like I said, who's painfully shy, where it's just like, I put all my heart, soul, and energy and everything into the music, but when it comes to, and that's my outlet, that's the way I communicate, that's the way I can get things across with people. But if it was anybody regular schmegular, it's just like, I don't know. Some people just don't have the tools, the wherewithal, the communication skills to be able to kiki with someone in a way where it's beyond the music. So that was interesting for a former drummer to bring up. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story from Bobby Z? Spilling some tea about Prince and the fact that he said that, yeah, Prince wasn't really comfortable around other stars, and how when it came to people coming to his dressing room, he's like, yeah, if I'm in there, unless it's somebody major that I want to mess up, like key with, I want the people in my dressing room. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I heard somewhere that Prince was verbally abusive to Sinead O'Connor. I don't know if it's true. I mean, that'd be a good thing. I would have been like, that would be some good tea to spill, but they both not here to speak on it. So we'll never know. It's crazy. This week marks 10 years since he died. I'm still mad that Netflix oh yeah, I forgot. I totally forgot all about that. We're supposed to get a Netflix documentary and it's not coming out. But I feel like that if we would have seen that, and where you're saying that he was a Jekyll and Hyde type, then I think it probably would have confirmed that, yeah, oh no, Prince was also he may have been a genius, but he was also a bitch. Or we can call men cunts too. He was definitely given that. So I would not be surprised that he was kind of giving that kind of energy when it came to people, because Prince always gave me shady queen. Always gave me shady queen. When especially when people would cover his songs in front of him. I mean, why don't you get your little skinny 4'9" ass up there and do it then? Since you mad. Anyway. Let's move on. Because I'm about to read this bitch down to the floor. Let's talk about Charli XCX, because she out here showing her entire ass now that she's trying to turn herself into no, she's not Gen Z. A millennial equivalent of Meryl Streep, because now that she an actress, she let her shirt don't stink. So she came out here recently to announce that the follow-up to Brat is going to be rock inspired, which is fine. If you want to go and dabble in different genres, which is what pop stars do, because we don't want, I mean, even though I know most of her fans do, but we don't want a retread of what you did with Brat. And to me, it's like she tried to squeeze all the juice out of that Brat lemon for all it was worth. And now that now it's all dry and malnourished, and there's nothing else, any more juice to squeeze out of it. Now she don't care about the Brat era anymore. She wants to put it behind her. She wants to kill Brat, which is fine if you want to do that with your personas. But then she comes out and throws shade talking about dance music is dead. Excuse you, colonizer, but dance music will never die. Dance music has been around long before you were born, and it will be around long after you are no longer in the union. So, in a new cover story with British Vogue, the pop singer revealed that she's ditching the dance beats and auto-tune, heavy on auto-tune, that made her last album, Brat, a lime green phenomenon. Instead, it's a feminine phenomenon. Oh no, I was thinking Chaperone. Now, instead, her eighth record, which she made with Brat, oh, who else you gonna make it with Brat producers A.G. Cook and Finn Keen, will be guitar-centric and spotlights Charli's raw voice. Because everybody been out here saying she can't sing. So now she got to prove to y'all she can sing. Didn't they say the same thing about Slater? But then we seen her at Coachella, and Miss Mama sings down. So I don't know if she got vocal lessons with her case, but Slater been dipping and doing it. And my thing is this: if you want to do rock or whatever, if is she trying to go into like the same direction like what Slater did with Worst Girl in America, where she takes a lot of the electronic music but also marries it with like real live guitars, the instrumentation, and that metal type of vibe, but also like with the dance beats. So I wonder if she's kind of going in that direction, or is this going to be a straight up rock record? Which I did see somebody drag to in the comments and was talking about. Greg, you don't even play an instrument. Like, why are you up in here trying to all of a sudden jump into rock music? And no shade, but I do not think that you need to play an instrument in order to dabble in the music. Beyonce don't play no damn instrument. She did country music. I mean, even though y'all still criticize her because that was the racism undertones that came with that. But for the most part, it's like you don't need to play an instrument in order to do a certain genre of music because not everybody who does rock music plays an instrument. But if you're coming from an authentic place in regards to the music and not just jumping on it because rock music is starting to make a resurgence, then I think that's where the overall complaints is coming from. So yeah, she went on and said this. They said that British Vogue describes it as a rock reinvention, reporting that one of the songs features the lyrics, "I think the dance floor is dead, so now we're making rock music." Girl, if that's the lyric, you need to change it because it don't even rhyme. Now, she said, for me, it's fun little flip the form. This is what she said of pivoting to rock. We know there's going to be people who are bothered by it, but that's fine. And then hence where that complaint came from. Now, though the new album still doesn't have a title or release date, Charli wiped her Instagram over the past few days and changed her profile picture to a grayish black color. So we're going from green to grayish black, indicating a new era after the global success of Brat, which lasted well over 2 years and seems to have finally come to a close with the release of her mockumentary, The Moment, in January. And then also some people said that this pivot is coming because she got caught out there using, not only reheating, but also using Scott Ferrera's demos for the Wuthering Heights soundtrack. And the Wuthering Heights soundtrack is good. And if you listen to Scott Ferrera, you definitely get a lot of those Sky-ish isms in a lot of the vocal delivery, the lyrics, all that other stuff. So I would not be surprised if her people's out here using somebody else's demos. And trust and believe, it happens a lot more than you realize because when a label owns the rights to past artists' work, they can pass off the songs and shelve the artists and pass off the music to whoever they want. We've seen it happen to Fifi Dobson, where she came out and talked about that, and her music ended up being sang for Selena Gomez. It's like song that's supposed to be for my album. I'm hearing Selena Gomez singing my song. I'm hearing Miley Cyrus sing my stuff and use it on her album. As long as I got paid for my pain, yeah, I'm be mad. But as long as that check clears, I'll keep quiet. Even though deep down inside I'm pissed. But then again, if you might rock the boat too much where your label won't even let you go and continue to keep you shelved. So she said, if I made another album that felt more dance leaning, it would have felt really hard, really sad. This is what she told British Vogue. Then adding later on, we were doing our version of Analog, which is so silly and funny, but putting it through our lens and making sure that nothing felt too macho was important. Now, Charlie also says she isn't sure she'll go back to performing in arenas after Brat led to nearly nonstop touring and festival appearances. I actually think that she's better off not going back to arenas because when she was doing arenas for the Sweat Tour, it was not working. I was like, you up there by yourself with that, with all that expansiveness, you doing dance music as just you up there, it wasn't working. Like you had no like for Slater, it works because she at least has a band on stage and it's her and she's moving around the stage and she's performing. The hair's flying all over the place. She got the Beyonce diva fan on. Like it's all a full situation. It was just her up there with these big giant screens, a long ass runway, and it's like I'm a little spectacle, especially after you watching Troy Sivan with costumes and dancers and giving you the full gay man Madonna esque experience. And then you get to Charlie and it's just her. And I'm like, I'm like, this show was a chop. But anyway, so I feel like she needs to go back to smaller venues that might be cute for her. Not everybody is built for an arena. So she said, I never thought I'd play arenas in my life, and who knows if I will again. Maybe I won't. But after you've done a few, you know, you're like, oh, this place, it really happens. Charlie also has a flourishing acting career, as you know, where she's now that the Brat has died down. And she also said that one song on the album is about acting and how it allows her to feel something new and undiscovered and something kind of violent. Saying you're not thinking one step ahead, or at least I'm not. It's very impulsive state to be in. That can be terrifying, but it could also unlock this instinct in you. And it's scary, but it's kind of nice. Like, fuck it. And maybe I'll fall on my face and humiliate myself, but maybe I'll do something really powerful. And if you don't try, you never know. Well, that's about acting. Acting is always about being free and letting go and not worrying about humiliating yourself because you're playing a persona, you're playing a character. But I didn't like the idea of like, yeah, if you want to pivot to a different type of genre of music, you don't have to throw dance music under the bus because pretty much squeezed everything that you could out of that whole genre of music. Because anybody who's a real househead and a real fan of the genre is not gonna do what she did. And some people felt like, oh, it was a swipe at Madonna. And they were like, well, how would she even know that Madonna was releasing First of all, everybody knew Madonna was releasing a dance album. She'd been saying it for the past couple of years that that's what she was working on. And trust and believe, if you think that people in the industry don't know what everybody's doing, you're a lot more naive than you present yourself as because everybody knows what everybody's doing, especially when how small the circle of this industry is. Because everybody knows what everybody's working on or what type of sound they're doing, those other mess. So let's not try to act obtuse. So yeah, Charlie, you can talk about releasing what type of music you want, and it's great. I'll listen to the album. I'll be the judge of whether or not if I like it. Not saying I'm gonna be the judge for everybody else. If you like it, I love it. But for me, I need to listen to it before I can come to any kind of conclusion. But like I said, I don't like when people go and try to throw different genres of music under the bus just because they want to move on to the next thing and they feel like this is my way of my fans not getting upset because the next album they're not getting uh Brat Part 2. So that's basically what it was giving. And maybe that's her sense of humor or whatever, but that shit don't translate well in a lot of other places who don't understand British humor. But I don't think that's what it was. I just think Charlie was just being flippant and she was just being disrespectful, especially to a genre that pretty much the only genre that blew her career up finally. Especially after that Crash album was a big old flop. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Charlie XCX said? Do you think that what she said was much ado about nothing, or am I reading too much into it? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying in the comments. I mean, she's like, you ain't no damn 4'9", or are you? You said, I'm so excited for XCX8. She can go many ways with rock music. Everyone already dismissed the idea of anything industrial adjacent just because one of the lyrics were, I think, the dance floor. And as I said, more than likely what she's going to do, I don't think it'll be a full, I think when they think rock, they thinking, oh, y'all going to get something like with just live instrumentation. That's it. I do believe that she will probably take elements of what she already does because she comes from the dance music world. She comes from hyper pop. She comes from that rave era, whatever the case is. She'll incorporate more live instrumentation into the electronic music. That'd be the smart thing to do. If you go full rock, you may abandon a lot of your audience. Why do I have so many messages? I was looking like 29 damn messages in my comments. Mhm. Oh, this is work stuff. Well, and I'll check all this later. All right. Yeah, because I'm getting sidetracked. Excuse me. You never know. She could always throw a wild card at her fans. Is that she thinks she too big for the dance floor now. A.G. Cook is a shitty producer, and I found Brat underwhelming. I miss her true man. I definitely love the mixtape and the true romance stuff. That's like when she was really, I feel like pushing the boundaries and edgy. But I'm wondering if that also is because Sophie's not around anymore. And Sophie was like the cheerleader in her corner and like the person that was encouraging her to really push herself creatively. She's an entitled Leo, and I say this as a fan. Come on, entitled Leo. Slater said in an interview she never had vocal training. So, bitch. Well, I actually want her to get vocal training because if you're gonna go on this tour, and I've noticed like with a lot of the songs are fairly aggressive, and especially performing Yes God, I spend more time worrying about her vocals. I'm literally like an old daddy figure when it comes to singing. Because I'm like, I don't want you to blow out your voice and then you end up like with polyps and you got to get surgery or coming up with 8 million excuses like Miley Cyrus does why she don't want to perform live no damn more. But I'm like, no, for this tour, I think you definitely need to take voice lessons so that way you can preserve your voice and not fuck it up when you on this tour. Especially when you have to, when you, there's on certain songs, it requires a lot of screaming. Especially, like I said, when she performs Yes God live, you definitely need to get the training. First of all, I gotta watch I think she did an interview with Zane Lowe. I gotta watch that one. She's been doing a lot of interviews. She also did one with what's that gay one? That queen name, the one was hello, my lovely humans. When she did that, she did an interview with him. I didn't watch that one yet. Zach sang. Yeah, he always be saying that. Charli needs to shut her ass up. Brat sounded like a bunch of mess. 360 was the best song. Yeah, she did have some bops on that album, but as a whole, I don't listen to the whole thing. I like 360. Von Dutch is a good one. Um, he does a couple of good songs. I like the guest remix with her and Billie Eilish, Remover. He said he don't know if his music wasn't even her. She took the demos from, well, quiet as it's kept. Or is it really that quiet? Quiet as it's kept. Now, speaking of quiet as it's kept, Rihanna copied the shit out of Fifi Dobson. Oh, yeah, we already know. That tea was spilled. It was a single black female, no shade. I love how she wants to reject the idea of becoming a mainstream pop act after trying so hard to achieve it with Crash and entering the Kaya system with a rock album. I'll probably really like. Well, you saying you ain't said no one word because I was thinking that too. Was like, girl, now you trying to reject the whole mainstream thing, but you was clamoring for that for the whole Brat era. Like, stop it. And the rock artists are dragging after this story. As I hear this girl come trying to poach our territory after she done colonized all of the dance music scene. Now you want to come over here to the rock side? Who knows? Maybe she'll release Brat Part Two in okay, Madonna. Yeah, when she get to be a certain age, it's like, what else can I do? Oh, let's do Brat Part Two. But would that work for? Well, by the time she do Brat Part Two, if you said in 20 years, she'll be in her 50s. She wouldn't be like Madonna because Madonna was 47 when she released Confessions. She's 67 now. He said, I think it's different when an artist says they don't like their past work, but to trash the whole genre is a whole level of rude. Absolutely. All right, little Kim, you talking about you 4'9". How many did y'all get? I feel so free as number 12 on Instagram Reels. Bjork got vocal surgery like 17 years ago. I think that's why she doesn't do a lot of yeah, because that shit'll kill you. And why you think Mariah sound a mess now? Mariah voice is not what it used to be. And I forgot, somebody also said, oh, if I would have known 20 years later that I'd be singing these same songs, I wouldn't have wrote them in the keys in which I wrote them. I was like, yeah, y'all got to think about that. Same thing I said about Benson Boone, sitting out here trying to do all these vocal masturbatory notes and shit. I'm like, yeah, okay, you 23 right now, but when you hit 43 or 53, you're going to be rethinking how you sing them songs, because as you get older, you have to really think about how you have to train your vocals to sing these songs at the age you're at. When you're younger, you can hit them notes. When you're older, you can't be out here blowing like that. Vocals ain't as strong as they used to be. Why you think Alicia Keys sound a mess? Unless she was cursed because she couldn't keep her legs closed to a married man. Because Alicia's voice ain't been the same since she went out there sleeping with Swizzy. Now, speaking of people who ain't been the same since they was out here being foolish, let's talk about Koonye. So it looks like there's still more fallout from Koonye. You know, the whole situation that went hoping happened in the UK. Then they were threatening that Paris don't want to mess with him and have any shows out there. Well, now there's this concert that he was also supposed to be doing, where they're pretty much saying, "Oh no, we ain't fucking with him because of his anti-Semitic comments." So representatives for FC Basel told Reuters that they received the request for the concert and ultimately decided not to proceed with it. Saying, quote, FCB received an inquiry and considered it, said the rep. However, after thorough review, we have decided not to proceed with the project as we cannot, in accordance with our values, provide a platform for the artist in question with this context. FC Basel, which stages concerts and events in St. Jacob Park, is the latest in a growing line of Yay concerts that have either been postponed or canceled. Now, on Friday, Koonye's concert in Slavsky Stadium in Chorzo, Poland, was canceled due to formal and legal reasons. That's what y'all calling it. According to stadium director Adam Strzezuski, I think is how you say his name. Now, Poland's culture minister Marta Czenkoska, I think is how you say that name, has spoken out against the show, deeming it unacceptable, saying the decision to organize a Kanye West concert in Poland is unacceptable, she wrote on Twitter. We are talking about an artist who has publicly made anti-Semitic views, downplayed crimes, and profited from selling swastika t-shirts. These are not controversies. This is a deliberate crossing of boundaries and the normalization of hatred. Now, early this month, Koonye postponed his Marseille concert after France considered banning him. After much thought and consideration, it is my sole decision to postpone my show in Marseille, France until further notice, which means they ain't forgiving your ass. There's a lot of Jews that live out there. There's a lot of, they don't care about the Muslims and all other stuff, but there's a lot of Jewish people apparently that lives in France and they're not messing with you. Now, I know it takes time to understand the sincerity of my commitment to make amends. I take responsibility fully for what's mine, but I don't want to put my fans in the middle of it. My fans are everything to me. Looking forward to the next shows. See you at the top of the globe. And he did do 2 concerts at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Maybe the only way you can get a check now, since Lo-Fi don't give a fuck. They'll book any goddamn body. I mean, if Kid Rock could sell out a stadium, they probably will book his ass there too. But he can't. So they'll settle with Koonye. So I guess, in America, they don't give a damn. People got no kind of, if you stand, the old phrase, if you stand for something, you'll fall for anything. The rules apparently don't apply here because y'all really don't stand for shit for the most part. I ain't saying everybody, but most people. So, um, in other countries, and like I said, Koonye ain't really been doing the work where it is you sit down with all these people and really, now, I ain't talking about taking out no page in the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times or whatever the case is. Like literally taking the time to really meet up with people and show that you're making amends in regards of what you said. I was I was red pilled. You could have came up with some bullshit ass excuse like these influencers do all the time. I was red pilled. I was caught up in a cult or whatever the case is. And that's why I was believing all this mess. This is the same idiot. I was going to say moron, but then I switched to idiot. Same shit, different toilet, right? But this is the same ding ding It's funny, I came up with 3 different phrases, but that was the one I settled on. Same thing that literally was running around saying, went from George Bush don't care about black people to saying slavery is a choice. Where's the outrage from black people in certain conglomerates that will be just as upset over what Koonye said about y'all as what the Jews are about some of the anti-Semitic stuff. That's why I say we don't really, as a collective, stand for anything. Y'all just brush it off like, oh, that's just Kanye being Kanye, or whatever the case is. Oh, or you want to live nostalgic on, but he gave us good albums back in the day. Can we stop just like moving the goalposts because you like somebody? And just really be standing on business about stuff. Like, we don't really value and stand on anything. Y'all be so caught up in, but they gave us good music, but he's a genius. But it's always a but. But why is it that collectively other demographics, other races, other ethnicities, whatever you want to call it, when you piss them off, you cross that line, they in lockstep with each other. But black people, oh, but there's always a but in there. There's always an asterisk. There's always something that y'all add into a situation to excuse the behavior, which continuously allows the disrespect to happen because you allow the disrespect. You clearly like it. So why would anybody respect you when you continue to move the goalposts because they're a genius? We got to stop. We got to at least have like some sort of a level on how much we're going to tolerate from people who don't see it for us or who use us or who are grifters. There's got to be a line somewhere. And like the old phrase says, and I use it many times before, but this is the perfect time to use it. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Who said that? Martin Luther King? Somebody said it. Some civil rights leader said it back in the day. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding yet another Koonye cancellation? Anybody surprised? It's like, regardless of how he came out and started saying that I'm a changed man, it's like these people are showing like, yeah, you may have done that, but our money, our pockets, our influence goes a lot further than you thought. And you Negroes that want to be in close proximity to these white folks in power, this is the repercussions of that. At the end of the day, they're still gonna remind you, you ain't nobody no go. So keep it up. You keep over there tap dancing, doing the Sammy Davis Jr. tap dance for these white folks. They're gonna remind your ass of who you are at the end of the day when you step out of line. From being the Samuel Jackson and Django Unchained thinking that you equal to these white folks. You're not. So they're gonna remind you the shit under their heel. That was kind of a reminder of this vampire movie that I watched that kind of had that metaphor. Night Patrol, which is on Shudder, if you have not seen that. The amount of metaphors against white supremacy and the police force and vampirism going against people in the hood and that sort of thing. It was like perfect juxtaposition in regards to that. And I got the political metaphors in that film. So definitely check that film out because it reminded me of that for some reason, or this whole situation with Koonye. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this mess in the comments down below. Hold on, I need some water. Jesus Christ. It's like I have to like pick it up with my left hand because on my right, I think when I was working out in the gym yesterday, I injured my rotator cuff. Like my rotator cuff is killing me. It's like it's so much pain. So I gotta give it a break because I was doing heavy lifting at the gym yesterday with weights. And I've had this injury with my rotator cuff for a long time, but I think it happens like when you get older. Yes, it is. He said, "Is that the one with Justin Long?" Yes, that was, I finally got around to seeing it. I wanted to watch it in the movies, could never find a time to watch it. Then I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be on Shudder soon." So, they dropped it on Friday. So literally it was like, what did I watch? I don't know, for some reason I got into a mood. I watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake with Jessica Biel. Because I was so exhausted. I was like, let me throw a movie on. So I watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake with Jessica Biel. Then I put on Night Patrol. Then I watched Drag Race. Then I watched Sabrina Carpenter. So it was like I had a busy Friday night because I was like, I was off. And I was like, and when they said it came on at 9 o'clock, um, which was 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I was like, okay, that's perfect. So then by like one something, it should be over. And I think it was once the Madonna thing was over, I turned it off. I was like, okay, I got enough. It's a good movie. Like I said, if you have Shudder, definitely check it out. All right, y'all. So now, let's get back into the show. And speaking of cancellations, let's talk about Meghan Trainor. So before her tour was about to start, not only did Meghan Trainor lose all that weight from Manjaro, but she also looked like she lost her ability to tour because she took to social media to announce that she's canceling the tour. Now, you already know what some people are saying. Low ticket sales. Wasn't nobody really out here trying to see Meghan Trainor live at some arenas. And quiet as it's kept, it's no shade. But whenever I listen to Meghan and her type of music, it just gives me opening act tease. I don't see her as a headliner. And I think that's the direction to go into. And not only that, is she quitting the tour before it's supposed to hit the road. Can you imagine the Pussycat Dolls decided to do that? But word on the street is they lowered them damn prices. Because, like, yeah, sis, ain't nobody spending $800 to come or $1,200 to see y'all front row at some damn concert singing only 3 of y'all hits. So, now with Meghan Trainor, she's also selling her house. I did see there was a story on that. And I'm like, what is going on? Is times hard financially? So the pop star shared the news on Tuesday that she won't be hitting the road in the coming months in support of her new album, saying after a lot of reflection and some really tough conversations, I made the difficult decision to cancel the Get In Girl tour. Okay, first of all, that title is horrible. The Get In Girl tour, balancing the release of a new album, preparing for a nationwide tour, and welcoming our new baby girl to our growing family of five. Jesus, how many damn kids this woman got? A growing family of 5 has just been more than I can take on right now, and I need to be home and present for each and all of them at this time. Man, I'd be like, you could have did it in the summer. And she married to that dude from Spy Kids, Daryl Sabara, to play the Junie, I think was his name, the little brother. So yeah, so between them, they have 3 kids. With the addition of daughter Mikey Moon through surrogacy, she joins Trainor and Sabara's 2 sons, both under the age of 6. Yeah, she just popping them damn babies out. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't even finish what she wrote. She said, "I know this will come as a disappointment to my fans, and I'm sorry to let you all down, but I know this is the right decision for my family and me right now. I promise I'll be back soon, and I can't wait for you to hear this new record. I'm so proud of it, and I'm endlessly grateful for my love and for your love and support always." Well, I did see her perform at Jingle Ball, and like I said, she gives opening act tease, she gives festival tease. Like, she's not an opening act. Like, if you was a guest on Zara Larson's tour, I would definitely be like, okay, that I would pay to see that. But or no, I would work it at the Garden. I ain't paying for the concert, but I would work it if it showed up at the Garden. I would like, okay, we got Zara Larson as the main act, we got Meghan Trainor as the opening act, where she can give us like a 30-minute set, 45-minute set, and then Zara goes on and does her thing. I think if they combine their shows together, it'd have been lit. But ain't nobody paying to see no Meghan Trainor. She ain't got fans like that. Quiet as it's kept. So she said, now on a recent episode of goddamn, how many of the Kelseys have a podcast? Because they got Kylie Kelsey has a podcast called Not Gonna Lie. But did she though? Trainer spoke about some of the surprising backlash that she received online after announcing Mikey's birth, with fans commenting that she named her daughter via surrogate. So what's wrong with her naming her child Mikey? We got Mikey Madison. I think that's her real name. What's wrong with a girl being that? We got Mikey Meeks, but Mikey's the actual dude though. But you know what I'm saying. As a drag queen, she Mikey. Mikey likey. If you know, you know. So she said, I was like, oh, they hate me now. They ain't gonna like this. This is what she recalled thinking. And it was a cloud of tears every night of just worry. I want my daughter to come to this world and not have everyone attack her for the way she got here. And all of that went through my head. But my team was with me. My therapist is with me. Everyone, it was so supportive. First of all, and her album, the new album comes out next week. So Toy With Me. Why did you call it the Toy With Me tour? That kind of sound better than whatever that other name you was giving it. That other name was like a chop, kind of like this tour, which now is. Man, that was me speaking in Yoda speak because I was speaking backwards. But anyway, so the album comes out April 24th. I don't understand. I don't understand what is wrong with somebody having a child via surrogate. If she's able to afford, her and her husband is able to afford to have a child via surrogate, why are people upset? I mean, I don't know what her reason for the surrogacy was. Maybe people think, oh, she's young. You don't need a surrogate. Maybe the reason for that for her having the kid via surrogate is maybe she does suffer from fertility issues. Maybe she did have difficult pregnancies with her previous children. Or maybe it's a fact of, you know what, I had two kids. I worked hard to lose all this weight because y'all kept telling me, especially in the industry, you ain't gonna make it if you fat and all this other stuff. And Megan was a big girl when she first came out. And y'all were going in on her, the industry was going in on her, where it's like y'all be putting so much pressure on these women to maintain a certain body image, to be skinny, or whatever the case is. And so they go on these little weight loss drugs, like the Manjaros and the Ozempics, or whatever the case is, so that way they can give this aesthetic fantasy that y'all be living for. And it's still not enough. So, girl, live your life. Don't be worrying about these people. But I hope whatever, all jokes aside, and all little shady little comments I'm throwing in here, that whatever's going on with you, that it all works out and you're not out here struggling for coins. Because you talking about selling your house and all this other mess. It's like, Miley, what's good? Like, what's going on? So I say all this to say, when you guys think of this story, are y'all shocked that you're not going to be able to see Miss Mama's Meghan Trainor out on tour? Or is it the fact that y'all feel kind of like I feel? She ain't open to Act T anyway. Did she even have? Wait, hold on. Let me see. Did she even have open to acts on this tour? I said, who was supposed to perform on the tour? Um, I think her brother was supposed to perform with her or something, because I saw another name. Well, they said Chris Olsen, class back. I don't know who the fuck that is. Um, but I do wonder who's supposed to be touring with her. I have no idea because it doesn't say who it is. But whatever. I guess it don't matter because they all not gonna be working. You better jump on a festival. There's plenty of them gonna be happening this summer. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I mean, did I lie? Is that he thought he was equal but got reminded. Okay. Speaking of Zara Larson, we got the Midnight Sun Girls Trip Deluxe coming out May 1st, same day as Melody C's Sweat album. I keep forgetting that they all got music coming out because I be feeling like, Mel, you had me upset because you had me waiting so damn long for this record. But then thinking about it, Sweat definitely deserves to come out when it comes out because it's just in time for the summer. It's getting warm. We need some good, I need some good workout music. So, and we'll see if the Zara Larson Midnight Suns Girls Trip Deluxe is going to be good. First of all, and I need Slater's Worst Girl in America Deluxe. We need that coming out too. Because especially, and I think she is going to release a deluxe because I don't think she's going out on tour until later in the year. Because one of my friends who's obsessed with Slater right now, he already got tickets to go see her in September. So that's enough time where it's like, we love Worst Girl in America. We live in, she ate up Coachella. She's definitely showing with the bona fide superstar in training that she truly is. And so, if she want to give us like maybe 6, 7, 8 more tracks of goodness that she can fully tour with, and then find a way to remix a lot of her earlier hits, especially from the Starfucker era, um, then I think this will be a good tour. Didn't she sing lead vocals? Yes, that is a Megan Trainor song. We back to the fact that, yeah, Kendall out here reheating everybody's demos. Cause like, yeah, that was a Megan Trainor track. And you still hear her vocals on there. Now that you bring it up. Okay, so we was talking about, so let's get into this mess. Okay, so let's talk about Cher. Because Cher is going through it right now. Her son is a mess. He got arrested. He's been getting arrested a lot. And so she has pulled Jamie Spears and has opted to she's fighting to put her son basically in a conservatorship. So Cher is once again seeking an emergency conservatorship over Elijah Blue Allman. After back-to-back arrests in New Hampshire landed the 49-year-old son with Greg Allman in a locked psychiatric hospital. This is according to court documents, saying Elijah's situation has become dire on multiple fronts. His mental health has severely deteriorated. His financial situation is terrible, and his drug dependency is at its worst. The new filings made this week in Los Angeles County Probate Court and obtained by Rolling Stone allege. Now, Cher claims her son's life has spiraled since she first sought conservatorship control over his finances in a December 2023 bid that ended with a private settlement. In her prior effort, Cher told the court that Allman urgently needed help managing his assets amid severe mental health and substance abuse issues. Cher was initially rebuffed, by the judge and ultimately resolved that matter privately in September of 2024, with Allman promising to hire a business manager. She says he never did. But yeah, you can't put him in, like, when you got somebody who's a heavy drug user and his mind beyond bad and deteriorated, where they said that yeah, his drug dependency is like out of control, then I definitely feel like what needs to happen is that you can't trust a junkie. So if he's talking about he gonna hire a business manager and his money is the way he handles money is bad, then I think that's not what should have happened. They should just grant Cher what she's been asking. Now, they said since that time, Allman has been living wildly beyond his means, bouncing between expensive hotels he cannot afford and short-term rental homes, allegedly costing more than 50 grand in damage to one Airbnb, and purportedly racking up an $18,000 bill with a drug dealer, the new filing state. I just love how white people could just rack up shit and don't have to pay nothing up front. And y'all just be letting them. Hell, you expand your drug dealer bill to $18,000. The drug dealers, I be knowing that you gotta have the coins in order to get high. Y'all just be taking people on their word. Okay. I guess because he's the son of Cher, that's what they were expecting. And they said he also has an unpaid tax bill topping $200,000. Cher claims and is facing a raft of criminal charges. Allman was first arrested on February 27th at St. Paul's School in Concord, New Hampshire, on suspicion of trespassing, criminal threats, and simple assault. A bail order obtained by Rolling Stone confirms. According to WMUR 9 News, Allman allegedly slipped into campus, claiming he was a prospective parent, turned belligerent, and poked a student with his cane. Allman was booked and released, then arrested again 2 days later on a burglary rap in Windham, New Hampshire, after a woman called police saying someone had broken into her home and she was hiding in a closet. I didn't know how the gays feel. According to police affidavit obtained by Rolling Stone, officers arrived to find a shattered glass door and Allman seated on the living room couch smoking a cigarette. Fuck, you bringing somebody's house and just sitting there nonchalantly smoking a cigarette while the owner of the home is hiding, thinking their life is about to be over, and got all of the things they did in the past and the present flashing before their eyes. This motherfucker sitting up in the house smoking a cigarette like he goddamn Joan Crawford, like nothing done happened. What y'all up in here for? Like giving very that. So now they said since the proposed conservatee is currently in custody in a psychiatric hospital in New Hampshire, this application does not seek a conservatorship of the person. However, the facts underlying this petition are not only relevant to establish the purported conservatee's total inability to manage his finances, but the fact also established that he is gravely disabled. This is what Cher's conservatorship request states. It adds that more thorough conservatorship over Allman's personal life likely would be appropriate for him once he returns to California. Now, the new documents say Elijah still receives. Now, y'all are crazy. Well, but it's his father's coins. He gets $120,000 a month from a trust that his father, Greg, set up prior to the Allman Brothers band singer's death. That monthly payment is then immediately squandered without regard for his abilities or well-being. Child, you want to know something? If I was coming from if I was a nepo baby and I was getting $120,000 allowance, bitch, I'd be living life right now. And I'd be good with my money. First of all, I don't like drugs. I don't like all that stuff. As much as you're gonna get me to getting drunk or any kind of a high would be weed, one, and a beer. I don't even drink hard liquor like that. I drank hard liquor when I was younger, But I don't like I really don't like the taste of hard liquor as much as I used to. Now it's just like, give me a Corona and I'm good. But I'm just like, I don't know how you get $120,000 a month and just squander it on bullshit. They said there is a certain pattern in Elijah's behavior. This is, they said Cher alleged in the documents filed by the lawyer. After he receives his trust distribution, he checks into a hotel. Usually, what is so much? Why are people obsessed with the Chateau Marmont? Wasn't it just? Didn't Kanye actually just fight somebody? Sucker punch, not really a fight. Didn't he Isn't he getting in a lawsuit for sucker punching somebody at the Chateau Marmont? So anyway, yeah, they said he checks into a hotel, usually the Chateau Marmont, buys and does drugs until he runs out of money, ends up in a hospital, or ODs. Based on the pattern, if Elijah were to receive his trust distribution, he would use it to buy drugs. Now, the conservative, and probably being around the wrong damn people, the conservatorship filings also detail other instances where Allman allegedly was a danger to himself or others, including an episode where he passed out in his car in the middle of traffic and ended up in a hospital where he was administered Narcan. There have been multiple occasions in which Elijah caused grease fires while cooking after zoning out and forgetting that food was on the stove. Probably, from doing all that dope, when you get that little dopamine drip and they just be like this in the middle of what they doing and they nod back awake. And then they be like, I don't know how they do it. But you ever see them people that be on that dope and they be like leaning on the everlasting arms. Like they be leaning over, and it's like they never hit the ground. I be wondering how y'all be doing that, and that's probably why a lot of y'all be running around with them little walkers because y'all be fucking y'all backs and stuff up so much the way y'all be doing the whole leaning Tower of Pisa move when y'all be on them drugs. Y'all knees and all, y'all be getting all kinds of osteoporosis, your arms, your legs, everything be. I was like, the orthopedics probably be gagging looking the way y'all be moving around or the way y'all be leaning and shit. But anyway, so they said Allman's sister, Devin Allman, submitted a declaration in support of the new conservatorship request. Say, it is my opinion that he is currently in danger to himself and unable to manage his life and any funds that will become available to him. My recent visit to check in on him brought me unfortunate and profound sadness that took weeks of my life to process. His condition, both physical and mental, was appealing and delusional, respectively. Now, Devin said she previously was compelled to negotiate with a heroin dealer for a five-figure sum of drug debts because her brother was unable to pay. That was very difficult to navigate. I felt compelled to help for his safety, though. I strongly urge that Elijah be kept away from money until he has demonstrated a commitment to invest in his long-term physical and mental health. When Cher initially filed for the conservatorship back in 2023, she asked to be named her son's financial conservator. This time, she's asking the court to appoint Jason Rubin, a licensed private fiduciary. Well, I like the fact that she's like, you know what? I don't want to deal with all this stuff. And they're like, I'm 80 years old. I'm an octogenarian now. I'm too old to be dealing with all this mess. I'm running around here behind this young thing I got as a man and all this other stuff. I ain't got time to be dealing with all this. Now I know my son and I love him and this and the other, but yeah, hiring somebody who understands, finances and stuff, let them deal with that. But I'm gonna still be the liaison that you can come to where I'm like, we back and forth. I'm checking up on him, making sure everything is done the way it needs to be done. So and then she also was asking the court to grant Rubin the power to receive her son's trust distributions and use them to pay Allman's expenses at his discretion, pending the outcome of the proceeding. Elijah has an arraignment in his Concord prime criminal case set for Monday and a probable cause hearing for his Wyndham case set for next Wednesday. A court spokesperson or spokesman told Rolling Stone it's likely they will get contributed to later dates considering his hospitalization. Well, look, if she got to do whatever she got to do to save her son, let her do it. And at this point, look, y'all was so quick to get Britney Spears in the goddamn conservatorship. So why is it so easy for y'all to put women in conservatorships? But when other people got to jump through hoops when it comes to the men, you clearly see this boy as a mess. Well, this man is a mess because he's pushing 50. And he can't even handle. He just seems like a little brat that doesn't appreciate all the stuff that's gone to him. His father pretty much set him up for life where he ain't got to do nothing. And whatever deep-rooted childhood traumas and issues and stuff that he got going on, which is probably why he's taking these drugs in the first place, he needs to work on that and work on getting his life together. But if your life is out of control and you're getting this allowance every month, and I don't know how you go through $150,000 a month on drugs. But they said, of course, he's jumping into like these expensive hotels or Airbnbs and spending a lot of money. No, who knows how long he's staying up in there? And if he's not able to control and handle his own life, then yes, I do think that someone needs to come in. And if his mother is the one that's being like, I'm trying to, this is my last ditch effort to save my child, to let her do that. So hopefully she'll, everything that they're asking for with the assist of his sister, that it'll happen and he'll be saved. But if it doesn't, then who knows what's going to happen to this boy. I think that what's going to really have to have him cook, his wake up call, unfortunately, probably be him in a body bag if this boy don't get saved from himself. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the latest on with Cher and her son Elijah Blue, who's going through it and can't seem to get his life together because he's got the drugs got a hold on him. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I kind of pop was the opener. Oh, so yeah, that's not happening. I kind of pop was the opener after Megan's tour. Hilary Duff has LaRue opening for her. She couldn't even get Iconopop. I'd have been like, look, well, maybe you need to add Iconopop to the list because they quiet as it's kept. They got much better bops than some damn LaRue. LaRue only got Bulletproof. Like how many times they're gonna sing that damn song? Sailor Mermaids in the building. Well, I forgot Elijah. Greg was a drug addict. The Chateau Mama at this point is just your local. At this point, you said Brittany was there when she got into a fight. Oh yeah, that's another one too. Brittany fighting in there. Then you got Kanye sucker punching people, and now you got Elijah Blue doing drug. Child, if the walls could talk, it could write a novel and spill all the tea on what was going on in Panera. So that's probably going to have to happen. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about Katy Perry. So apparently, Katy Perry, she is in this serious relationship with the former politician, Justin Trudeau. And it seems like, well, yeah, while that relationship is getting serious, it looks like Katy's past is coming back to haunt her, especially, with all these revelations that's coming out regarding Ruby Rose. So Katy Perry has shifted away from her I Kissed a Girl and pop party girl days to consorting with billionaires and socializing with some of the world's biggest power players. Maybe because she feels like that whole little girly pop stick is kind of deteriorating. So she's gotta kind of transition into something else. I mean, she can, I guess, if she ever gets the itch to want to go and do another residency or perform a lot of her music with those crazy outfits and stuff, she still can. But she's got to do things beyond that. So now it says she was left blindsided this week as Australian actress Ruby Rose, who's 40, publicly accused her of SA, her friends told Page Six. Rose alleges on Threads that the 41-year-old singer rubbed or exposed her crotch to Rose's face or on it during a boozy night at a Melbourne club in 2010. Police said in a statement that detectives are investigating a historical SA that occurred in Melbourne in 2010. And there's a picture of her where her and Justin are posing with Ted Sarandos, who I had no idea had a black wife. And I like Ted Sarandos over there at Netflix. He's the co-CEO. And, he's the one that you kind of seen his face a lot. But yeah, I had no idea he was married to a sister. I'm like, okay, Ted, I see you. So now Perry has vehemently denied the allegations. Rose, who has spoken about her battle with depression, previously said in a 2011 article about her night with Perry that nothing horrific happened. Social media users this week were quick to resurface a clip of Pitch Perfect actress, which I did show y'all in a previous video, Anna Kendrick on Conan O'Brien's talk show in 2014, saying the aggressive singer had once stuck her finger in her cleavage, though she added that the plunging neckline of her dress was kind of asking for it, and if nobody had done it, I would have been a little sad. I don't know if I believe her at that point. I think she was probably saying that because she didn't want to hear any, she wanted to clean up to make not have Katy look bad. But I definitely feel like she probably would have been uncomfortable. But yeah, I guess, would that be the equivalent of when Little Kim got on stage at the VMAs with her titty hanging out, one with the pastry and one was covered up, and Diana Ross came and flicked her boob? I mean, that was kind of funny, but if you look back on that now, if Diana Ross would did that today, y'all would have accused her, we probably would have got that. We all laughed when it happened. And if Kim wasn't bothered by it, then I guess we don't have a right to be, right? So now being dragged into all of this is certainly a nightmare for Perry, who faces being forever tarnished. Why do y'all keep putting her age in here? We know she's fucking 41, page 6. Relax. It just so annoys me. Like, y'all always have to reiterate someone's age in these because y'all, this is the second time y'all put 50, 40. Bitch, we know. The fuck? Who faces being forever tarnished by these allegations online. Now we're asked to believe all women, said a music insider who has worked with Perry, but Katy continually gets torn down, and now she'll be tried online for these hurtful claims. Well, that is true. We are told to believe women. And sometimes I'm like, well, yeah. Blindly, I just go, yeah, we're supposed to believe women. But I was like, I'm gonna just let the courts and the universe handle whatever this is, and not have it be the court of public opinion that decides what happens. Now, the claims come as Perry has been discovered by a generation of new fans. Her 2010 hit, The One Who Got Away, is back on Billboard charts after going viral on TikTok. Now, in recent years, Perry has moved away from dressing up as a burger or wearing a spinning bra to moving in rarefied circles. The preacher's daughter, who was admitted to drinking, had become a problem in her early 20s, is worth an estimated $400 million, according to Forbes. Counts Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. Yeah, of course, she hangs out with oligarchs. And the Joker, aka Lauren Sanchez Bezos, among her best friends. She's even spotted soaking up the sun with on billionaire Barry Diller's $100 million yacht alongside his wife, designer Diane von Furstenberg, and performed for King Charles at his 2023 coronation. To top things off, she's been getting hot and heavy with former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Now, instead, just days after, before Rose made her allegations, Perry and Trudeau were pictured at an intimate bash thrown by Netflix CEO Ted Sarandos, one of the most influential men in Hollywood, and his wife, Nicole Avant, the former U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas. Oh, he got him a Bahamian, or what they call a Bajan woman. I wonder if she got an accent like Rihanna. But it said Prince Harry and not these two. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, whom Perry and Trudeau recently enjoyed a ski trip at the exclusive Yellowstone Club in Montana, will also guest at the event to launch the new season of Netflix's Beef. Which, sidebar, I've heard season 2 is not as good as season 1, which got me a little worried because they got one of the writers from Beef co-writing the new X-Men movie. Please don't suck. So they said they've really been luxuriating in the relationship over the past few months, said a Canadian Society source of the high-profile couple, who were also seen hanging out at Coachella. Yeah, they was at Coachella. And here's a sidebar with that. The ageist comments again, because there were people that were upset that Justin Trudeau was at Coachella. First of all, Coachella was not built specifically for Gen Z. Coachella has existed before Gen Z was even a thought in your daddy balls. So stop with the trying to gatekeep who gets to go where. With the ageist stuff, talking about at a certain age, he 50 some odd years old, he should not be out here going to some damn Coachella. Who the fuck are you to determine? And the person that said that, I'm sure your ass was at home enjoying Coachella because your ass couldn't afford to go to Coachella. But you telling this person who could actually afford to go that he need to stay home? Like, shut the fuck up. Respectively. So, and then he also said that at the end of the day, with all this happening with Katy Perry, that he's standing by her regardless. Because they was also saying that Justin was known as a pro-woman prime minister. He has gender equality in his cabinet. He's been linked to these kinds of social issues. So this could put a little bit of a dent into their coupledom. Well, it seems like it's not bothering them because she's 41 and he's 54. And they said he's known for his feminist stance and said at the World Economic Forum conference in 2018, as women speak up, it is our responsibility to listen and, more importantly, to believe. However, after making these comments in 2018, he also found himself in the crosshairs when he was accused by a reporter of groping her at a music festival in 2000 when he was a teacher. Trudeau later said that he apologized to the woman, but said he was confident he did not act inappropriately. Now, over the years, Perry had been accused of mom shaming one American Idol contestant and giving another, who was 19, an uninvited kiss on the lips. And even if Perry's previous antics were in jest, others will try to cut you down, said the insider. Fame is a double-edged sword. People are now just unafraid to use it against you. Now, Rose, whose real name is Ruby Rose Langenheim, made her allegations while replying to an online complex article about Perry's reaction to Justin Bieber's set at Coachella, saying Katy Perry SA'd me at Spice Market nightclub in Melbourne. Who gives a ish what she thinks? This is what she wrote in a now deleted Threads post. Why are they all of a sudden using Threads? She saw me resting on my best friend's lap to avoid her and bent down, pulled her underwear to the side, and rubbed her disgusting vagina on my face until my eyes snapped open and I projectile vomited on her. Now, Rose, who played Stella Carlin on Orange is the New Black, claimed of Perry. Now, after I threw up on her, I told the story publicly, but changed it to be funny little drunk story because I didn't know how else to handle it. But then she said that she agreed to help her get her visa. Katy helped Ruby get her visa, so she kept it a secret. But I did tell y'all she wasn't a good person. But because you're trying to say that she quid pro quo you or she blackmailed, is like, oh, keep it quiet. I hope you get a visa in America. But Perry's rep has denied Ruby's claims and saying that, yeah, the allegations are categorically false, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Well, I mean, with all this being said, we know all this team. Oh wait, and there was some accusations that came out against Rose because I remember I saw something. Where is it? Oh, because there was something that was going on around Ruby Rose struggling with mental health and all this other stuff. But in 2020, Warner Brothers said that she was fired from her lead role in the CW series Batwoman. Well, she wasn't that good of an actress to be a lead. And they said after multiple complaints about workplace behavior that were extensively reviewed and accused her of creating an revisionist history. Now, those around Perry hope a blowback for the Rose allegations won't ruin a career that has taken her from food stamps, not food stamps, child, to the heights of superstardom, saying the world we live in, anyone can say anything. And here's the thing: Katy Perry is going to have her fans regardless. I don't even know what she calls her fans, but she's going to have her fan base regardless. People are going to either support her or they don't. But I feel like at the end of the day, the proof is going to be in the music. And quiet as it's kept, people aren't really out here featuring Katy's music. I don't think her days as like that girl that was putting out those bops is long and gone because Dr. Puke was like the best collaboration that she had. And then she started coming out with some of the music for 143. Y'all paid it dust. The tour did well. So I think that maybe she'll probably be better off as a touring act, just be a nostalgia act at this point, sing the hits. Nobody wants any more original music from you. And just live your best life with your former prime minister boyfriend, hang out, hobnob with your little rich, wealthy friends, your oligarch friends, and just be a socialite, arm candy. You got $400 million in the bank, probably a little more. You got a child, raise her, and just go off and live your best life at this point. Because I don't feel like anything that Ruby Rose has said is going to move the needle on how people feel about Katy Perry. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding all this about Katy Perry? Do you feel like any of the stuff that's come out from her and a lot of things that she's done in the past, like the whole American Idol incident and being inappropriate with a lot of different celebrities and this and that, this things of that nature, is gonna affect her relationship with Justin Trudeau or even her relationship as an artist? So what, or a pop star, because ain't nothing artistic about what Katy Perry does. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Ruby had abuse allegations with an ex-girlfriend, but I don't think she lying about it. Yeah, I was that was what I was looking for in that article because I did see something like that in passing. But yeah, there was a whole abuse allegation with an ex of hers. But I also don't think that she's not vagina. But I do think that there is some truth to what she said. That and two things can be true at the same time. You can be an abhorrent human being, but also somebody does something to you and you speak out on it. Dula Peep should also go the influencer route. If Sabrina's next album is a bore, then she should too. Well, it seems like that's what a lot of these girls gonna end up doing in the future anyway. And Dula Peep, and she about to marry a guy who allegedly might be our next James Bond. I'm sure I heard a lot of people's pushing. Well, the rumor is they're trying to push for him to be the new Bond, but I don't know if that'll happen though. We'll see. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this team. Let's talk about Louis Tomlinson and Zayn Malik apparently coming to blows while they were putting together a Netflix docuseries, which here's the gag. I didn't even know they were working on a Netflix docuseries. But apparently that's the tea that came out. And they said that this happened, I think, about 6 months ago. Louis has unfollowed Zayn, but Zayn is still following him. So let's get into the story. So Page Six can confirm Tomlinson is no longer following Malik on Instagram, following claims that the Pillow Talk hitmaker punched Tomlinson in a bar fight that resulted in Tomlinson suffering a concussion. However, Malik still appears to be following Tomlinson as of the timing of this report. Now, reps for Tomlinson and Malik did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. Sources claim the incident was sparked while the two musicians were on location filming their three-part Netflix docuseries. Malik allegedly made a negative remark about Tomlinson's late mother, Joanna Deacon, who died of leukemia in 2016. It spiraled into a row when Zayn made a remark about Louis' mom, Johanna Darkin, um, told the okay, why are y'all repeating the same line twice? Told the Sun in a report published Friday. Louis was stunned and in shock, and as he went to move, Zayn then attacked him. Zayn punched him straight in the face because he was wearing rings and cut Louis' head. He then pulled away, and Louis was taken in for medical treatment. He was left with a concussion, saying this happened outside in front of so many people. It was shocking. What, y'all, nobody pulled out their phone to record it and upload it on social media? Now, sources added that the pair have not been in contact with each other since the fight took place 6 months ago. Now, as a result of the incident, Netflix has said to put the documentary series on ice. The documentary was announced in October with a projected 2026 release date. Where the hell was I? Because I didn't even hear about this. The project would have followed Tomlinson and Malik as they went on a road trip throughout the U.S., which sounds like a pretty interesting idea. And I guess they would have told about like they would probably, as they were going on this road trip, they probably would have been reminisce on the love we had, make the time tonight. Well, they probably would have, reminisced about, their boy band days and Liam Payne, child, Liam probably rolling in his grave with all this mess going on. And in a way, I'm glad that someone like Harry out here minding his business. He like, you know what? I'm focusing on this residency I got coming up in different locations around the world. I ain't got time for this bullshit shenanigans. And I've been rooting for if this is true, I've been rooting for you for the longest. I love that little sexy accent you got, and you fine. But you got demons, and hopefully you work them out where it's not getting into altercation. And another thing too, the way you smoke cigarettes need to be studied because you smoke too damn much, and you too young to be smoking all them damn cigarettes. And it kind of makes me wonder if you putting pause on your former bandmate. Was that what was allegedly going on between you and Gigi Hadid, and why she now moved on to Bradley Cooper? Because you couldn't keep your hand. I just can't keep my hands to myself. Like when you doing that, I was trying to sing like Selena Gomez. Yes, that was shade. So there's that. Hopefully y'all work it out, whatever. I definitely want to see this docuseries now. I mean, this is the way for y'all to try to drum up drama for this docuseries. It's working because I definitely want to check it out now. It's 3 parts. I hope y'all got enough of the stuff to go with this, or y'all may have to just wrap it up by putting together like separate interviews or whatever the case is. I don't know if they're gonna be able to salvage anything from this. I don't even know how far they got with filming. But last but certainly not least, before we move on to our next topic, because I was like, you know what, I might as well just combine everything together. Zayn apparently, because his album came out this Friday, Call, which I have not heard yet. I don't even know if it's good or not. If it is, let me know in the comments. But Zayn in the hospital, apparently. And I'm like, sis, what's going on? So here's what they ended up saying with this. Now, so yeah, he revealed he's in the hospital. The pop star shared the news on his IG stories with a photo of himself in the hospital gown in bed. He also included a note to his fans saying, "To my fans, thank you all. Thank you to you. Oh, wait, thank you to all of you for your love and support now and always. Been a long week and I'm still unexpectedly recovering. Heartbroken that I can't see you all this week. I wouldn't be in the place I am today without you guys, and I'm so thankful for your understanding. Thank you to the incredible hospital staff of doctors, nurses, cardiologists. So it's heart issues you got going on at your age. Cardiologists, management, and admin, and everyone who has helped along the way and continue to. You are all legends. If this got to do with you and that extensive smoking, they probably like, child, you need to lay off the vapes if he's vaping or lay off the cigarettes because you do smoke a lot. So you need to leave all that alone. Now, Malik's health update comes on the same day he released his fifth solo album, Call. He was set to celebrate the day with several stops at record stores all across the East Coast. After Malik shared news of his hospital stay, his official fan account confirmed that those appearances were canceled. Now, earlier this week, Malik postponed a special fan event set for April 13th at London Circuit, Kingston. The event was slated to include a Q&A with the musician and exclusive footage, according to Banquet Records website. Malik addressed fans in a message shared via Banquet Records saying, "I'm really sorry, but unfortunately I'm sick and I won't be able to make it to the UK this week as planned. The event has been postponed until May 21st. So hopefully with all the postponements, he'll be able to make it up for the fans." And it always seemed like there's some type of medical issue that's going on with him every time he releases music. And this is his way of getting back to form with his sound. And please, I hope Call does way better than Nick Jonas' dry ass solo album because I don't know what the hell that was. He thought he was releasing, and I don't know if that was him trying to get his grown and sexy back. But child, it was giving old man and boring. So, shout out to you, Zayn. Hopefully, you're gonna give us something a little better with your music. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding the alleged bar fight that occurred between Louis Tomlinson and Zayn Malik, as well as this drama going on with him being in the hospital? So, whatever your thoughts are, especially on the day of the album release. So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Duopia has been. It said these two reap nostalgia at behavior. Meanwhile, Harry is flopped. I mean, child, that's a fact. Because I was sitting there like, if you want to sit up here and talk about you going more disco or whatever, I'm like, girl, where's the disco? This album was not giving, and it's going to be interesting to see how do you perform this at all the stops that you're doing. Not a Brit, but so many British Zoomers always have a pack of cigs on them. Not sure how cigarette restrictions work over there, but it's clearly not the same here. Okay. So Zayn said he wasn't in love with Gigi. Maybe he was in love with that coochie. I don't know who he loves, but then he said there's a song on the album that kind of hints that he might be bisexual. That is the rumor. I haven't heard the record yet. They were talking about a song or something that's on the album that hints that he might be into men. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You can't be that pretty and just like pussy. It's no shade. And he said, he could be using the time getting his ass back in the studio. He said, I don't know who he loves, but definitely cigarettes are causing mayhem in the streets. And well, Cleveland said the album is meh. He said it's all right. I like side effects. I don't like experiencing side effects, but if there's a song called Side Effects, I'll listen to it. But yeah, I don't know. I always feel like, why is it that the pop girlies, be giving us what we need, and then when it comes to the men, we be wanting so much from them. And I'm like, this is what y'all giving in the studio? Like, are y'all serious with this? Male acts are just so boring now. Like, what is going on with y'all? But anyway, let's get into more mess. And let's talk about the latest between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. I had a cackle when I read this because now she told me she don't want to be bringing her net worth in the whole legal case that she got going on with Justin Baldoni. I'm like, bitch, first of all, you was using your net worth and your money and all of your influences and your powerful friends and making and selling information to the New York Times. All that. You was using your influence, your money, and your power to try to go at Justin Baldoni to silence him. You were trying to play this whole David and Goliath thing in the courts. And now that Justin's like, oh, so this is the game you want to play. Let's bring your finances into the situation. Now you want to backpedal. Get off my line with this bullshit, as I'll call it. We're trying not to curse, but it warranted it. So, in legal documents filed by the 42-year-old filmmaker on Friday, he argued against 38-year-old Lively's previous insistence that, why is it that Ryan Reynolds has this obsession with dating women younger than him? He about to push 50. And he with a 38-year-old. Wealth is not, and it basically said that her and Reynolds' wealth is not significant to the case and risk influencing or triggering biases against wealthy individuals. Well, it says that whole financial gap situation between the haves and the have-nots, we're already there. So whether or not it's brought up in the case, people already side-eyeing a lot of you rich folks with the way y'all be acting anyway. And shout out to Mayor Mamdani, because he's like, I'm taxing rich folks' second homes, where y'all just leaving them shits empty. Y'all barely in them. And so, yeah, we don't put a tax on your houses. And the place, you better sell it and move, since y'all was all talking about y'all was going to move. And according to that fat, fuck, wide back, dementia ridden asshole of a president, he's over there talking about that people are fleeing at an alarming rate. And I'm like, where? Because I live in New York and I have not seen a lot of the planes being packed or a lot of U-Hauls being called where people are leaving New York. So, in what imaginary universe or multiverse are you living in where that shit's happening? I'll wait. So now, according to legal paperwork obtained by TMZ, Baldoni thinks the financial component is a key factor because the actress has alleged she lost millions in revenue due to his alleged smear campaign against her. Meanwhile, but she was using her millions to create negative stuff against Justin and using her power and influence to have him off the red carpet of his own damn movie. His family and him was banished to the basement while she up there living her best life with that fucking overbite and that half faggot of a husband of hers on the red carpet. Really? This is what we doing? Now, Baldoni, who acted and starred in the 2024 drama It Ends With Us with Lively, thinks Reynolds' income is just as pertinent. Well, probably because she uses his money in order to get all this happening. Blake ain't flowing like that in the coins. She's not rolling in the dough like her husband is. All that Deadpool money that he's out here making, because what other movie he making all that money from but Deadpool? So all that Deadpool money he been rolling around in and doing little angel wings in. Of course, they was using that money to go against Justin. So they said that his income has become as pertinent because his wife typically does not accept acting opportunities, which conflict with Reynolds' acting schedule, particularly when he is able to garner a higher income for his movies than she can. Which is literally what I just said. The couple is believed to be worth a combined $400 million. However, the judge previously threw out 10 of Lively's 13 claims against Baldoni, including her defamation claim, which debunks the argument that his actions affect her income. Now, Baldoni has also requested, according to the outlet, that Reynolds' nice pool character from Deadpool and Wolverine be presented in the forthcoming May trial. He is arguing that the on-screen persona mocks him, supporting his bullying allegation. Which, yeah, man bun and all, we all know it was a dig at Justin. We didn't get it then, but now we see it. His legal team wants to use Nice Pool to show the jury his image was publicly attacked, forcing him to enlist a crisis management strategy. Days ago, Lively filed various motions accusing Baldoni's camp of angling to flood the trial with gossip character attacks and details of her and her husband's financial business, evidence she says has no bearing on the case and risk biasing a jury. She asked the judge to exclude references to negative news articles or online chatter that portray her as a mean girl. Girl, please, because you can't sit up out here and cuck them like you do Variety, Deadline, TMZ, all the main outlets who sit up there and kiss your ass because they want the exclusives. But you took out a whole ad in the New York Times slandering Justin Baldoni. So you want to have your cake and eat it. But when he wants to go and point out your hypocrisies, now you're going to about, oh, it's going to be biases against you because you're like, get the fuck out of here with this. And then also you going after content creators for reporting it. You get no empathy from me at all because you was coming after people in my neck of the woods who talk about this. So her lawyers argue that much of the material Baldoni's team wants to introduce amounts to inadmissible hearsay and improper character evidence. They claim his camp is attempting to put her character on trial with evidence that is largely irrelevant to the court dispute. Now, in December 2024, Lively named co-star and director Baldoni in a lawsuit accusing him of harassment, retaliatory conduct, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. With the Sudi outline missing work opportunities, including hosting the season's 50th premiere of SNL on September 2024. The effects of Miss Lively's professional life were immediately insubstantial, and said the filing via Just Jared. Now, given the ongoing nature of the campaign and the associated negative public statement, Miss Lively did not believe she could proceed with public appearances or events without being forced to openly discuss what happened on set. It was added, for example, Ms. Lively canceled a critical Target corporate event for her hair care company because she was promoting hair care and all kinds of other things like she a goddamn influencer while she supposed to be promoting the damn movie. And people was mad at her over that. And she backed out of her scheduled role as host of the premiere episode of the 50th anniversary season of SNL on September 2024. Furthermore, the lawsuit claims the smear campaign damaged Lively's business and inflicted severe emotional distress upon her family. Now, Lively also alleged that Baldoni showed her explicit videos and photos of other women, openly discussed his struggles with porn, and made inappropriate remarks about her appearance. So, May 18th is when the trial is going to go down, and I guess we'll just have to see how this all turns out. But I'm entertained by the shenanigans. But girl, you open up this can of worms. I don't know why you all upset that this is all coming to light. What is it? Oh, this is the game you playing? Um, or as Alyssa Edwards wanted to say, oh, you want to go that way? All right. If this is where you want to go, then we'll go. And so I'll just definitely keep abreast of this mess of a story as it develops. But at this point, I can't wait for this shit to be over. I'm about sick of this lady and her annoying ass husband and all this drama that's been acquired between them and Justin Baldoni. It's like, can we just put this behind us and move on to bigger and better things besides this foolishness? Because it just been feeling like this has been going on long enough. But anyway, I want to hear from y'all of your thoughts on this whole situation. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I just logged onto Instagram, and one of the first things I see is a friend of mine smoking a cig. He said Jesse loves to smoke the old-fashioned way. I'm glad that was a habit I never picked up. I used to do like the weed vapes, then I stopped. I think it was after my dog decided to get high on it. So that kind of just put the kibosh to my whole weed vaping situation. My sister vapes. So that's never, thank God, something I never got into, or cigarettes and that sort of thing. I remember one time my mother told me when she was a kid that she was out there trying to be cool with her friends. So yeah, in high school she was smoking, and my grandfather found them, and so as a punishment, he made her smoke the entire pack in front of him. And she said since then she ain't never picked up another cigarette. I was like, you fucked around and you found out. All right, y'all. So now we got more cardiovascular news. So let's get into him because apparently, according to some moron that was in my comments, talking about clavicular is a much better name than Chris. I'm like, really? Because first of all, clavicular is not even his actual government name. So, yeah, he got some old white bread ass name. I'm trying to see what his government name actually was, but it's in here somewhere. We'll get to it. So yeah, so cardiovascular is back in the news because apparently, he got caught out here. He's heavily dependent on his drugs, which is kind of sad because it's like, boy, you can't even come out here and just be your authentic self because you need drugs in order to function. And especially when you're doing your live chats or your streaming or whatever. So Clavicular reportedly refused to see his father, Kenneth Peters, who flew from Jersey to Florida, New Jersey, that is, to stage an intervention following his drug OD and hospitalization on Tuesday night. The 60-year-old Connors Group co-founder, that's probably how that boy was able to launch some type of career because he probably used his father's money in order to launch whatever this thing is that he's doing now. Had planned on having a serious talk about the health of his troubled 20-year-old son, who was mad his father refused to attend the grand opening of Baccarat Club with him. Jesus Christ. Daddy wouldn't come to the club with me, so now I'm mad at you. Oh, yeah. So this boy got the most white breadest name under the sun. Braden Eric Peters. Come on now. Now, somebody comes at you and their name Braden, you already know he white and kind of gives this whole look of who Clavicular is. You can't get no more middle America than that. So frustrated, Peter flew back home without speaking to busy Clavicular, whom he previously called a full-blown drug addict during a live stream in January. Instead, the looks maxing influencer had the biggest night of my life, hosted the first streaming nightclub in Miami Beach alongside this old piece of shit. He was there with Blueface, who his own damn mother came out was reading him talking about Blueface ain't shit. He got a bunch of funky pussy smelling ass broads that he be surrounding himself with. The bitches don't even shower. Quiet as his cat, Blueface look like he gives skid marks in his damn drawers. That's probably why he wear black underwear so you don't see them old shit stains that he got in his drawers. Probably smell like full on swamp ass. He look like his breath stink, and he don't even like water ain't touched that body since he was released from prison. And so you got Blueface and stuff up in there. And his mother, Carlissa, was out here reading him on social media. I'm like, well, bitch, you the one that pushed him out your pussy. So if anybody should be mad at how your son turned out to be a bum, it's your fault. So we got a bunch of bums out in these streets, a bunch of clout chasers, just doing all this stuff because they need the attention. And somebody and the same idiot that was in my comments was trying to say, well, you out here doing social media, streaming this and that. I said, yeah, but I'm not creating a negative environment in order to go viral. News comes out, I'm reporting it. I'm talking about it. I'm giving my opinion. There's a difference. But when people aren't that bright, because they ain't got a couple of, they missing a couple of chromosomes in their brain, they're not gonna be able to understand or articulate what I'm trying to say. So they're gonna try to come in and throw a read, which it ain't gonna work because I'm gonna come and clap back at your ass and you're gonna come out here looking stupid. So Clavicula's parents reportedly took away his passport and birth certificate last December when he alerted them to his plans to travel to Turkey to undergo a $35,000 double jaw surgery, which is like that whole thing of why these boys are running around here taking hammers to their face because they want that masculine type of look, which is the square jaw and all that other stuff. So they want to have like these features that they feel that are presumed represents masculinity. So you want to aesthetically look masculine, but you nothing but but deep down inside you a big old bitch. Like make that make sense. So they said we got water maxing in the club, no drinking, no substance, just good vibes. This generation loves good vibes. They fixate on that shit like a baby on a mama's titty. Now, the controversial content creator announced to his YouTube vlog capturing the party. So tonight I'm on nothing. I don't plan on being on anything for the foreseeable future. Well, we'll see how that turns out. Now later, a woman asked, "Do you have any rounds with hugs?" and rolled her eyes after Clavicular replied, "I'm sober now after the OD." Yeah, so these people around you that's trying to entice you on getting drugs or you using your drugs to get high when they should be using their own damn money to get fucked up on. But you thinking these people are your friends. They're not your friends. They're using you. But he's young and he's impressionable and he's desperate for attention because clearly he ain't been getting it from somewhere. Because what is this deep rooted need to want to get attention? So the whole thing where everything he references with putting Max on the end, it's so annoying. I'm sober, Max. It's like, just be fucking sober. But then again, I should say this. Maybe this all stems from the fact that Clavicular has a tad bit of the tism. He's tistic. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Put a little oil in front of the tistic. He is dealing with that. So a lot of autistic kids, especially if you're high functioning, easily impressionable. There's a kid that I work with that's autistic, and he comes across as very much like a sponge, very high functioning, but people say certain things to him and he does tend to go on and repeating it and want to be impressionable on people and stuff. And I've been looking out for him for the most part because I definitely sense, because you know me, us Virgos, we sit back and we just watch the show. We'll participate when we need be, but I sit and watch the show and I definitely feel people's intentions when based off the stuff they say. And that's why there's this specific bitch that I don't like in my job because she's notorious for that. Jumping to everybody fucking business when she need to be minding her own. I said, honey, your husband's dead. You need to be focusing on being a widow instead of worrying about what everybody else is doing at the job. So or any kind of personal things. You talk about other people get too involved, but I'm like, sis, you literally doing the same thing now. Like, what? I don't trust people like that. So when people run off with their mouth and they be talking or telling other people shit, I'm like, then I can imagine that if I told you something, you're gonna run and tell it to somebody else. Which is why when that lady see me coming, she know not to say something to me because I had to let her have it. Oh, trust and believe. Chris's mouth, oh, it's notorious. I don't bite my tongue when it comes to nobody. So even if I'm at work and you come out of pocket towards me, oh, you'll definitely know. Don't fuck with me, bitch. Don't fuck with the Chuck, as he would say. Man, let's get into this mess. So they said that he kissed 3 different women, one of which he warned, you're blocking the camera, child. Get off my lap. Nobody wants you here. They want to see me, not you. There's a million of you guys tonight and only one of me. So the ego is clearly out of control. Now, on Tuesday around 5:40 p.m., the Elena Velez YR 008 cat. What is this? A fucking robot? You're talking about the Elena Velez YR 008 catwalker slumped over while streaming with friends at a Miami restaurant, and they had to physically carry him out and take him to the hospital. And then talk about how it was brutal. Then talk about the bruise as you see on his face. And he says all the substances are just a cope with trying to feel neurotypical while being in public. And said that the worst part about tonight was my face descending from the life support mask. So with him being heavily, I guess, neurodivergent, I think the problem with him is that he doesn't know how to deal with people in public places. There's clearly a sense of social awkwardness that comes with who he is. And it doesn't matter how good looking you are. There are people who are just like deeply insecure about who they are. And he's a good looking kid. So I don't even understand why there's this deep need. But I guess when you have exaggerated features, like you got this long nose and the full lips, and I don't even know how much of that is real because I don't know what he look. I don't know any baby pictures or young pictures of him where it's like, because you know, there's some people where it was like, what, Joan Rivers had so much plastic surgery, her grandson Cooper at the time used to refer to her as Nana New Face. So when it comes down to this boy, I don't necessarily know like at what point what parts of him is real and what parts isn't. But I think also in this article when I read it, it does mention like some of the work he's had done. Which I'm looking at him like, boy, you're 20 years old. You don't need to be doing any kind of enhancements on your body. You look fine the way you are. So yeah, so then it gets into they said the Seton Hall. Oh, he went to Seton Hall. First of all, Seton Hall. I know who Seton Hall is because Seton Hall actually plays the Garden at times. Like when we've done like the Big East tournaments and this, that, and the other, Seton Hall has played the Garden when it comes down to like our Big East tournament. So I'm well aware of Seton Hall students. Some of y'all are cool, then some of y'all are a pain in my ass. But the vibe, you know how it usually is when you're dealing with a lot of college kids. So the Seton Hall Prep School grad might claim he's sober, but he told the New York Times in February his daily routine involves taking testosterone, Accutane, um, retatrutide, whatever, I don't even know how the fuck you say that, and nebivolol or nebivolol. What is up with these tongue twisting ass names? Melanotin 2, melatonin, L-glutathione, and NAD plus. What's all this shit? First of all, at your age, you should. Why are you even taking testosterone? Because your body is developing testosterone when you're a teenager and in your 20s. Your testosterone doesn't start depleting until you're in your 30s, which is why I think a lot of times in your 40s and up, um, older people will start taking testosterone. So I don't understand why you're putting all this stuff in your body. That's actually not good that you're taking all these pills. And of course, when you have an amount of money that you have and stuff, and these doctors out here who are greedy, you'll find somebody that'll be willing to give it to you. So they said he also encourages his followers to do facial bone smashing with hammers, steroids, takes experimental weight loss drugs, and not crystal meth. And he's out here telling people to smoke crystal meth to ascend to their looks maxing potential. Well, honey, have y'all ever seen an actual meth addict out here? It's not cute. Especially when they run around here with some fucked up teeth. Now, the Sacred Heart University alum was famously expelled in 2024 after campus police discovered his steroid stash in his dorm. And I'm like, why are you taking steroids at your age, too? That's probably what this body is, steroid ridden. I mean, don't get me wrong, he looked good, but at what? Because when you're doing all of that, all it's doing is, I mean, and maybe that's probably where the nasty attitude is coming from. So then they also said it's been less than 3 weeks since he was arrested for misdemeanor battery stemming from an altercation involving his girlfriend Violet Marie Lentz and influencer Jenny Popak during a February 2nd Kick stream. Now, the 5'11" star regularly streams on platforms like Kick, Twitch, and Discord, as well as charging $39 a month for his members only aesthetics training program called the Clavicular System. So here's the thing, y'all sitting here buying into somebody who uses all kinds of drug enhancements to make his body look the way it does. So it's not even like he's naturally working on this body from hard work and diet and exercise and that sort of thing. He's also using drugs in order to enhance his appearance. And y'all are okay with that? Like, you don't realize what the long-term damage that's going to cause to your body. And especially it's probably causing a lot of damage to his body too. And yeah, it might be great to have a cute little young corpse, but who want to be dead and die young? But I think that's the problem with a lot of this younger generation. Y'all really don't take into consideration um how y'all look, or the long-term side effects that it comes with maintaining a certain beauty aesthetic. So hopefully this boy gets it together, but and this is not somebody in my opinion y'all should be um looking at as some sort of role model. If y'all want to work on your body, whatever, really put in the work and don't just be out here looking for shortcuts. But what do I know, right? All I know is my body is on point. I'm healthy, and I'd rather just take the long route on working on making sure my body is right and tight than having to be out here using all kinds of drugs that's going to give me back knee, that's going to give me funky ass breath, that's going to have my hair falling out my head. Because, yeah, I'm in my mid 40s, but I still got all my hair. I don't have no bald spots. I don't have no wrinkles yet. But if I was to get some wrinkles, I did tell y'all I would probably get some Botox, but not to the point where it's just nice, like reasonably done. Because I want to be able to move my forehead. See, it still moves. I want to be able to move my forehead. I want to give y'all expressions because that's why y'all like this show. With my reads and my roasts and all this other stuff that I say, the face got to be able to move. So I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this story about him. It's sad that his parents can't even get through him at this point. But I think parents try harder. Like, you can't just let the fact that this boy has so much money and the wrong people surrounding him as being like, well, I need you to come home or we trying to give you an intervention. He's like, no, I'm gonna do whatever I want because I'm rich and I'm this, that, and the other. And the parents like, okay, like that's it. Like fight for your kid. But like, who knows? Maybe they feel like there's nothing much that they can do except pray. We'll see how far that gets you. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So I didn't even know who he was until a few weeks ago. I mean, of course, you know me, but being in the whole influencer space, I pay attention to who's floating around and what's they're doing and who's out here making noise and impacts and things. But I don't be watching them like that, like him and the Andrew Tates and all these other morons and the Nick Fuentes. Like I pay attention. I got to keep my ears to the streets with these young and up and coming, these young influencers and who they are and stuff. So that's where that comes from. Clavicle, that sounds about right. I mean, that's where I think he got the name from. Told him about a clavicle. He was drastically different as a teen, but that's to be expected since his face and body is still developing. Absolutely, and it still kind of is. Where it's like, yeah, you that young, your body is still developing, but you're gonna regret it. But that's like when you hear a lot of people, like even Detox from Drag Race, was talking about that when they were younger, they got all that silicone put in their body. And knock wood, she said that with her transition that's been going on and the hormones and all the stuff that the silicone hasn't been affected by her body changing. But she knows people who've gone through that and it has affected them, the silicone and things that they put in their body. So you got to be aware that, yeah, while it's cute or whatever when you're young and you put all that stuff in your body, what you have to realize that, yeah, it's beauty. I get it. Beauty is pain, all this other stuff. We all do things because we want to make ourselves look better and feel better about ourselves. But you got to realize that there's going to be long-term side effects that come with that. Poke fun at older generations working celebrities will put the dumbest people as their celebrities. Explain. Okay. But these days it ain't even about talent. Blame the Kardashians. That's what all that come from. I watched some Queers Folk clips after your show last night when you mentioned Teddy. Yeah, because I said no, he took GHB. I think he did take Viagra, but no, he took the GHB episode. I don't know if you've seen that one when Blake was crushing on him at the club. And I hated that whole storyline because they were playing this whole Ted is unattractive. Anytime he would try to talk to somebody that was way out of his league, he was constantly being rejected. They played that whole thing up. And I get the whole troll angle that they were trying to go with. And then he finally meets somebody and then takes him home. And he's so eager to impress Blake. And then Blake pulls out GHB and pours it in the water. And he literally drinks majority of the damn water, ends up keeling over, and Blake's trying to get him to stop ODing, and then runs out of the apartment. But then, long story short, he's like, "I called him. I called the ambulance." My favorite scene was when Emmett and ran into Blake at the club, bitch, and Blake was, I mean, and Ted was over in the corner, and he was like, "You break my friend's heart again, I'm gonna break your face." When he said that, I was like, "Work, bitch." Um, Emmett read his ass down. I was like, "Yes, queen, you better get her." And then come to find out, then later on, you seen Emmett and Ted end up becoming a couple. And that's when I think that was around the season when Ted got hooked on that damn meth, became a meth head. Oh, sorry, a Methodist, because that's what we call him. So, but yeah, so there was that mess. But yeah, that's what that clip was when I was talking about that. It's exactly put in the work, eat healthy, sleep well, and drink plenty of water. Oh, I stay drinking water, which is why I'm gonna show you all this. When I be at work, this is my water bottle. I don't know, you can't really see it because of the screen. But yeah, this is the thing I drink when I go to the gym and I go to work, and they make fun of me about it. They be like, "You drink all that?" What I say, "Yes, I do." I mean, I got bigger bottles than that too, but I was like, "Yeah." When I'm at the gym, I drink water. I'm working out, and then I'll get like those little energy drinks, whatever, the healthy ones. Speaking of which, if y'all out here drinking kombucha, don't drink that shit. They found some crazy chemicals and stuff up in there. Stop drinking the kombucha. They say it's not good for you. And I was like, thank God, because I remember I would drink that every now and again. And I noticed that whenever I would drink that, I'm like, is this really helping my gut? Because I be feeling weird after I be drinking it. So I stopped drinking it. And then I saw this recent report came out about kombucha is not good for you. So I'm definitely staying away from that. He said that is where his name comes from, the clavicle bone. Looks maxing is a bunch of frat boy behavior. Absolutely. He definitely gives frat boy on, you know, aesthetically. I saw one influencer forcing himself to drink coconut. Oh God, don't even get me. So coconut water is the grossest thing next to muscle milk. I cannot with either one. I'm like, this is some nasty shit. I'd rather just drink water before I drink some damn muscle milk. I was like, what is this? But yeah, coconut water is gross. I can't. Despite having it because looks maxers do it. It's like, not that poor child gay as fuck. I mean, if he is, I mean, look, look, if Clavicular out here hunching dudes, I wouldn't mind. He cute. That attitude got to go though. It's like, I like coconut water. That's what pink drinks from Starbucks. That's what pink drinks from Starbucks are made up. Really? Well, here's the thing. Maybe it goes down better because they put a little something extra up in there. But the drinks well, to be honest, I have not. I can't remember the last time I had Starbucks. It's been months. I've been drinking a lot of cold brews from freaking Dunkin' Donuts. That's kind of been my thing right now. They've been trying to come out with these little banana flavored drinks at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't like them. It's gross. And I think it's because they use that nasty banana powder. And I feel like a lot of times when they be making the drinks, if they don't measure it and put it just right, I can't. Well, that too. So, but yeah, I haven't had Starbucks in a long time. I used to spend way too much on Starbucks, so I had to give them a rest anyway. All right, y'all. So now we are down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four topics, if you can please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I just now remembered, I was like, wait a minute, isn't Cobra supposed to be on I think I saved it in my phone. I gotta find out what tent is she in because the one thing on YouTube is that once this is done, I can rewind it back and watch her performance because I missed it of her performing at Coachella. She's gonna be in. Oh yeah, they somehow she's on. Now I'm seeing it in Reddit. What tent is she in? The Sahara tent? Girl, nobody cares about Sydney Sweeney and that fucking man that she dating. Don't care about that bitch. Yeah, I can't find it. The fuck? Maybe because I'm looking for it now on one thing, but I'm like, I'll catch the performance later on because the one good thing about um, what's that channel I just said? One of the good things about Coachella is that you can rewind the thing back, and if you missed something things on the stream, you can catch it because that's what I did yesterday when I missed the beginning of the Nine Inch Nails performance. I was able to rewind it back a little. The live show. So I liked the pink drink. First of all, I have to say this, even though Starbucks be getting on my nerves with a lot of the political leaning stuff and the way they be treating their employees, they do be having some banging ass drinks. I ain't gonna hold them on that. They do make some good drinks, even though they crazily priced. So shit, I may have to go back to drinking my because look, it's getting warm. Them refreshers be hitting. So I can't. I'm going to have to need my refreshers. In regards to and Sailor Mermaid, since you in the building, yeah, even though I did kind of throw that little shade earlier, but like this bitch won't leave me alone about this goddamn Devil Wears Prada movie. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what I said. I was like, we got to definitely figure out the schedule because I didn't realize it comes out next week, first week of May. In regards to that movie, so yeah, because I want you to wind it back and you be like, oh, she was talking shit. Anyway, let's get back into the show because we got some homosexual news to get into. Let's talk about Heated Rivalry. So the showrunner, Jacob Tierney, who shout out to him because I saw this recent story. I said I'll mention it in passing. We don't need to make it a whole thing. There was an old podcast that resurfaced with him on it where he was talking about living with HIV. So shout out to him because I like the fact that we have our LGBTs coming out here revealing their living with HIV, with him and Billy Porter and so many others being open about it. I think we need to stop the destigmatization, yeah, that's a word, of the high five. So as he continues to work on Heat of Rivalry Season 2, showrunner Jacob Tierney touched down in New York City for BookCon. I didn't even know there was that, but I shouldn't be surprised they actually have a convention for books. So he was there for BookCon 2026, joining author Rachel Reed, the creator of Shane Hollander and Ilya Rosanov's romantic romance saga, for a discussion about this TV adaptation. So Heat of Rivalry showrunner Jacob Tierney is in the middle of writing Season 2 of the hockey romance series, which he says will find Shane Hollander, played by Hudson Williams, and Ilya Rosanov, played by Connor Story, in a much more serious territory than the lovers were in the first installment. He said it's different. It's really different. This is what he said during a panel alongside Heat of Rivalry book author Rachel Reed Saturday at BookCon at the Javits Center in New York. And the challenge of it is, from an adaptation point of view, is that you're in much more serious territory. A lot of the initial, there's still lots of flirting and a lot of sex, but this kind of danger, this kind of hotel room adolescent sex stuff is largely gone. And so it presents really new challenges. Yeah, because we already got that out of our system. We feel like the hotel room, where it's like, meet me somewhere, this place, or texting, okay, meet me at the hotel, and then y'all up in there just hunching like rabbits. It's like, yeah, that was cute during season one, but you can't keep reheating your nachos every season. At some point, you got to go, well, we got to expect a little more depth between these two characters, especially since, spoiler alert, it was revealed in the upcoming book that Rachel is currently writing. That's supposed to be coming out later this year. Or maybe wait, it's next year because they moved it. It was supposed to come out this year, but then she's talking about she's been sick, those other stuff. So she's moving it because I think she has MS. She's moving it to 2027. That Ilya and Shane get married, and I think they're playing on the same hockey team, and a lot of the stuff that endures from that. Meaning people in the media who are homophobic and a lot of the backlash and things that are happening. So they got to work that up. So Tierney brought on Michael Goldbach as a co-writer for Heat of Rivalry Season 2 to assist in the process, as the production team hopes to get new episodes out sooner rather than later amid the immense popularity of the Crave HBO Max show's first season. And this is what I said. I was like, yeah, this show hit so hard immediately in season 1. Y'all cannot pull a Game of Thrones, all these other stuff, or even tied ass Euphoria, where we're gonna have y'all wait 3-4 years for a new season. By that time, people done moved on. There'll probably be other queer-based shows that are on TV that are surpassing Heat of Rivalry. You got to strike while the iron is hot. So I'm glad that they didn't expect. I mean, I get it. They didn't expect the show to blow up the way it did, and so they were just riding high on the success of it. But the fact that, yeah, they want to get stuff shooting in the summer, and who knows, maybe by the end of the year, we'll probably get season 2. But I just hope that it's way more than 6 episodes, which they only gave us in this first season. So they said the storyline of season 2, which is based on Reed's book, The Long Game, the sequel to Heat of Rivalry and part of Reed's overall Game Changer series, is more complex than the plot of the first season of the show, as it finds Shane and Ilya facing the realities of being in a relationship after a slow burn romance. Saying part of the reason you started with Heat of Rivalry as far as adapting goes is because you want to get the long game or get to it. Because The Long Game is an emotionally sophisticated book that takes its couple seriously. What I've always said about the show is there are a lot of books. Game Changer is in Heat of Rivalry, and obviously, as I think you guys all know by now, obviously parts of Role Model are going to be in season 2, to the great surprise of absolutely nobody. But Ilya and Shane are the heartbeat of the series, of my show. It was always going to be about Ilya and Shane. That is what is the trajectory that runs through it as their world expands. Now, Tierney joked that he refers to Reed's Long Game book as sex scenes from a marriage, noting a big fight between Shane and Ilya is one of his favorite moments from her story, saying there's a Bergman-y kind of, what do you do after the rush of danger is gone and now you have to live in a relationship where you still aren't communicating properly, much as you would like to? You can say you love each other, but as adults know, there's so much more to making a relationship a success. As Tierney continued, Reed's book Role Model, which is part of the overall Game Changer novel series, but follows the relationship of hockey player Troy Barrett and team social media manager Harris Drover, rather than Shane and Ilya, will be worked in the Heat of Rivalry season 2. Now, in Long Game, you were like, okay, we're here to ground this in something that feels very real. This is what Tierney said. And the same thing with Troy and Harris, right? I think there's an easy, farcical way of looking at Role Model as it's very grumpy slash sunshine. It's very apple orchard. It can drift into things that you want, but Troy is really a damaged guy, and Troy is quite damaged on the show. I would say we're digging into that even harder because that's what's interesting. Well, I do like the fact they incorporate, we get that Ilya and Shane are the heartbeat of the franchise. And that's good or whatever, that's what you want to focus on. But also what people need to realize is that I like when they bring other characters into the franchise because it's like we can get to know them, like Robbie GK and Francois Arnault, seeing how their whole relationship transpired in the first season. We'll see how that progresses in season 2. And it's bringing all these different characters of closeted athletes and people that they're dating and this sort of thing and other characters and making it interesting because you can't just solely focus on these two characters. It's gonna make the show boring. So it'll be interesting how they play this out, and hopefully you'll actually put a little more hockey in the show and not just make it like, yeah, hockey's the background, but it's mostly about the sex and the same sex attraction and the sex scenes. And that's cute or whatever too, but just balance it out. But I'm definitely curious to see what season 2 brings. I like the first season. And even though I did think about not combining both, I was like, let's get into it. So, speaking of heated rivalry, so Noah's Ark star Daryl Stevens, who played Noah on the show, had a couple of things to say about heated rivalry and the success of the show and all that other stuff. And here, and Noah's Ark came out like 20 some odd years ago, so that was like a pioneer type of show. At the time we had Queer as Folk, which was a pioneer show, particularly with showing real queer relationships on TV, which we've never seen before, and unapologetic sex scenes. Then we had the L Word, which for the lesbians, and then we had Noah's Ark, which was for QPOX, which for those who don't know, queer people of color. So he said, folks are starved for male intimacy in a way that feels honest and genuine. And I think the show would have been a hit anyway. But how those two actors, Connor Story and Hudson Williams, navigated that promotional tour was so refreshing to see. It felt revolutionary. We said we didn't know who was identifying as gay or straight in the beginning. I think we have a better sense now. Do we? But the idea that the two actors were all over each other, hugging and kissing whenever they could, made us go, oh, there's a new way too. We were just talking about the manosphere. I think that many men are starved for representation that allows them to be emotionally vulnerable and physically affectionate with each other. And I don't necessarily think that he means that means gay. I just think in general terms, and I think that's probably where a lot of this brosphere type stuff comes from and why there seems to be this lashing at women because men want to be affectionate with their male friends and just show like they genuinely care about each other. It's not necessarily, yeah, we want to go and fuck each other, make out with each other. But I think there's that need where guys are just so tired of having to portray this stereotypical ideology of what it means to be masculine or to be masculine. It's like, yeah, I want to be able to show emotion and I want to be able to dap my friends and smack them on the butt and just show kind of whatever, just to show that there's an intimacy there. And then I think that's why even guys even relate more with one, and they have like these deeper relationships with their male friends, but they treat women like they just a vessel to have a baby with. So now also on the show, Hudson is half Asian, but white presenting enough. And that was another thing too, because some people were saying that in this comment that I'm about to tell you, they were like, but wait, Hudson Williams is not white. He's a man of color. But what Daryl was getting at, he said that show would not have happened with two Asian or two black presenting men or two men of color. So saying that the success of Heat of Rivalry would not have happened if it was a Noah and Wade at the head of the situation or two Asian guys. Because how many stories have we heard, especially from people like Simu Liu, who have talked about that y'all don't, or Henry Golding, where they talk about that they would love to see Asian men as the lead. Why do we always have to be the villain? Why do we always have to be the bad guy in a lot of situations? So we want to be seen as a representation of where we can be seen in romantic leads, that we're not these monsters that white media or the entertainment industry, which is predominantly white, in regards of the gatekeeping of projects, how that gets made. So he's absolutely correct on this. And you have to look at it at the end of the day. Yes, Hudson Williams may be Japanese in real life. Wait, he's half Korean, but I think on the show, his characters have Japanese. So Hudson, definitely when you look at him, he is white presenting. Because I looked at him and I thought I was a white boy until we saw the scene of him with his parents, and the father is Dylan Walsh. I don't know, from Nip Tuck, and then his mother is played by an Asian woman. And it wasn't until I saw those scenes with his parents that I'm like, oh, he's a mixed race. At first, I didn't look at him, but then I started looking at him. Yeah, I could definitely see the Asian in him. So there's that. And then it said that show, as you said, the show wouldn't have happened with two Asian and two black presenting men or two men of color. And he said, and only because I've been on the gay side of this industry for a long time, and I've seen beautiful black men come into gay stories and how black folks respond to those stories with skepticism and fear. When Noah's Ark came out in 2005, half the gay black men who watched the show felt like we were too feminine, and white people weren't watching the show at all. I think the success of Noah's Ark came from black straight women who were starved to see men being physically intimate and nice to each other. When do we get to see that? Which is exactly who are the ones that are mostly watching Heated Rivalry. It's not necessarily gay men, although it seemed like from a lot of the discourses that I've been seeing on social media, it definitely seems like a lot of gay men are watching Heated Rivalry. But I definitely think that more women are watching it. And I think that happened with Queer as Folk too. So Noah's Ark, Queer as Folk, all of that stemmed from women supporting the show, not necessarily men, because they feel like, oh, it's too stereotypical. Oh, it's pretty much clocking our souls, meaning that it's spilling all of our tea for these people to see, so they didn't want to be a part of it. Especially when you saw what that Queer as Folk was exploiting. Is exploiting the right word to use? Um, Club culture, like circuit parties. And I used to go to circuit parties, so a lot of stuff they was doing up in there, yes, the girls was doing it. The GHB and doing the meth and doing the circuit party drugs. Trust and believe, I seen all that shit. The K, special K, all of that shit was going down in the clubs. Trust and believe when I tell you. So he's absolutely right in saying this, and this comes from the fact that Noah, Daryl is in his 50s. I think he's 52 years old. So if he's been around the world and has performed in a lot of queer centric independent films, as well as a show like Noah's Ark, I think he knows what he's talking about. So I'm going to take his word for what he's saying. But I definitely feel that while men are thinking that women don't want to see intimacy, there are plenty of women who want to see men being vulnerable and intimate. So I don't think that we should all just, at the end of the day, put all of this on specifically women. It's just the way society plays it up that men have to be a certain way in order to succeed in the big leagues. So they said, and so when he ended up by saying this, but the majority of this country is still white somehow, and I don't think that Heated Rivalry could have hit as hard as it did in the US without two white presenting, mass presenting main characters. And that's another thing too. If you do the whole, and I've always said this for the longest, I was like, why is it that we don't have a lot of programs that show mask presenting male characters in same sex relationships? Because they exist, but it felt like because y'all wanted it to be easily clockable for effeminate men to be at the center or the forefront of a lot of these products, because it's easy to identify a feminine man. The fact that you see men that upon first glance you think he got a girlfriend, when yeah, behind closed doors he tearing that ass up. And I'm talking about the same sex booty. And the girls be gagging over it, and some men, but it's like the fact that it's ambiguous when you can't really tell. That's where the real danger of it is, because you can't clock somebody's soul easily. So Daryl is correct in everything that he said. He actually said this in an interview with Tim Murphy's The Caftan Chronicles about the breakthrough success of Heated Rivalry. And so if you want to check out that interview, it's out there somewhere on social media. But if you go on Tim Murphy's Instagram, and I'm sure if you went to Daryl Stevens' Instagram, he talks about it there as well. They probably have all the links and things. But yeah, he's absolutely right in this. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Heated Rivalry and what's coming up with season 2, as well as what Daryl Stevens had to say about the matter in regards of Heated Rivalry's success? So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, hold on as I close up some of these little windows that I got. Mm, 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 mm. It's all good. I'll text you after the show about the schedule of watching it. Well, usually I like to do early in the morning because I have to work. So, and then also I'm still waiting for my what's today's date? The 19th. Still waiting for my May schedule because I just got my shit. I just gotta realize I gotta check my pockets because I think I do have the May schedule, so I gotta start going through that. You said I was shopping for a new book to read this afternoon and saw a Heated Rivalry and still didn't pick it up. I probably will soon though. I also saw a Long Game, which is another book in the series. There's like 6 books in the series with another one on the way. Uh, yes, they are. Rachel Reed. She wrote the books. After you mentioned BookCon, I looked it up. So I wonder if the idea of it came from the Rainbow Book Fair, the gay book fair here in New York City that started 5 years before BookCon, which is more mainstream. Yeah, I'm wondering that too. I would like to go to a book convention. Yes, he is. He said, and Daryl is 1,000% correct, which is, honey, I've been saying this before he said it. Yeah, we definitely would not, if it was some people of color, but I always don't want to be up in here yucking somebody yum. But the reality is what it is. The fact of the matter is you have one white guy on the show, another one who is racially ambiguous, so he could play any role. You're not going to look at him and automatically think he's got Asian features. He is white presenting. So, you will get a lot further with selling a show or whatever like that. And also, when you have men on the show that are more masculine presenting, that's an easier pill for people to swallow too, because you want to be able to look at a male and a female. You It's like what they say: the man wants to. You want to if you see a guy, you want to be the guy, and then for the girls, you want to be able to fuck the guy. Same thing and vice versa. Even if you gay and you look at the men, you want to fornicate with them too. So it's a little bit of both. You want to beat them and you want to fuck them. If you fluid and you into sports and things. And you said Taylor Swift backup dancer being dragged for doing a brand new ballet show, something he has been working on for years, but didn't have the funds. Why? What? So they think he's doing this because it's about Timothy. Shut up, people! Shut up! Damn. Because I'm just sitting there like, if he's been somebody who's been passionate about ballet, and now because he worked with Taylor Swift, she afforded him the opportunity to put money into furthering and making his dream a reality. Y'all think this got to do with Timothy Chalamet? Like what y'all thought that ballet became something new because his little 49-pound ass brought it up? Like, shut up, people. A lot of people so damn stupid. Why are y'all so dumb? You definitely have way more viewers on a weekend show than a weekday show. So maybe a weekend show should be well, if I'm not working, well, I already know I usually get not you up in here clocking my numbers. I think it's also because, a lot of times people come in from work when I'm working, when I'm on live. But yeah, weekends definitely will work. But if I'm not too busy on the weekends, it's hard to do a weekend show. The reason why there's a weekend show today is because I'm not at the Garden. The Knicks will be back at the Garden tomorrow. He said, no, because I said around the world and yes, Lisa Stanfield. And you said the straight community needs to realize there is a hello. And I haven't I been saying that? He said between homosocial and homosexual interactions. Because I've been saying that too. And it's different. We're not a monolith. Like, not everybody is out here is a limp wrist, popping fingers. Not all of us out here looking like Saucy Santana. Trust and believe. Like, all gays is doing that. We're not all walking around with wigs and wearing women's clothes and putting on Lee press on nails with acrylic. Like none of us is all running around here doing that. Some of us actually like doing man shit. And that's no shade to them. I live for the femme girls. I live for the femme queens. But there's more to us than that. And I love my drag queens too. Women, because I have a lot of drag queen friends, so I live for them as well. So now women are definitely curious about of course they are, which I don't fault them for curiosity. So the TV shows is where they're getting a look. They just shouldn't show up. Hello. And we've been having that conversation. So people's getting mad at me over saying that because I was like, yeah, no shade, but I don't like a lot of women coming to a lot of our establishments, a lot of the gay establishments, especially if you're hinting at what I think you're hinting at with the gay ex permissive spaces. So there was a certain establishment that I would be going to, and Lanier is very familiar, that has a red rooster outside the establishment. When I be up in there carrying butt ass, I mean, in my birthday suit, carrying. And there be girls in there gawking, bitch. I'm not a zoo animal. Why y'all in here? And then it'd be you stuck offs. That's FAGGOTS backwards. um, that be up in the clubs, bringing y'all friends up in there, gawking at us like we some goddamn zoo animals. It's like, be the ass home. If y'all want to go to a drag like see a drag show, that's cute. But you have to realize when you on our territory, you got to be respectful. You can't come up in there trying to act like it's about y'all because you will get red. Now, Festival of Books happening right now in LA, and it's packed as fuck. Wait, you had a book festival? What's happening? Yeah, that's a good question. What is homosocial? Is that basically like social gatherings with the gays? You say it's 49. I mean, he is skinny. I say his 49-pound ass. I have not been to the Red Rooster in a minute. And I think that was the last time I went. Yeah, because that's what we call it. We don't say the other word because we don't need y'all knowing our business. What we talking about. But because I used to refer to it as the Red Rooster. That was the code word. So the last time I went, it was me and my ex-roommate. And we was going trying to have a good time. It was just like the energy was off in there. I just feel like it was too many young people. It felt literally like y'all at Coachella, like y'all standing around, which except phones is not allowed in there. You can't be recording, especially what we be doing in there. But y'all was standing around. It was boring. I wasn't really vibing with nobody. So we ended up going to, oh my God, what was the name of the establishment that used to be over there across the street from Wendy Williams' studio where you also could carry up in there? I forgot the name of it because it's not around no more. The place is still there, but they changed it into something else. A friend of mine actually worked there, actually, in there. So he done seen me in all my glory. I was like, yeah, he works in there doing like the cleaning and stuff. But it was like a little party thing place. You go in there, you pay a little money, you go down, thank you, paddles. Not you spilling the tea. But yeah, paddles. They ain't around no more. But they still have their little establishment, but now they close early. But I'm like, that's dumb. Child, I used to go there when the Red Rooster would close. I'm like, because they would stay open until 7 in the morning. So I've been going up in there, and that's the after party. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. A female supervisor from work said, It said, I told her if she dares to ever show up there, I will definitely make it clear we are off the clock. Okay. Because, child, you ain't going to be prepared to see how I'll be carrying up in these spaces. I might want to do that because, when it start getting warm out, I don't be wearing drawers. And you said, I think you're gonna like it. But I've been on my look, it's been a minute. I've been on my best behavior. I saw a friend of mine, Dijon, is doing trying to do like some S&M leathery type establishment for his throwback party at oh my god, why am I forgetting names of spaces? Rock Bar this week. And I would like to go, but I'm working. That's why I haven't been able to go to a lot of parties and stuff as of late because when I'm at the garden and I've been dealing with people all day, by the time I get out of work, I'm like, I really don't feel like I'm in the mood to travel. And I used to be that person when I was younger, and I would work late nights at uh like the movie theater, AMC in Times Square, and I would get out at like 2 o'clock in the morning because yeah, we were working them late shows. And I would get the overnights, but I used to like working it because I was always working with a lot of my friends there, so it made it a lot of fun when I would work the 6 to midnight shifts or whatever the case is. And when they're carrying, I'd be like, "Ooh, I get out, I'll be going straight." I used to go straight to the Red Rooster or certain other establishments and get it in and go home. But now it's like with the trains and everything, I don't even be wanting to go out. That's why I got to get to a point where I can start scraping up enough money and move back to the city, bitch. Because I miss living in Harlem and Manhattan. I used to be, that would be easy accessibility for me to get around and do, not that's me right now with Banana Republic and Kava. Yeah, that's what I said. When you working, you feel so tired. And then you got to work 2 jobs in order to like survive and stay afloat career wise. But yeah, when we meet up, sir, we got a lot to kiki about. Anyway, let's get back into the show. Let's talk about this bitch. Let's talk about Bruce. I know some people want to get mad that I be talking about this bitch in they male their gender marker, former gender marker, but fuck her. First of all, you ain't give a shit about other trans people with your big feet and your man hands and that deep ass voice. You ain't give a fuck about your own damn community. But now, because you're on the receiving end of the very thing that this administration said they was going to do, which was going after the trans community, now because you being affected because your tax bracket didn't protect you from the vitriol, now you feeling hurt and you want sympathy and empathy. So this old big foot dragon heifer took her ass over there. This conservative media vampire took her ass over there on Tommy Lauren, that dumb bitch, took herself over on that show to about fearless. No, you need to call it fearful because that's what a lot of y'all be running on. Fearfulness, not no fearlessness. Because people who are fearless don't need to be running around doing this bullshit that you two out here are doing. So they trying to clamor onto whatever's left of their relevancy by doing a stupid ass podcast. And prior to this, she did a story on the fact that she regrets taking the Glamour Woman of the Year award in 2015. Yeah, because you ain't did shit for the community. I'm talking about the trans community. And said be a grifter, because that's what a lot of you conservatives are, bunch of goddamn money hungry grifters. And so she was running around here to my she regrets taking the damn thing. Well, you should be, because there's nothing about you that screams activist or anything you've done really for the community, except you had the coin and the wherewithal to go transition into a gender you always felt that you were. But now you want people to be out here feeling sorry for your dusty ass. So she came out in, what was it, 10 years ago almost, or a little over 10 years, as a trans woman. And she told Tammy, or Tommy, however the fuck her name is, Tommy, she need to be in a damn tomb, wrapped up in a 8,000-year-old sarcophagus. Basically said that she appealed to Trump for help after the gender marker on her passport was changed from female to male. Now she said, recently I had my passport. I had to get it renewed. I sent it back. Comes back gender marker M. This is what she told Lauren, explaining that she had previously gone through the process of getting the gender marker on all of her IDs, including her birth certificate, changed to female. So now I'm in a position, Tommy. What do I do? This is a safety factor. I can't travel internationally anymore. I can't use my passport. Oh, welcome to the club, bitch. What did you expect? You sitting there voting for a demographic, a regime, a community that can give two shits and a flying fuck about how you identify without here spewing all kinds of bigoted rhetoric towards the trans community. But now yo lily white ass is being fucking affected. Your Timu equivalent of being Jessica Lange. Now your Timu Jessica Lange looking ass is out here being on the receiving end of the vitriol and the transphobia. Now you want us to feel sorry for you. Fuck you. And them goddamn thick ass eyebrows you got. So Jenner said she had attempted to appeal the change by using the standard form to flag it as a mistake. No, bitch, because apparently, according to them, God don't make no mistakes. So you shit out of luck until the next administration comes along and changes discourse on all of this bigotry that they're ushering into this current regime. So now last year, the Supreme Court affirmed that Trump administration's right to block trans and non-binary people from choosing the gender marker on their passports. And now you know how a lot of the drag race girls who identify as trans have been dealing with. When you hear people like Adore Delano talking about how they've been going through it, and Aja has been going through it. Now you expect us to feel sorry for you because you're Kim Kardashian's mother-in-law or stepmother, and Brody Jenner's other mother. So her next move was to write a letter to the president, even though, and you know he can't read. So why would you send him a letter? Even though she apparently has his personal phone number about the implications for her and other trans people. Bitch, you don't give a fuck about other trans people. Now you want to be an activist because it's affecting you. This is how it always is with this, with Republicans. They don't give a fuck about nobody until it affects their bottom line. Then they want to sit up here and throw their fists up in the air like they Angela Davis and want to start protesting and discuss because now their bottom line is being affected in all of this. So then she goes and says, I was in Mar-a-Lago 2 months ago. This is what the letter wrote, explaining all of this to him, how it's affecting me and lots of people. And unfortunately, he wasn't there that weekend. This is what Jenner said, explaining that Secret Service personnel then promised her the letter would get to Trump's desk. I haven't heard from him. He's kind of busy right now. Yeah, busy just being on social media, tweeting fucking bio dialogue type shits, like writing full novels about a bunch of stuff that don't make no kind of coherent sense because the mind is deteriorating in real time. That's allegedly the extreme enhancement of the dementia. Allegedly. Even though I don't think it's alleged, but allegedly. My gender marker is not big on the issue, okay? So I get that. And I'm not blaming him whatsoever. I love the guy and I love what he's doing. You're full of shit. Like, I just hate the fact that people come up here and it's like, even when you know that the team that you on is failing, that it is their fault, you still don't want to hold people accountable for the things that's happening. What is up with y'all so caught up in the matrix of this cult? Y'all so caught up in the cult that you can't even just accept and just admit defeat. You know who also does that? Who the one that talks like this a lot? That person that the one that just got sued by spreading that information, the misinformation about the kids and Red Hook and all that crap. When he told that, he's another one that won't do that. You'll denounce him, but you won't fully go there with the bullshit. And I'm sick of a lot of these people that sit and do that mess. It's like, just be honest. Just admit when you've admitted defeat, admit you're wrong, admit you were on the wrong side of history, per usual, because a lot of you vote with your money and your comfortability and your whiteness and your maleness. And I truly believe that even though Caitlyn been out here identifying as a woman, she was voting as a man with a lot of the ideologies. And you thinking that you weren't going to be exempt from all of this? This administration hates women. And even though you became a woman a decade ago, they still treating you like shit. So welcome to the club. I don't feel no ways tired of what you're going through. And Jenna also goes back and forth with their support of Trump or whatever. So you vote like somebody who's got bipolar disorder. So they don't know what's going to happen. And I don't give a fuck because, like they said, if now you want us to feel sorry for you because it's affecting you, and I don't feel sorry for you because this is the decision you made. Now you wanted to roll around in the mud like pig and shit. Keep rolling, bitch. That's all I gotta say. So, of course, her post was mocked by those who couldn't believe she supported a man who, as one person put it, literally announced that you don't exist today. So one person wrote on social media, were you in the front row for that? I don't understand how you can support an office that is trying to re-alienate you from society. Another asked, he just publicly said you were not accepted. How do you feel about him now? Well, you already heard how they feel. They won't denounce fully. Oh, I think he's still doing a great job. I'm like, Name one thing he's been good at. I'll wait. Because everybody's talking about gas prices going up, grocery prices are skyrocketing, everything is going up except people's ability to live and support themselves financially. Now, one of the most common phrases people are using to react to the news is, I don't think the leopards would eat my face. Another commenter phrase is slightly differently, stating, trans people who support Trump make zero sense to me. What the hell did Caitlyn think would happen? She really thought tossing other trans people to the wolves would somehow save her from being eaten by the wolves, too. Exactly. And that's what a lot of these people are. They think selfishly, they only care about themselves and have no regard for other people who are marginalized. And you sit up here thinking because you are um going through whatever it is you're going to hold on, because I just completely forgot to delete something that was in my thing, like my picture collage that I was going to use for the show. And I saw people actually like my photos. I'm like, no, that wasn't for y'all to like. So but hold on, there was something that I had saw on social media that I reposted, and this is like literally how I was feeling about the Trump supporters. But if I can't find it, we might have to move on. Oh yeah, I found it. So it said this. So this is how I feel. A message for all you people leaving MAGA. Fuck you. It wasn't the grabbing by the pussy. It wasn't the mocking of a disabled person. It wasn't the thousands of lies. It wasn't a 130,000 porn star payout, or was it million? 130, well, because they got a couple of zeros there, but I'm assuming it was $130,000 porn star payout. It wasn't arrested in infidelity. It wasn't the 34 felony convictions. It wasn't a $400 million jet from Qatar or Qatar. Sorry. It wasn't the withholding of federal funds to blue states devastated by wildfires, hurricanes, and tornadoes. It wasn't the Americans killed and deported. It wasn't the illegal wars started without congressional approval. It wasn't the 160 schoolgirls he unalived with a Tomahawk missile. Oh, and they double tapped on that shit. So it wasn't even just one bomb. They dropped both multiple. It wasn't the children he raped. It wasn't a fucking AI picture that drove you over the edge. I will never forgive you. I will never forget who you are. You are and always will be a Trump supporter. Read the list again. You are shit. So that's exactly how I feel about Caitlyn Jenner. I don't feel no ways tied. This bitch could go fall in a ditch and I wouldn't cry one tear over her tied ass if anything was to happen to her, because you can't just be fucking around with people and expecting the karma not to come in your direction. So fuck around and find out. And now the bitch, you're finding out what exactly it is that you don't see it for you. So I don't feel no ways tied. What happens to you? So I say, oh, this is a, what do you guys think of this story regarding tied ass Caitlyn Jenner out here crying a river because her big back, big foot dragging ass is all upset? I did not realize that I was going to read her this hard, but it, the universe sent it down to the brain and now it's coming out the mouth. So how do y'all feel about this old big foot dragging ass, having ass bitch getting what's coming to her? Because now her bottom line as a trans woman is being affected by everything that's going on. So let me know what you guys think. And surprised that Trump ain't return her calls, in the words of Brandy. Why you ain't return my calls? Because he ain't got time for your ass. That's why. He ain't want to hear you talking all this politics. Child, he don't even pick up JD Vance phone calls because he don't like his fat, um, blank canvas looking ass either. Because quiet as kept, he didn't even want him to be the VP. That was Peter Thiel's choice. Because when you when the oligarchs basically help get your ass elected a second damn time, you got to do what they want you to do because you done sold your soul for a coin. So let me know what you guys think of this mess in the comments down below. Hold on, because I was like, what happened? You said, OMG, yes, we do. You said Caitlyn has always been a weirdo. I don't even think she cares about her family. She don't. You know, when you get a lot of these selfish ass people, that's what it is. Caitlyn has never cared about anyone but herself. Absolutely. Caitlyn is such an asshole. I never liked her even when she was Bruce. Okay. And it kind of makes me look side-eyed at Chris Jenner. I was like, what did you see in that old that bitch? What did you see in him? And he said, even if you do what Blair White does, at least she's straight up. I am a Christian. However, when it comes to Trump, most of what he's doing is demonic. But why are people surprised? I was like, I'm not surprised. We knew exactly who this man was. He showed us who he was. Well, those of us in New York, that's why nobody likes him here. And it's funny how people was in the comments when I was talking about something when he was going at Zoran Mamdani over the lies that he said that I did bring up earlier in the show. People was like, first of all, you had to flee to Florida. Nobody likes you in New York. And the only people that would be voting for you is people obviously that don't live technically in the metropolitan areas. So yeah, Long Island, which is full of fucking racists, and Staten Island. That's where your conglomerate, and probably some people in Queens, because there's like suburban areas out there that are very heavily on the white side that fits in the suburbs of where they're closer to Long Island. So they definitely would vote for a Trump. When we talk about metropolitan areas, it's like no. She's not, but that's why I had to cackle with this whole thing. I don't feel any types of ways. The one positive aspect of this administration is how it made people who voted or support him look dumb and going through the humiliation rituals. Now, that's the true definition of a humiliation ritual, because when y'all be out there talking about celebrities doing things like they said Sydney Sweeney's going through a humiliation ritual based off of her character and what's happening on Euphoria. And I'm like, a character getting into doing OnlyFans content? That sounds like something her ass would have ended up doing. Like, why are y'all surprised? It's not a humiliation ritual. It's literally her character was a Jezebel, basically. Even based on season 2, fucking somebody else's man in the damn, and then had to hide in the bathroom because she thought Miss Thing was gonna whoop her ass. I was like, come on now. Absolutely, and go home quiet. Chris saw an opportunity because Bruce was an ass. Okay. And the thing with and you And the thing with yeah, the thing with the Kardashians or that sort of thing, that's always been very opportunistic with them, whoever they get with. I don't even know what the reparations comment is even meaning. You said, "Oh yeah, child." I almost forgot too as I was saying it. I was like, "Wait, it's Sunday." Either way, we have a two-party monopolized brainwash system in place along with whichever media you listen to, both sides. And this is what something I have been preaching on this show about in regards of yes, the two-party system is fucked. It is corrupt. You can't believe anything that's coming from like real journalists. That's why I kind of laughed at Don Lemon tied ass talk about if you don't have a journalism degree, then you're not a real journalist. Kind of throwing his nose up at influencers. But I'm like, bitch, you're being an influencer on YouTube. So have a seat, number one. And number two, um if we get what the definition of a journalist is, but if y'all journalists was actually doing y'all motherfucking jobs and telling people the truth, and even when you are independent, still not regurgitating centrist corporate talking points, which he does do. He does a little bit of the progressiveness, but you ain't fully progressive in a lot of your speech, like a Hassan Piker or even or Jennifer Welch, who I love the fact that she went from being a reality star to a big political force to be reckoned with in regards of her commentary, or even um who else is another one? Kyle Kalinske. When I was thinking about him as well, like they're really progressive in a lot of the conversations and the things that they talking about. But yeah, both sides are equally corrupt in their own ways. Just like the recent thing where it was like the Democrats voted against this whole thing about sending aid to Israel. Well, of course, you got big humpback, fat, wide back ass Chuck Schumer still voted yes. I'm like, yeah, because we know he's a Zionist. Why would anybody be surprised at the way he would vote? A lot of these celebrities are going through humiliation rituals. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Wait for it. Once the devil is done with you, he will spit you out like trash, as he always does. If the giggler, aka border czar, would just shut down the border, he would be president. She would be president today. Not the giggler. I don't no, I don't think that I don't even think Kamala would have been president if she would have shut down the border. There was a lot of things that was pissing her off. And another thing somebody brought up to my attention, see, people was thinking Janet Jackson was being racist over her comments towards Kamala. in regards to what she said. First of all, I had totally forgotten Kamala Harris was a prosecutor in that Michael Jackson trial. That's why Janet don't like her. That gagged me when somebody brought that up. I'm like, wait, really? I totally forgot about that. Because we didn't know who Kamala Harris was back then. So she was trying to get Michael locked up. So that's why Janet don't like her. So there's personal vendetta in that whole situation. Also, I think, no, I don't think it had to do with that. I think it had to do with the whole thing with the genocide and the fact that she's married to a Zionist and the fact that she still was going to be out here continuing a lot of Biden's stuff, which he did start that whole war in Gaza. So that's where I think that hurt her in a lot of ways. Because she was going a couple of points up when her and Tim Walz was running around here calling, Trump and them weird, and JD Vance fucking the couch and all this stuff. And we were all cackling and feeling, oh yeah, they finally fighting, like getting in the dirt, because that's what you have to do with these bullies. You can't just kill them with kindness. Sometimes when they throw a bow, you gotta throw an elbow. So and people was like, "Oh, there's a little fight in the Democrats," and then numbers started going up. But then you had these little demons in the background. Oh no, you're messing it up. We can't do that. We got to go back to the Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high bullshit. And then of course, when you start losing all the 7 key states, then it's like, okay, we are fucked in this point, and now this is why we got what we got again. So there's a lot of factors that played into why Democrats lost, and they still not learning their lesson. Because if you think Gavin Newsom is going to be the president, shit. And that's why I can't stand Cory Booker, fake, floundering, flip-flopping ass, going on to we lost Kamala because when y'all didn't want to vote for a woman because I was like, shut the fuck up with you and your fake ass performative bullshit. Because you went and did that whole 24-hour damn thing on social media, that filibuster mess, and nothing got passed. So like you sitting there just wasting our time. First of all, I wonder if you had on one of Donald Trump Pampers when you would stand up there for 24 hours, because how else you went to the bathroom in between you running your damn mouth, saying a whole bunch of nothing, blowing hot air for a day straight. And what we get accomplished, which I usually do, a bunch of damn performativeness and nothing got done. And at this point, we tired of just a bunch of people running off of the damn mouth. We need y'all to fucking work. Shut the fuck up and work, basically. Or you're not going to get voted in. And people need to start paying attention to politics and stop voting the same old in the White House, or even in government, period, because nothing's going to get done. You keep voting the same clowns in the, putting the same clowns in the circus. He said, talking about Sydney Sweeney trying to talk about, oh, you talking about Tom Holland. Oh, you talking about the fact that she was trying to mess with him and that's why her and Zendaya had that beef, allegedly. Independent, but because of state laws with closed primaries, it's either Democrat or Republican. I don't like this whole that we have a 2-party system. We definitely need we need other options, because the 2-party system is so bought and paid for by corporations that it's like when you want change, and that's why I've always said this, even before it started becoming obvious, that's the one time Democrats and Republicans come together, when that third party try to come in and make changes. So that's why even though Zoran is a Democratic socialist, he still had to play that whole Democrat game, but you still see a lot of the progressive stuff slipping in. I was not expecting us to get into politics, but that's where we went. You said, yes, the giggler, aka Border Czar, would have looked powerful. I can't with the whole Kamala giggler. I remember me and you getting into it over Janet and Kamala. Kamala was also the DA in California in 2005 and sent little. So she got it. And y'all said that she out here trying to throw black people in prison. Look at her. But I want to sit up here and get mad and talk about vote for her, vote for her. Fuck out of here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I did vote for her for president, but I had to vote for somebody. But now, I don't know. I should have voted for Jill Stein. That's what I should have did. That'd have really pissed y'all off. But did we get into it over Janet? Look, we've had so many disagreements on this show. I can't keep up. I'm glad you're still around, though. We probably did get into it. Look, I say so much shit on this show. I can't remember what I said. There were so many times I never understood Kamala. I don't think she understands herself either. Now she's talking about she might run again. Ma'am, please don't. Please don't. We want to win. Don't. You, Cory Booker, and Gavin Newsom, please don't run. Because I'm not voting for neither one of y'all. Janet has not been on my top 5 artists monthly because look, she ain't put out nothing new. And there was some Thai queen that decided to try to come from Madonna to my her riggedy bones about to come out and perform. Went on his page and saw that he's a Janet stan. I'm like, okay, so you over here trying to read Madonna. When the last time this old bitch, and I love Janet, but I'm gonna call her what I'm gonna say. So whatever. When the last time she put out music, y'all still waiting for Black Diamond to come out. So you can read Madonna till the cows come home and talk about her riggedy bones. But when Janet and her same old pleasure principle choreography won't come out with some new shit, we're waiting. We still waiting. Or you can keep waiting. I'm not waiting. So you want to sit down here and read somebody that actually was in the studio recording the music, but you ain't getting mad at your fave for still having y'all wait with bated breath for an album that ain't never coming. Like, get the fuck out of here. You said Janet has not been in my top 5 monthly recaps. I need to look at my top 5 monthly recaps of Apple Music. Because the other day I was listening to one of my like the most listened to. Because the one thing I love about Apple, they keep track of all your favorite songs. And I went and I listened to my 2025 list. I was like, oh yeah, these songs was hitting. So I was listening to that when I was on the train. I need to start revisiting that more often. So I like that Apple Music keeps track of like all the songs. And child, 2025 it was a lot of Kylie Minogue. I'll tell you that. It was a lot of Kylie, it was a lot of Charli. And so you said Madonna was number 1 in January, February, and Mariah was number 1 last month. Madge number 2. Brit has been in all 3. Still no Janet. I can't tell you the last time I really listened to anything Janet related. Yeah, we definitely need term and age limits because this whole for life crap. Why are we having that? Because then you be having people literally they brains deteriorating in real time, and they still running government. If you're not coherent enough to function in your day-to-day life, you should not be running anything business wise. Madonna was number 1 artist in the Google Play recap. Decent. December 2025, March of 2025. Damn, you really be up in there with Miss Madonna. Billionaire donors, that's what's supporting the Epstein files. Madonna was played 3,000 hours. Second act, Jennifer had 2,200. Maybe I should look at that right now because funny enough, when I open up my phone, guess what album I was listening to? Slater. I told you I stay listening to Miss Catherine. Oh, they said what? Replay 2026. So we going. Wait, y'all talking about y'all top? Let me do the top 10. So number 10, I See Red. Number 9, Slater Dance. Number 8, Yes God by Slater. Number 7, Dove Cameron, Too Much. I do love that song. Ever since they on Drag Race, I have been listening to that song a lot. Oliver Sim, who was from the XX Telephone Games. Number 5, Lady Tron, Caught in the Blink of an Eye. Number 4, Saint Loser, Slater. Number 3, Milk by Agnes. Number 2, Beat Up Chanel's by Slater. Look, I told you it was a bunch of Slater in here. And number 1, Talk to Me by Robin. Then I got my top 10 for 2025. And we'll go number 10, Wet Hot American Dream by Ava Max. Number 9, Tonight by Pink Pantheress. Number 8, Reverberatic. I don't know why I can't talk all of a sudden by Alison Goldfrapp. Number 7, Taboo by Kylie Minogue. Number 6, Drums of Death by FKA Twigs and Corliss. Speaking of which, there was somebody that mentioned that there was a certain queen that was in the top 3 of Drag Race that did their choreography that pretty much ripped off Drums of Death. Into that when we get to this. Funny enough, that is the last topic when we get to the Drag Race review. Number 5, Garden of Eden by Lady Gaga. Number 4, Disease by Lady Gaga. Number 3, Jade, FUFN. Number 2, Von Dutch by Charli XCX. And number 1, Lady Gaga, Abracadabra. Yeah, that was definitely on a Gaga hit back when it came to that. Now it has replay all the time. So yeah, Apple has in honor of Apple Music's first decade. Take a look back, relive your all-time favorite tracks on one playlist. So number 10, Talk Talk featuring Troye Sivan. That's Charli XCX. Number 9, Cunty by Adam Lambert. Number 8, Katy Perry by Lifetimes. Don't judge me by my list. Number 7, Diamonds by Kylie Minogue. Number 6, Good Is Gone by Kylie Minogue. Number 5, Lights Camera Action by Kylie Minogue. Number 4, Lady Gaga, Abracadabra. Number 3, Von Dutch, Charli XCX. Number 2, Disease by Lady Gaga. And number 1, Taboo by Kylie Minogue. I told you it was all Kylie Minogue. I might actually listen to this when I go out. 'Cause I'm like, yes, that list is hitting. But anyway, let's see what's it doing. You said minutes, Kamala flip flopping all over the place. Is she gonna be doing that again when she try running? Both Madonna and Janet are household names. We can keep it at that. Black Diamond is never coming out. The fans are delusional. I love Janet, but she's slowly losing the title of Onyx number one pop diva. Who is your number one pop diva? Did you mention that? You said I stopped caring or wanting, waiting for Black Diamond a long time ago. Yeah, the janitors are still waiting. Sadly, politics has become voting for the lesser of two evils. Absolutely. With that said, I can't get why folks voted for Trump then when his blatant evil so extremely outdoes everybody else, even in his own party. Slater has over 1,000 streams from me. I have a friend who was obsessed with this new Slater album, even got a ticket to go see her on tour. He said when he's driving, he listens to it. He be posting clips of the Coachella performance. Like he loves Slater. I find it funny because Madonna nor Janet would care about making new music or charts that stands like to brag about. Both are legends of careers and legacy are cemented. I think at this point in Madonna's career, she finally woke up and was like, you know what? I don't care about the whole chart thing. You're not going to see it for me. I'm gonna just make music for my fans. I don't think she's trying to like grab new fans. I mean, she's got a younger generation of fans that have started discovering her music, and they do full discourses on breaking down her music videos. They're reacting to her songs. I see a lot of it all over social media. So people are genuinely the new younger generation are generally genuinely getting into Madonna's music. So they don't need to be this thing where we need to pander to a certain audience. The funny thing with her and Sabrina Carpenter, it definitely feels organic that those two did a collab together because their voices complement each other on that new song. So I'm not mad that they, work together. Old technology has like 300 plays. Wait, I need to look back on the thing. How can you tell how many times you play how many plays a song got? Do I go into my home? Well, I can't go into new because I don't think it's gonna be there for that. Um, well, it's about chart stuff. I don't care. Oh, it's about top albums, top videos. Ew. Some of these people I don't listen to them. Don Tolliver, Ella Langley, Morgan Wallen, Kanye West, Swag 2, Air Rain from BTS, K-pop Demon Hunters, Bruno Mars, Born Ass. I'm like, but they got top videos. Olivia Rodrigo, you seem pretty sad for whatever. Confessions 2 is number 2. Boss Man D-Lo, ain't he in the closet? Is number 3. Boss Man D-Lo again at number 4. Olivia Rodrigo would drop that at number 5. Raphael Sadiq at number 6. BTS at number 7. Taylor Swift at number 8. Cat's Eye number 9. Justin Bieber number 10. Blah blah blah. Why they got Shoot with Salt and Pepper up in here? Wait, I totally forgot about Zara Larson. Let me look at me getting sidetracked. I was like, wait, let me add her album to the docket. Anyway, let me get back into the show because I'm getting sidetracked. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. So now I found it because I was like, how did I do it? That was an accident. So they say you listened for 3,958 minutes in March. So it lets you know your top 10. So 74 minutes at number 10, I listen to Pusha T. Number 9 for 74 minutes, I listen to Malice. That's literally the clips. Number 8, 78 minutes to Keisha. Number 7, 91 minutes, FKA Twigs. Number 6, Justice at 91 minutes. Number 5, and I missed her damn performance, but I told her I'm gonna look it up on YouTube later on with Coachella. Number 5, Cobra with 104 minutes. Number 4, Arca with 183 minutes. Number 3, Slater with 185 minutes. Number 2, Lady Tron with 188 minutes. And number 1, Rufus Du Sol with 236 minutes. Yeah, because I know they're going to be performing at the Garden later on in the summer. So I need to be up on that. Now, number 10, they got my top albums: Kick 3 with number 10, number 9, Femme House Volume 3, number 8, Live at High Ibiza with the Martinez Brothers. I told you I listen to a lot of DJ sets. Number 7, Who's House, which will be as a DJ mix from Who. Number 6, Torn by Cobra. That's a new album. Number 5, Let God Sort 'Em Out. That will be Clips, Pusha T, and Malice. Number 4, Solace with Rufus Du Sol at 72 minutes. Number 3, Armada Subject Sessions with Marco Liss and Harry Romero, 91 minutes. Number 2, Paradises with Lady Tron, 127 minutes. And my number 1 album this month is Worst Girl in America, Slater, with 157 minutes. So that's literally what I've been focusing on. Child, we've been talking about music. We almost doing a 5-hour show. And you said, I invented blueprints for future female artists. They use Trust Neither Don't Care. 2,220 minutes listened to Madonna so far this year, according to Apple Music Replay. I love how I got everyone talking about music and watch. And I've been spending more time on that than getting to well, we got Drag Race as the last damn topic. So they make music for the love of it. Mhm. Is Janet Silly Goose, but probably not long ago, Madonna might become my number 1 diva. Well, yeah, after July 3rd, I think when people gonna be running that album to the damn ground, that might be in my number 1 on the list too. I use you said I use Last FM with Spotify. I have Spotify. I don't use Spotify. I just stick with Apple Music. I usually listen to Spotify for the podcast. It should be on your Apple Music replay. Oh yeah, it's funny enough. I went and looked in the replay and it popped up even before I read your whole situation. For 698 minutes spent listening to my top album so far this year, Erotica. Let's move on to the Drag Race. All right, move on. Go on to the next thing, Claudia, as Funky Dineva used to say. All right, y'all. So let's get into our final topic and let's talk about RuPaul's Drag Race. She's a winner. She's a winner, baby. She's a winner. She's a winner, baby. Losers, weepers. Y'all know that damn song. Finders, keepers. Losers, weepers, finders, keepers. So it's down to our final 3, which would be Darlene Mitchell, Nini Coco, and Mikey Meeks. And it looks like Chris yet again was correct because I said Mikey was going to win the show. And lo and behold, Mikey Meeks is our season 18 winner, where she's been crowned as America's next drag superstar. So yeah, they fought for their way to land a spot in the top 3, even though I knew it was going to be Darlene. First of all, that their lip syncs I thought was cute, but they had to come and basically record their own songs in their own voice, which we have been saying for the longest. And I'm glad finally the producers and the judges, or not even producers and the judges, the producers of the show finally listened to us as fans. Were like, let the girls go in, let them do their final 3 songs where it showcases who they are. Let them go in, record their songs, perform it in front of the show. I love the fact that they actually utilized the studio, that it wasn't like the old way that they used to do it, where they would just have every queen from the Drag Race past, present, which they should have did that. I feel like they should have filled the audience with a lot of the previous Drag Race girls, but I do wonder, would they have to pay them, or what is the rule regarding I have to ask a friend of mine what is that? But they just had some of the old Drag Race girls come up in there, sit in the audience, but they had it seemed like Drag Race fans or probably paid actors sit in the audience where they get paid a little something, something, being extras and sitting in the audience clapping and stuff, watching that long ass show. I said that's what they should have been doing. Just fill the audience, the Drag Race studio with an audience, and use the show to do instead of having to rent out a little theater in West Hollywood or downtown LA, because that's literally what they used to do. They used to do it down in DTLA, just to do it down there and then put a long ass thing together and then everything leaks online. That's the way they should have did it. But so I like the fact that they had it in studio. And it's funny because if you actually watch, you know that how long ago they filmed that, because at the time when they filmed it, Darlene was still a fiance. Since then, in the past couple of weeks, she's been married. So I was married now. So she married to her husband. So she's not engaged anymore. Now she's a husband. So After every queen in the season 18 cast got to strut their stuff and present their drag on the runway one last time, the top three gave iconic finale performances that had fans cheering around the world. So let's get into Darlene's solo performance. So she kicked off the night with a hilarious performance, Cooking with Gas, which could be taken as a double entendre because country thing, flatulence, that sort of thing. So now people like the adoring personality, her campy drag. We all knew that wasn't gonna get her to win. But and I love Darlene. I think Darlene is funny. She's definitely going to go far with her career, but as far as like performance wise, I definitely felt like she wasn't going to make it that far in the whole situation. So, or she was going to make the top two. So then let's get into Mikey Meek's solo performance. The one thing I loved about Mikey is the fact that Mikey basically branded herself correctly. She's like, "This is my one last chance to make an impression. I'm going to give you all of the things, all of my strengths. I'm going to put it in a song." Which was I'm a theater queen at first because she won the Maxi challenge when they did the musical, and people were trying to get rid of her off the show like she was the weakest link during the Raider Queen. And it's funny how she went from being in the bottom when y'all were trying to get her chopped from the show to actually winning the whole thing. That's the ultimate gag. And I've always felt that like at first my choice was going to be Nini Coco, but the problem with Nini Coco is the fact that towards the end of the show, she kept ending up in the bottom. So for once, they actually brought track record into the whole thing and gave it to Mikey. But Mikey's performance, I definitely liked it because it was giving very much theater choreography. It was giving Broadway. And then, of course, I love the sexual innuendos. Who doesn't like a little sexual innuendo in a performance? So, and the vocals was on point. I definitely loved it. But then, bitch, Nini Coco let me stop saying it like I'm Coco Montrese. It's like Nini Coco got on stage and did her performance. Definitely the high energy thing. It was fully given off drag fabulousness in regards to the performance. So I was living, although there were some people online that basically said that Miss Thing done ripped off Drums of Death by FKA Twigs. If you actually seen the concert, the tour, because I did work it, if you've seen the show, very much how the chairs and getting up on the stage and she's dancing on top of the thing and the dancers are dancing around her and giving full choreography, they're half naked, that she rips off, like it's giving very much that. So it definitely was a bit of a rip off of Vacation, but Nene, I thought, made it her own. I thought she was great with the performance she gave. Now, if it was based on that performance alone, I would have been like, yeah, Nene won. But if we're talking about the show overall and the track record, I'm not surprised that Mikey Meeks walked away with it. So she gave us a jaw-dropping performance. I live for the choreography. I love the lyrics, the sickening outfits, all that stuff. She definitely performed her ass down. Then she revealed her boyfriend. I had to fast forward through that because I was like, I don't give a fuck about them as a couple. So I moved on from that. And then we brought out Miss Nerve herself. It do take nerve, Anya Nerve, where she basically came out and on the runway and gave everybody a bunch of nothing regardless of what she up to, because she really ain't up to nothing, quiet as it's kept. I mean, wasn't you supposed to be on Broadway and then weeks before you was about to go on Broadway, it was canceled? So Anya Nerve's out here just holding on to that crown and scepter. So when the money starts to dry out, I guess she could sell it on eBay. So she was up there doing her thing and gave us whatever she's been up to. I don't even remember what she said. And then it came down to they did the whole Miley Cyrus tribute situation, and Miley came out. I didn't care. I fast forwarded through it because I was like, who cares about Miley and her bipolar ass in regards to she don't know who she want to be performance as a performer. She be all over the place. Well, who she want to be as an artist. So I can't even take her ass seriously. But apparently she's a ally for the gay community. So I guess we'll just go along with it because Rue and them say so. So she came out and sat on the stage with the rest of the judges as the final two, who, of course, if you haven't known by now, because I already said it like 8 million times, that Mikey Meeks and Nene Coco were the final two girls standing. So they had to perform Every Girl You Ever Loved, featuring Naomi Campbell on stage in front of Rue and the judges. That would be Jamal Sims, Carson Kressley. Thank God Ross Matthews' annoying ass wasn't there. And RuPaul, Mama Rue. So they was all there. So now, because she got, I forgot to mention, it was the Giving Us Lifetime Achievement Award. Whatever. The superstar, basically, as I said, she sat on the stage. The girls came out and they performed, and Nene did Nene, like I guess what we've been used to seeing her do. But we're gonna play the clip. Hold on, let's play the clip actually of who the winner, who the next drag superstar is. I might have to do a little playing around so we don't get demonetized over here. If anything, I'll just delete it. So hold on, we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
Now, the time has come to crown our queen. Mikey, me.
Hey, Coco. So, um, so yeah, because they always do like the two takes, so they always film it where Mikey Meeks gets to be the winner and she does her thing, and then Nene Coco does her "you're the winner" and all that stuff, and then her man and her friend jumps up and down all happy for her, and then she gives her little speech, and then whichever one gets chosen, that's how you find out in the end, because we saw like the girls found out who won when they had to watch the video. The actual episode. So that's usually how it works. It's always the way it's been working, where they have to do two different versions of it, and then in the end you don't see who actually won the show until the the exact episode airs. So congratulations, Mikey. And thank God this season is behind us, because this was an interesting season to say the least. Was not that impressed. I mean, definitely I like the idea that we had seasoned girls, like a lot of the queens that were on the show that have been doing it for a long time. I think the problem was the producers were meddling too much. I think the issue with the season was the fact that it was too many cooks in the kitchen. Producers were trying to pick certain people that they thought were going to be the instant faves. When the faves weren't delivering, they were trying to course correct, and less sabotage, less rigor was going on. And then it was just too much and there was like the inconsistencies in the judging was bothering me. So hopefully we'll get it together in season 19 in regards to this whole subject. I did hear that apparently there was a picture of something that Hormona Lisa posted on social media saying that there's some drag queen that made the upcoming season and said that she's a Trump. I guess she's a Trump supporter or whatever the case is, and was out here all upset that they allowing people who are Republican stereotypes to come on the show, and they're saying like, well, first of all, it's a photo, so you don't even know necessarily if um where this girl leans politically. And then somebody was going around saying, well, weren't you just recently spotted taking a picture with so and so? So how you going to sit up here and get upset over the situation when I was trying to find it, but it's like nothing wants to freaking open on my page, because I was trying to. Oh yeah, I found it. So yeah, it was. Hold on. Oh no, not that horrible picture of Jermaine Jackson, child. Um, where'd it go? Hold on. I almost had it, and then I lost her because I keep coming across Madonna dancing and living her best life. Pilates. Okay, I got it. So let me pull that up for y'all to see, since it took me forever to find it. Wait, no, not that one, not that one, not that one. Would I be trying to rush? Okay, let's stop that screen. Let me pull this up, because I think I was sharing the screen before when I should have just scrolled over and just hit. So yeah, it's this one. So it said, "Hormonally support to whom it may concern, is disappointing to see a platform given to someone aligned with MAGA, especially when harmful stereotypes already paint Southern communities as uniformly racist and politically one-sided." And somebody posted, "Isn't this you with her a month ago?" So people are sitting there talking about, well, you sitting there talking about a queen that is, I don't even know her name or whatever, but wait, it might be in the post. Tammy Faye. So they're saying like, oh, she's up in there, and you got her as being a part of the show, or whatever case. There, she's a part of the show, but you're mad over the fact that there's this interaction with them doing that and bringing her on the show where you was associated with her. And just because you take a picture with a queen don't necessarily mean you align with them politically. And I hate when people do it. It's the same thing like we were saying about what's his name, Dave Chappelle took a picture with Lauren Boebert and she went and created a whole narrative around a photo. And he got mad about it. But I'm sitting there like, well, what did you expect? You didn't think these grifters was going to use you because of some of the stuff you saying, how they not going to weaponize your little jokes? This is what they do. And so you never know what it is. And who knows where Mona Lisa lands politically. But they're saying that this girl's gonna be on season 19, and who knows? And I guess the point I'm trying to make of this is you're probably doing this because y'all want to stir up controversy, you want to cause drama for the sake of ratings, instead of realizing that maybe the issue was that you producers were meddling too much, and some of these challenges were a job. So I'm thinking that's where a lot of that comes from. So congratulations, Mikey. Here's to season 19. Hopefully that season will be way better than this one. Y'all still will pick some girls that have been doing drag for a minute, but find a way to make the challenges and everything exciting again. And stop with the extra meddling because it's not working. And also, it's got me looking forward to All Stars, which is premiering next month. They just announced that. I mean, we haven't seen the trailer yet, but I'm looking forward to All Stars when that premieres on Paramount Plus next month because I'm currently just binging all the All Stars leading up to. I think that wasn't even intentional. It just so happened I started rewatching all the All Star seasons, which has got me leading up to the one that's coming. Maybe I was doing that because because I wasn't that I was disappointed with the last season, but this current season that has got me into watching All Stars. But anyway, so congratulations, Mikey, and all that good stuff. I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with the judge's decision or RuPaul's decision? Because, she consulted with her judges, but the final decision is mine to make. That's what she says. And so what do you think? Do you feel that Mikey deserved it? I know some people would have wanted Nene, but I'm like, I would have liked Nene to win too. But the problem with Nene Coco is the fact that she wasn't delivering as we got closer to the finale in regards to the challenges. So Mikey definitely is the girl that hits all those spots. And I'm hoping that we could possibly see her in the same light of like a Jinx Monsoon, where she's a drag queen on Broadway. So let me know what you guys think, or with her one woman show. Or like doing like Alaska and so many others, where they created their original content and did it off Broadway. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said I wore out the original Confessions to the point that this sounded like it was scuffing. Well, I told you I did buy the physical copy for um her up for Confessions too. You said yawns no. Moving on to All Stars. What did you think about the All Stars 11 promo being in the same color format as yet last year's? Is there no but? Look, I've been saying that for the longest, but funny enough, I didn't even see the promo. Let me look that up. Um, oh, they did a whole story on the rumored cast or whatever case is. I guess I'll save that for tomorrow's show. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, yeah. Why are y'all using the same font? I don't know why they're doing that, but they are. But and they revealing some of the queens that's gonna be on there. All right, let me finish the rest of these comments and then we'll get up out of here. Darlene had the best performance in my opinion. Mikey, not my thing. Nene, Gaga, and Twigs cosplay. Mama Ru doing her little two-step. Oh yeah, because there was nobody in that damn room. Because one thing about RuPaul, she do not like she got, and it was so funny when she was doing like the vote, like the hand, like she was voguing away. I'm like, she even moved like Madonna got more energy than her. And y'all about the same damn age. Come on now. At least put some effort into the choreography. Mama Ru giving us old Britney when she was going through her mental breakdown and being forced to perform. So Mama Ru doing a little two step for an empty audience was more entertaining than 2/3 of the. And did y'all hear how loud Kenya Pleaser was when she was hyping up the girls? Allegedly, they filmed the finale in July of last year. That's insane. There really was no budget. What? And I don't understand. That's crazy that y'all had to have that whole finale a year ago. Because I remember that. Didn't they have them? Oh wait, no, that was when they did the All Stars bracket thing. When they had to bring them back weeks later after they finished filming all the brackets, and they started filming the recent stuff. That's why the girls was looking different. And we actually like when they did that. It said turns off TV. Yeah, I was underwhelmed by the finale. I spent more time fast forwarding than anything. I logged onto Twitter to tweet hashtag Nene Coco during the finale, and then I saw a video of Ice Spice getting attacked. That was funny. And then the dumb bitch had the nerve to get on social media and tell me, I went over to say hi to her. She was being rude. No, the fuck you was. The first one, we heard the audio. So I hate when people be out here clout chasing because they want a moment. And then when the backlash happened, then they want to lie. It's like, girl, you do know that that footage we saw has audio attached. It's not like it came from a McDonald's cam that somebody actually hacked into and posted on social media. We heard you literally walk up and try to start shit with Ice Spice, and that Bronx came out of her ass. That's why, what happened. There's so many birds out here be trying to get that be just running for trying to get clout by trying to start with celebrities. I wish Drag Race was more like The Amazing Race, where they just roll the cameras and watch what happens. The blatant riggery has become. I know, and that's why I kind of wish they would do that too. It's like, yeah, you could produce a show to be like a story producer in ways of like moving the story along, or whatever. But the fact of the matter, when y'all trying to create drama, like even down to the whole situation of remember Raider Queen, where they were trying to vote and talk about what's the strategy of voters? I was like, okay, this is clearly producers trying to chirp and create some shit for ratings. And it wasn't even working because the girls wasn't even playing along with that whole strategy thing. It's like, come on. He said Tammy Faye Baker is a cosmetologist with her own small business, which justified her voting for Trump in 2020, citing she couldn't get with Joe Biden's tax stance. And I think at the end of the day, a lot of these people, even though Trump is nothing but a liar and a thief and a grifter, people are going to vote based off of whatever's going to help their bottom line, and then kind of find out that they were lied to. Oh, I didn't even put that up there. I just read it. You said the Meet the Queens for All Stars 11 premieres tomorrow at noon. I'm excited, even though the promo looks cheap and I already know the cast. Yeah, because they already revealed who the cast is on Just Jared, but we'll go through it quick. So they got Herschel Jete from season 16, where she came in 14th. Then we got Jasmine Kennedy, who was on season 14, came in 8th place. Then we got Joey J. I'm Joey J, and I'm a gay ass bitch. Remember her from season 13, came in 12th place. And we'll see if this is confirmed tomorrow, even though it is confirmed, because these are the queens on the show. Then we got another Kennedy, and that'd be Kennedy Davenport from season 7 and All Stars 3, where she was a runner up on All Stars 3, came in 4th place on season 7, and Canada versus the World season 2, where she came in 3rd, 4th place. And Sam Starr, season 17. Sugar Cane, this is the worst picture y'all can find of Sugar Cane. Sugar Cane is on the show. And who else? This is annoying with the Just Jared shit. Why are we talking about Santino? um and Merle Ginsburg and they bringing up old people, whatever. But yeah, we'll go through that tomorrow when they reveal who the queens are that's on the show. So it's funny how um they immediately are jumping into the All-Star season. They want us to forget about season 18. Watching her hop on tables gave me flashbacks to my fighting days. I don't care how ghetto it is to fight in the streets of LA. Ice wanted her lick back and she got it with no security. That's what I said, bitch. You want to jump in my face and try to act like you was big and bad. I'm gonna get on the table and fuck you up. I was like, look, do what you gotta do. I said that Bronx side came out of her. But anyway, shout out to Little Orphan Annie. and all that good stuff. And yeah, so yes, all right, y'all. So we at the end of the show. We did an almost 5-hour show because it was like all the keying that we had to do because it's been a minute since we've been hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you everybody that was jumping in the comments with me. Thank you for everybody hanging out with me on the Lord's Day, and that's LORDT''S. And all that good stuff. I'll be back tomorrow, Monday morning, to bring you the latest celebrity news and gossip. If there's anything juicy we're talking about, hopefully there will be, because we did talk about a lot of topics today. But yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. Thank God Coachella is finally over. We could all move on with our lives. And until next time, ciao, darlings.